Welcome to the Stack Stream. You are here today to watch me not give a fuck. What's poppin', y'all? What's poppin', y'all? Guess what? I didn't do nothing today. Like, literally. I didn't do fucking nothing. I'm so disappointed in myself. I literally got off this bitch, got straight in the bed, lay down, watch YouTube. Literally. Really. Just watching shit that I'm not even intending to watch. You know? I swear to God, I feel like Leonard's mom for a good little couple hours, bro. I ain't gonna lie, cause she professional at doing that shit. That motherfucker be watching any and everything, but hey, it's you know, can't complain about it. Oh man, I wasn't with that shit at first, but look at me now. Doing the exact same thing. But yeah, as y'all can hear, I got the pan frying in the background. So yeah, I had started the some more jambalaya, of course. My favorite dish of all time. But yeah, I'm gonna keep that off for a little minute. I got my phone off, got it charging. Actually, fuck that. I need to share the stream right quick. Oh yeah, and I started watching Real Rejects reactions. I was about to say, boy, it got. I forgot it's just 5 o'clock. It ain't 5:19. But yeah, we about to be watching Real Rejects reaction to Echo. So I kind of started watching that bitch already. We on the first episode. We at the scene where they just arrived in the warehouse, and and Maya's getting felt up on. So yeah.
That's how it should.
Go check on these sauces right quick.
Yeah. And that's the Daredevil show should be. Yeah, we got follow the camera. You're clear. Hands up.
Uh-oh.
I see how you play.
What's this guy gonna
Where
do?
they going to see?
She's gonna have to, like, lay this dude out. Make those dudes turn around. Yep.
She's cool.
So many channels now have YouTube videos they can make. Women standing up for themselves and things that they definitely go through in a day-to-day decision.
But it's woke.
Yeah.
They're trying to move in on Fist's territories. We're gonna take them out. Stressing us.
She'd be so much prettier if she smiled.
Oh, I agree. Oh, you mean that sarcastically?
Yeah, wait. Who should I agree with?
I do find it interesting that no one's prepared for her deafness, even though Kingpin's like a father or uncle figure.
Kingpin thanks you for your loyalty.
He's got people. He's busy.
Whoa! Jesus Christ! Oh, it's a oneer.
Will it be in a hallway? Is this a hallway?
This is a
Daredevil.
corridor.
Daredevil.
I feel like
Episode one.
I think we would get Daredevil. I mean, based on the timeline, it would make sense to get Daredevil right now.
I got 2 more for the meeting. What?
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
You've been selected in the biggest reality show in the known planet.
That's correct.
They're coming to get me.
Whoever has that kid wins the war.
None has been murdered on the ship.
Something bigger is coming.
Have fun?
No, it's cool, bro. They're expecting us.
Yeah.
Whoa, cool.
Oh, damn! Oh, hell yeah! Oh! Look at this guy's coffee cool.
Okay.
Ooh!
Oh, that was sick.
The gunshots, man. Great camera work.
I don't got no candy neither, so I'm assed out on the sweets.
Oh yeah, this is very violent. I like it.
I still got some condensed milk in here ain't finished. I'm gonna finish that.
Through a POV shot.
And a perfect time for a hidden cut. The way they choose to go in and out of her perspective via audio design is really interesting.
And there's a slight push every time, right when it clicks over.
Oh, cool.
Whoa!
Cool. Yeah, that was I like that. Focusing on the heartbeat to get the emotionality.
And the calming back down.
Exertion. Release. That's right, Maya. Gia. Yeah. That was awesome. Is always rad. That was awesome.
Woo-hoo. Yeah, the dash usage just.
Oh. Thank you again. That was cool.
Ooh, damn.
Are they using wires or did he just jump that? That was legitimate. That was legitimate. That was cool.
Ooh, damn.
Are they using wires or did he just jump that? That was legitimate. Let's go, bro. Here we go. Oh no! Yo, that's right. Yo. Damn it. No, you guys can be a couple.
Oh, I love this suit.
I've been watching them all night. And you guys show up. Don't screw everything up.
Oh, this feels like they're oh god, those blocks and stuff. Great.
Ooh. The tank.
Oh, great hole in the kick.
Great seamless cut.
This is excellent camera work. They use the chain link fence, I think, is also choice. No, Maya, go back to Daryl.
She's coming back.
Oh, Jesus. No guns.
Ha! The Matrix
much more,
arsenal.
Yeah, very much more John Wickian.
Oh, he is moving so well.
Excellent sound work. And they keep pulling in on her 1 foot, too. Aw, they cut it.
Yeah, he's way faster than that.
None of my men have ever held their own with him like that. Better than even I expected.
Oh, let's fill this bowl up right quick.
To the Daredevil
Universal.
Yeah.
What you lacked was a place and a purpose. You have that now. With me.
Oh, my black suit.
Our family, no matter what.
Thank you, Uncle.
This feels so much more Netflix than the Disney Plus show.
How so?
Hawkeye stuff!
Dedicated all my resources into bringing your father's killer to justice.
This feels like a Luke Besson movie.
When you find him, he's mine.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Clint.
You
Don't.
and I were the same.
Don't put Jeremy Renner in the snow. It's okay, he's back acting now.
It could be used. Be manipulated. Your boss wanted your father dead. Yes. Your boss.
You're a lie. It wasn't a typhoon. TJ's Kingpin? It's interesting seeing these visuals from Hawkeye, which felt a little bit in conflict with the actual show itself, but they very well
adhere because they were the Netflix scenes in Disney Plus, and now this is the show.
What a surprise.
Yeah, like they seem to play more sinister or menacing, even though they're the same scene. Yeah.
Or family.
I wonder if they changed the sound design too on these. Be interesting to compare. Ooh, yeah. Definitely finished the job.
Because of the splicing, there is some weird pacing. I'm enjoying it. It's a very
Quite a lot. Doing a lot.
but it's paced a little funny.
What's
but
30
I'm not
years
gonna
in
lie,
one episode?
I have really enjoyed it. There's enough working for me here that I think it's really singing pretty high.
I feel like the show's starting now.
But it has a very Luke-based song vibe to me.
I thought it was going to be more flashback spread throughout the season. I expected like Daredevil episode 2 and to jump around.
Yeah.
They're really covering their bases.
Where's your suture? Or that word?
Terminator's gonna appear. Your clothes and your boots, I need them.
There's a 53 on that truck there. Is that an Easter egg?
I was thinking of every issue and like really until I couldn't think of one. All the blood on the motorcycle.
Going home to see family. Whoa!
That was a super clean cut. I love that.
Good match.
So far, this is shot so uniquely.
Do not fall asleep on your bike.
Oh, there's also incredible in-camera stunt work.
Top to bottom, like vehicle.
Has there been any CGI? I can't think of any CGI.
The good ones,
other than the very beginning.
Press gun detoxify. It works below the gun line to help heal gums and stop bleeding. Pressed. MJ.
I'm John. Banking card and marriage registration. We're married.
Yeah, sir. What you do right?
They didn't bring up that we'd be paired until the last interview.
It's an old KGB tactic. You can draw less attention as a couple.
Very romantic.
What is it that you two do?
We're in software engineers. We administer single dose, no casualties.
Do you think if the company hadn't matched you, you'd be compatible?
You're sitting underneath a shelter I made. I made this fire. I got you this fish.
Shelter, food, fire, water.
No.
Maybe. Work, life, romance. They're all part of the same project.
You said you loved me.
And you can too.
We're about to die.
So you didn't mean it?
No, I do.
That's cool.
I almost killed the bowl in one hit.
Sorry.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Not life and death.
Oh shit.
You feel better?
Oh shit.
Just need to go play for a little while. Don't we all? Yeah. So busy with the grind, you've forgotten how to play and have fun. The grind being murder. Crime. How can you floss if you can't hear?
Yeah, bro.
Listen to your teeth.
I gotta hear him.
Oh, that hurt.
That was a crunchy. Yeah.
Who
that feels like Prometheus with the engineer.
Yeah.
I care more about her in the last 40 minutes than I did the whole Hawkeye show. They've done a really good job reestablishing.
It's weird. I care more about Hawkeye the last 40 minutes.
And that Murdoch.
I mean, it might just be the people who live here who told me to.
Oh, shoot,
Never mind.
cousin.
No, they've been.
Still might be.
If my grandma finds out someone's squatting here, there's gonna be hell to pay.
Maya?
Hey, biscuits!
Biscuits!
That's...
Nice name.
He looks like a Billy Jack.
Never been to Oklahoma, but these feel like people not from California, and I really like it.
Yep, so calm.
Yeah, they don't feel like actors.
I wish I knew you were coming.
For a conference and some in and out.
But what if Grandma sees you sleeping on the couch?
It's a ghost.
Immediately like this guy. Well cast.
He's got secret fighting skills.
That'd be funny.
Everybody needs a Foggy Nelson, and they got a good one. Iron Rings.
Yes. Black Crow. There's so many names I'm trying to catch. Down.
There's a lot of really cool, like, center framing symmetry they do with a lot of these shots and full focus lenses.
I wonder if this is a real town, or you know, like a place with a real level of.
This is a volume.
It's the volume.
All the volume.
Oh yeah, there's AI extras they keep telling me about.
Where's Daredevil?
He's in the FC creating the next 5 episodes to swap out.
Bonnie?
Bonnie! Bonnie!
Yeah, say like.
Man, there are so many tracks. So many music tracks.
Oh my god, I need a Saturn's Ring Festival.
Bruh, I just realized something about this fucking poster. I like this bitch more than the old one. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I bought the old one, so obviously I like that bitch. But it was just a good little, you know. I'm gonna say this a more real piece, or a more ultimate piece, if you can say. I don't know. I ain't gonna say ultimate, but I feel like this one at the bottom is better because, like, everybody on this poster is real life canon right now in the MCU, or like in the Sony universe, or whatever. Like, literally everybody on this bitch. Like, even like the people that's not in the MCU, like fucking Spider-Ham, you know. I wasn't tripping, huh? Oh yeah, I turned my phone on and I ain't start that bitch back up type shit. Hold on, y'all. I gotta figure this out, because nobody really fucking FaceTime me but Linux. So shit. Let me see if that motherfucker called right quick. I swear to God I heard that fucking sound, bro. I knew I wasn't tripping. What today is? Monday. 15th. Bro, that was a FaceTime tone, bro. That wasn't a text tone. That wasn't even a fucking. Let me go to Messenger right quick. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, y'all. 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 Okay. What's the messenger? Was it Instagram? Man, bro, I'm not going crazy. But I don't have no notification on FaceTime on neither of my apps, so how the fucking what? But yeah, I was talking about the fucking the poster. Yeah, like even the people that's not in the MCU right now, like I said, Spider-Ham, fucking I just saw a motherfucker who is for sure not in the mix. Where is he? I swear to God, I just have. I swear to God. I don't know. But like I said, everybody on here. Even Moon Girl, you know, they got the fucking Devil Dinosaur on here, so shit. Like, yeah, it's lit right on this post. I ain't gonna lie. Just like that new Marvel shirt I got, man. That's the duo right there, boy. I swear, G. Anyways, let's go back to the show. While I do this.
Johnson's full focus lenses. I wonder if this is a real town or you know, like a place with a real got job vibes.
Everybody needs a Foggy Nelson, and they got a good iron rings.
Yes. Black Crow. There's so many names I'm trying to catch.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool, like, sector framing symmetry they do with a lot of these shots and full focus lenses.
I wonder if this is a real town or you know, like a place with a real level of.
This is the volume.
It's the volume.
It's people or the volume.
Oh yeah, those AI extras they keep telling you about.
Where's Daredevil?
He's in New York.
Sneak preview the next 5 minutes.
He'll pop out.
Bonnie! Yeah, say like.
There are so many tracks. So many music tracks.
Oh my God, I need us.
I want to know how did they know that that was her?
They keep telling me about.
Where's Daredevil?
He's in New York.
Sneak preview the next 5 minutes.
He'll pop out.
Bonnie!
Yeah, they just randomly thought that was them.
Yeah, say like.
There are so many tracks. So many music tracks.
Oh my God, I need a Saturn's ring festival.
Make America skate again.
Well, it's not Kyle Gallner.
He should get in the Marvel Universe.
He should.
I am.
It's that guy. He's on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody recognized it, because I know I couldn't.
Mystery in your thing, is it? Guys, a combination of Evan Peters and Boyd Holbrook.
Thank you.
Evan Holbrook's doing good work.
He's a good actor.
Kinder Joy, a delicious treat.
Do you want to do it, or do you want to do it? Do it, or blew it, do it, or blew it. Bum 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 bum.
Well, if you ain't here to skate, he ain't available. $7 to skate, or it's $5 to watch. Or you go ahead and spend that $5 on a Butterfinger Blizzard.
$5 to watch. Voyeur skate. Evan Holbrook is really good at playing like detached sociopathic characters. I'm curious as to who this guy turns out to be.
Yeah, I worry for his safety, inevitably. We knew we couldn't trust you, Evan Holbrook.
Damn you, dude. The King Killer? King Killer. This information made it all the way to Oklahoma? Probably because they were like,
that same criminal underbelly.
Really?
Didn't it? Like that team of people?
Oh, yeah. I mean, her pappy had shit going on out here. Took it out there, so.
He's alright. Good pain in my ass, but he's worked for me.
Penis in the anus.
For the time to come up to.
Oh, it's like her dad's too.
Bullet and blade.
Alright.
I'm a big fan of the transition.
Slipping out of your carotid during the sanguination, but I don't think we're bothering you today.
Always a good day. It's a full
I love
service
how this guy
organization.
moves. I like the accent of his speech with
Yeah. King Killer. This information made it all the way to Oklahoma? Probably because they were like,
that same criminal underbelly.
Really?
Didn't it? Like that team of people?
Oh, yeah. I mean, her pappy had shit going on out here. Took it out there, so.
He's alright. Good pain in my ass, but he's worked for me.
A penis in the anus.
For the time to come up to.
Oh, it's like her dad's tattoo.
Bullet for blade.
Chop it down, chop it
Right.
down.
I'm a big fan of the transition.
Keep the cannula from slipping out of your carotid during the sanguination, but I don't think we're bothering you today.
Stretching.
Always a good day. It's a full
I love
service
how this guy
organization.
moves. I like the accent of his speech with I love how he talks.
Oh.
Dentifloss.
Ooh.
Nice. Take a deep breath.
That looks infected. Uh-oh.
She's safe.
Is she? With this telescope up here?
She finds out you were here, and you didn't see her, you will break her heart.
Your sister's... Yeah, there is a firmness though. Fisk.
That's an Easter egg.
That's why they know. To what? What does that mean? Feast? No, they spelled fist wrong.
Well, I'm gonna explain the ending video coming up.
I figured you needed more from me than stitches.
Here's 10 guns. How far is Oklahoma from New York?
Pretty damn far.
I won't bring a war here to the people I love.
So far.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, yeah. Crime mommy. Does she become the queen of crime?
No, I mean, she had the work with Daredevil quite a bit.
Dude, man, her drips too. That fishnet, leather jacket combo.
No, there's an element of like, is she working for her own needs when helping Daredevil out? And that's something I think they could do. I don't know how far they'll go though.
Look at that countryside. The end of the episode? I was keen to wake it up. Yeah, I was like, I hope not. Yeah. Please. Nice. Oh. It does move in like those grungier, like the Daredevil movie from the 2000s.
Yeah.
It's moving quick. That moves in that kind of like aggressive, dark, fast paced. Yeah.
6 episodes breathed a little.
Like that gritty. Oh, whoa. We don't even watch a preview.
No, we got them all day and date.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
It's coming soon. I'm 5 minutes from now.
Don't click off this episode. Watch the next one. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video, a brand that I am happy to be partnered with, thrilled to. It's fortunately one that I have been using for quite a while now. Prior to ever agreeing to a partnership with them, I was like, that makes for the best kind of synergy promotion because I can actually talk about them from my heart here. Reason being, like many of you guys, like for years, I am constantly downloading all kinds of financial apps that I keep forgetting to use or I don't really find quite as beneficial. Rocket Money has been the one, the only one. I'm not just saying it is the only one that I have been able to consistently use, rely on, that has been an absolute game changer for me. On a very personal note, running Real Rejects is an absolute privilege. However, you know, like I stress out about taxes and it's the beginning of the year and I'm like, I'm trying to be smarter and get it all done now. I already started like a couple months ago getting things in order. Managing Real Rejects finances while managing my own personal finances has been an ongoing struggle, and I'm very big on like efficiency and being organized, but clearly it wasn't as good enough as I thought I had been. So before Rocket Money came into my life, I was drowning in subscriptions and struggling to keep track of my expenses. And as I really wanted to like get everything in order, Rocket Money came at the right time for me. I was overwhelmed with subscriptions I didn't even know I had or had still been subscribed to. I mean, do you ever wonder how many subscriptions you actually pay for? Have you ever taken the time to really do it? It'd be a little daunting. Rocket Money helped me see what I was missing, and best part, they even canceled those subscriptions for me with just a simple tap. So with Rocket Money, you can have all your subscriptions in one place, making it easy to cancel anything unnecessary without the hassle of dealing with customer service. Like, yeah, it's so annoying. Plus, they'll work on getting you refunds and negotiate lower bills, saving you up to 20%. You snap a pic of your bill and let Rocket Money take care of the rest. Let me just summarize for you really quick what they are. They're a personal finance app that finds and cancels unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills. With over 5 million users and over $500 million in canceled subscriptions, they've already saved members an average of $720 a year. It helps save me a little bit more than that. Don't waste your hard-earned money on unused subscriptions. Cancel them today at rocketmoney.com/rejects. That's rocketmoney.com/rejects. You've heard other people talk about them? Well, use ours. rocketmoney.com/rejects. If you use that promo code rejects, you unlock special benefits. And yes, using them is also a great way to support the channel. At the same time, it's just a great way to support your bank account. Because I cannot stress enough just how much this app has changed the game for me. Take control of your finances with Rocket Money and enjoy financial peace of mind.
Let's talk about episode 1. You know, you guys will just watch episode 2. There's 4 more around. No, we don't roll that way. It's like it was for 40 minutes, guys. Let's talk about 40 more minutes. No, just keep it short. Right now, I mean, because it is a binge show, I don't feel it's proper to, like, I've adjusted to the way times have changed, that we should just kind of watch the rest before making a final assessment. In terms of a pilot episode, I think it was really good. It's a good, strong start. I am kind of craving a bit of a change of specific pacing. I understand that we have to get a lot of setup out of the way. And, you know, you're also got to tie it into, like, how does it connect to the Hawkeye stuff? Because you're cutting prior to the Hawkeye events, and you're weaving into the Hawkeye events, and then now we got to go post the Hawkeye events. So you're essentially doing Better Call Saul, but in one episode. And so far, though, I mean, for positives for me, I really love the composition of the shots. I think there's a lot of this really intriguing symmetry they have with all their angles. I think like the big talk of this will probably be the Daredevil fight. Which I actually really respected the handling of that, because they first get you invested into the action scene before Daredevil ever shows. Oh boy, you could learn to hide a yawn a lot better, John. I don't know what you're talking about.
So powerful. That was so good.
I didn't even open my mouth. You can't prove that I ever did anything with my breath. I was just shocked.
I'm so glad
by how good your point. I was shocked by how good your point was. I was like,
I can't use a lot of TikTok, but if there's a TikTok clip out from this episode, it's that moment. That was just,
woo! You cannot mask it on any worse than that.
You know, you just jump in your mouth and I start following. He's out here just taking a big old gas.
You just watching the show. Are we watching this at like 11 in the morning? What's happening right now? Never know. Never know.
John up.
Anyway, the segue into that was getting you invested into the action and the visual, like literally a sensory experience, and Hawkeye and Echo fighting first, and then Daredevil shows up. Yes. Prior to let's get invested in Daredevil first being here, and so it was smart for the placement of it and this like really smart way of how they're kind of separating itself from the voice of Hawkeye and then now putting her in the voice of the Netflix Daredevil shows. Yeah. It's like mainly there, but like those shows were paced.
Hey, Sarah, if you had to choose, would you listen to elevator music all day or deal with payroll compliance?
Payroll compliance for sure. Gusto automatically calculates and files my taxes for me.
Hold up. Compliance? Easier?
Choose payroll compliance without the ups and downs. That's working with Gusto.
Better, but granted, this is sort of a reintroduction. So I'm waiting to see how this all plays out, but loving the casting, and so far I really enjoyed the first episode. I think action, looks, and Maya Lopez. Who's the actress? John. You would know.
Lockwood Cox is her name.
John would know, and John delivered. And yeah, I think what I'm waiting for on there it's a tall order to ask because it's all going to be reliant primarily on body language and expression to get really invested into her, and I like the choices of like how they will use sound design to kind of get you into what's going on internally with her beyond just speaking in sign language and just expressions that she has. Like it's kind of a neat way to get you into her perspective and her heart, which I thought was really smart. But I am still going, all right, well, it is her show still, and I'm going to need to really get invested in her, like her, but, you know, still a journey. So this first episode. Those are my quick 3-minute thoughts. Who wants to go next? Who wants to go next?
Pick me! Teacher! I like this a lot, and I agree with most of what you said, so I'm not going to, ramble. I have one main concern, which is kind of interesting. I'm curious to see how this will play out across 5 episodes, because in one breath, the pace of this episode, I thought they made it work. It moves real fast. It's splicing in a bunch of stuff from the past, and it could have felt like it was edited in a blender, and I didn't feel like that. However, I feel like when you're in the newer scenes in the past, where you're dealing with their family and stuff like that, the way this episode is paced made me worry for future episodes, basically not taking much time for that. Like when they're on top of the big tower thing and they're looking down on Bonnie. Like that was like a scene between those two characters, and you got the sense for, their kind of back and forth rapport. And like that was not the most breathable scene, but it was a breathable scene. And I liked that flavor, and I think if you really want to sell us on all the stuff that they're doing, I just hope that they will take the time appropriately, much like the Daredevil show on Netflix would have done, to, just appropriately revel in these character beats so that we care that much more. But like I said, from here, I already cared more about Maya and her various relationships and her journey thus far, more than in Hawkeye. And I liked her in Hawkeye. I thought she was a cool addition, but it was sort of like this other thing happening on the side of that show. So yeah, like this had all the punch and all the mood and all the atmosphere and all the look that you want, and now I just hope that it breathes a little bit. I feel like, not that it's a great one-to-one comparison, but like Zon McClennan's on, he's great on Reservation Dogs, and that show really lets you live in what this town looks like it could be, which is like, a strong populated indigenous sort of area or town. Not that this is necessarily on a reservation, but like that stuff. I feel like that's part of what you want to steep yourself in when you're getting to know this person's story, and especially with these teases of the birth of the Choctaw people and this fantasy. I hope they can proportionately balance all that stuff out, because I like that you have this prospect of something cosmic and something
mystical at the beginning, which is appropriate for folklore and that side of things, and it doesn't clash too hard or contrast too, dissonantly with, the gritty, rough and tumble, like super tangible, very real kind of style they're going with. So I'm curious to see how they blend those moving forward. But strong start by my metric.
Yeah, I like it more than I did season 1, and that's really clear that bar. All right, Corey. Now keep in mind, we also did not talk about Kingpin.
Nope, we didn't. About to. So to me, this feels like the Marvel Knights imprint of comic books, which I'm hoping is what they do with the Searchlight. Obviously, Spotlight. I think Spotlight's going to be more. Spotlight is going to be more than just dark characters. I assume it's going to be able to highlight other characters, and it's distracting. I immediately felt Greg's tired, guys. But the Spotlight, I don't think is just going to be dark characters, but I do think like Marvel Knights, it does allow you to have an imprint, have a different feel. And the feel of Kingpin doesn't quite fully feel like Netflix to me, but it definitely feels closer to Netflix than Hawkeye. And I feel like you have a really unique opportunity here to have characters like Echo, like Daredevil, like Ghost Rider, like Blade. You have these characters that belong in the dark. And I would love if they take more opportunities for things like this. My biggest concern is that it is 5 episodes. It is getting kind of dropped unceremoniously quickly. I hope that with Hulu airing it, it will get a little bit more prestige because Hulu does have really good content that is darker. I'm hoping an audience that loves that stuff finds this and kind of brings them into the fold, and that it gets enough numbers to show that audiences want this darker content. I do think that the Kingpin was able to retroactively make those scenes in Hawkeye work. I do think that Vincent D'Onofrio is incredible when he's like this, those little like cars you pull back and you wait to launch them. I always feel like Kingpin is the car like right here. I feel like Kingpin's always like poised, and I think my issue with Hawkeye was we spent 3 years of like him like this with occasional lashing out and launching, and Hawkeye was just like,
Hi guys.
I want a poised Viper.
Let's get a couple races in right quick.
I want more of that pacing, that I do worry that with a 5-episode run, it will have to be so feverish.
No candy, bro. Like I said, I wanted to go outside so bad, but I was like, nope. Martin King Day. I swear to God.
Because I love Ironheart.
I swear to God.
I think she's a good Ironheart, but I did feel like that scene.
Yeah, y'all know I don't watch y'all motherfuckers talk.
How much bargaining to
Y'all be spitting more shit, I ain't gonna lie.
More. Keep going. Still not enough. More.
I just rather watch preview talk, I ain't gonna lie. So they should be short.
With less.
Core power helps you rise to a whole new level of recovery with 42 grams of protein.
Unless their reaction be funny.
What is going on there, citizens of the Recheck Nation? We're gonna watch
Oh, that sound.
but maybe this is just in one video? I don't know. What are you guys thinking about the show so far? Chloe, let's start with you.
Really enjoying it, surprised at the tone, really impressed.
It's official. John,
Ready to love the rest of this.
Chills. Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm ready to get into it. Leave a like on this video. That'd be very much appreciated. Also, subscribe to the also, thank you for checking out these highlights. We'll get through Twitch for the same video. Copy that for the local person who's like big as a big combination for the record. So, see you soon. Let's get into it.
I was about to say, they made me hit that bitch, they pussy. Oh, I want to watch this episode, I ain't gonna lie. I like this episode. Like, when it really started showing her heritage off, I was like, yeah, it got me interested. on me. They had to hate on me. They had to hate on me.
I feel like the bitch was just sitting waiting for like Ooh, the snakes. The name of one of Jake's Sully's kids.
Going back to the live, man.
Sports for banishment. Coy, let's start with you. Really enjoying it, surprised at the tone, really impressed with the darkness.
That's sufficient. John, I'm ready to love the rest of this. Oh, shills.
Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm ready to get into it. Leave a like on this video. That'd be very much appreciated. Also, subscribe, click the notification bell, and notify when our next for the next episode of Back Always Up. Also, thank you to Prep for putting us down these highlights. Full length range watch clubs pretty sick with your own copy. Back on this available for our super section rejects over at our Patreon page, where they're giant cover several things exclusive to highlights and watch along excluded. Let's get into it. I like to fish. Oh, cool. What if they're all gonna open in the past? Who says it's the past? It's the distant future.
The distant future.
Exclusive highlights and watch along excluded. Let's
get
into it. I like to fish. Oh, cool. What if they're all gonna open in the past? Who says it's the past? It's the distant future. Earth has been returned to its natural order. That's fast. Can't confirm. Oh, this is an IMAX. Aspect check. Tell about the aspect ratio. Nice. Damn. Damn it.
That was really a good choice to put that bitch in IMAX.
Cool. Damn. It's like ancient lacrosse. He caught the golden stitch. J.K. Rowling culturally appropriated Choctaw culture.
Stupid.
Get off the pot, man. Oh, the ultimate player enters the fray.
Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna? I don't wanna.
It's really cool how they built these sets. Great trapezius definition. This guy's his own team. I'll crank you up, bitch. That's hitless. Let me go. Team red or team blue? Always red versus blue. I feel like the dude's just sitting waiting for like they need me. Oh, the snakes. It's the name of one of Jake Sully's kids. Except it's spelled different. Sports for banishment's hardcore.
Oh, yeah. It's intercepted.
Damn it. There was a beast. Got money riding on you. Damn, blue team's really catching up. That one guy came back. Jesus Christ. Tom Brady over here doing the work. I love that they're just letting this play out as its own story. Get in there. Yeah, there you go. Final point. Something like this is actually really difficult to choreograph. I can't even imagine.
Right.
Especially all this crowd work you gotta do with everyone. Yeah, and all the dodging and jumping and diving. For a sport none of us know. Like it's impressive storytelling without the sport rules. Whoa. gets activated.
Dodge. Okay, so it seems like there's some type of like omnipresent, tethered through time memory thing happening here. Like she's just connected to her bloodline's memories. Oh my god, dude's eyes about to pop out of his head. Credits.
Ooh, opening scene.
Done. HBO presents.
Oh damn, they ain't do that to the second episode?
This is like the True Detective opening.
Well, yeah. HBO presents. Echo.
Echo.
I noticed Vincent D'Onofrio was not one of the main credited.
Ah.
They don't want people to know it's him. Trying to keep it a surprise. There he is. He's right here. Yeah.
Who's that guy?
Visual echo on the title. Nice.
Nice.
Flash of lightning. Ooh. Flash of fire.
Good old distance.
Man, that's smart. Instead of a doorbell. It's not made to be off-road. So demanding.
He just brought you all that stuff. No thanks for the Pop-Tarts.
Different
I
Pop-Tarts.
swear to God.
Yes.
Ooh, Benny boy, come chata.
Hey.
This depicts the animals talking through the wind, symbolizing the harmony of Mother Earth.
Sure it does. He's bullshit.
It's amazing. That's great. They're subconsciously drawn to buy the band.
But the aesthetic of our casita is a little more southwesty. Do you have any of those Navajo rugs?
Oh boy.
For anthropology, they haul the ethnically ambiguous schmutty philosophy.
Oh. Shots fired.
Drive over to anthropology and get your Navajo rug, but that's all stuff from Madripoor. But if you buy
Madripoor, snagging.
Scully Dick Show, you're getting authentic, handmade art from humble Native American artisans.
Go away.
We'll take it.
But
Do you have any of those bolo ties?
whoa, does a chicken have lips?
You don't have to make Caucasian people look stupid in order to elevate your... What are they? I don't know. I'm not just focused on
What side of Greg just came out?
What is that?
What's all this? Get your income tax check back or what?
I don't know why you gotta be all somehow. I just helped you that sale with the Naholos.
You know, I got better cameras than that piece of shit.
Whoa, Marvel spotlight.
Jeez.
Slow down. Swear lights.
I need way smaller.
About that.
Wow. I need teeny tiny, like a little hummingbird's tongue.
It's gonna be like George Lopez, Loopy. It's gonna be like tech genius. You sound so racist right now. He's clearly Mexican.
Uncle Key for all your hard work. Extra busy with Maya back in town and all.
I was so excited.
Oh my god.
When I told Chris to the link yesterday.
Just like casual drink.
How does he know?
Well, Maya is being like, don't tell people I'm here, but I'm gonna show up to roller skating rinks. And...
All around outside, broad daylight.
Oh, no surprise. Somebody's grandbaby having a birthday bash? I don't know. They need to come.
Yeah, some stuff you should have told me. She really does have an intimidating presence. Yeah, there's gonna be a cool action scene that happens here. All on skates.
All on skates.
Not likely.
Guys, preservation dogs told me about.
What you after?
You know.
Oh, there's like voyeur shot right here. I'm wondering if it's Loki holding the sword.
It's my understanding that she's just passing through town.
And nothing more.
Just if you can, encourage her to stick to the plan. Pass through town without causing any trouble.
hell out of Dodge.
It is a very interesting street level world they're decided to explore here. Overall, this culture.
This does not feel like a Disney Plus show at all. Like the leap between.
Well, when I heard
Hawkeye
street
and
level,
this.
I thought, oh, New York City. But to have it focused not
In a skate rink?
instead of it just being like Maya's people are good people, you could feel like
the tension and
the
the history
that goes on around this town.
Yeah.
Imagine this your family.
Yeah.
Sock it to me, 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 sock it to me. Wow. Little respect. I like how it looks green on here, but it's blue right there. Like, just imagine if I boom, bam, bow, boom, bam, bow, boom, bam, bow, boom, bam, bow, boom, bam, bow.
Oh, you gonna hold up that train? We're going spelunking.
Jumping on a train?
Just want a whole compilation and documentary about the people who just make these random UIs for like apps and shows. Yeah, buddy. Let's go, let's go.
Cool. Woo!
Mission Impossible Dead Echoing.
And the visuals are great. I do feel like she is surrounded by a lot more interesting characters than herself, though, right now.
Yeah, everyone else is just big and charismatic, and she's so nuanced and subtle. I want to know more about her, too. Sweet. Woo. Cool.
Nice transition.
They always did a great subtle pushing.
Damn, how's her heart so steady?
Training.
But she's badass, though.
That lighting's rad.
Nice stars. Interesting cut.
Come on, Hereditary, this dude.
Has a lot of grip strength.
Great treads on those shoes, too.
You think she has a six-pack?
Definitely.
That like strong core.
Red lighting, the mark of any cool noir show.
Yes. Someone's developing photos of this train car.
Camera, like a hummingbird's tongue.
It's like Star Trek. Waiter shot.
It's
right now in the middle of a mission.
Guy in the chair.
I like that he's got it like hands-free because he's such a safe guy.
Yeah.
Like he's not holding it.
Sometimes it's impressionable in the right direction.
I really appreciate it.
What do you consider that toxic waste at?
Maybe the stuff to make Daredevil? Or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the same ooze?
Oh. Will that pink slime they make McNuggets out of?
More likely that.
All my bags gear.
Oh, that's why they off-roading. I didn't put that together somehow, like a fool.
You idiot!
Come on, Maya.
Oh.
She's going in.
Man. Fully stocked utility belts.
We don't know what she's trying to retrieve right now, right?
Not to my knowledge.
This just Fisk supplies.
The priceless piece of ours.
The rabbit in the snow.
The rabbit in the snow? The rabbit in the snow.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they know about the rabbit in the snow.
Oh, no. It's her metal leg.
Metal leg, but still, that hurt. That was an
Thank
experience.
God she doesn't have a... right?
Yeah, I mean...
That was still crunchy.
Better than the alternative in this moment.
Oh, mystical powers, let's go.
Mystical powers, let's
See
go.
what happens.
Unlock the spirit of your ancestors. Do some magic shit to this train. The strength. Ooh. Oh, cool. Not bad.
So that's kind of like what we were talking about with Kahori. Like, it's a moment of like discovery and like, I don't know. I've already felt more like her being disoriented by the power than just having them.
Oh, jeez.
Terminator like.
Yeah. You're doing great, Biscuits. Biscuits.
Biscuits out here with no training.
With no training.
Ooh. Damn, this is like a video game mission.
Get over there, bud. You got one job to do.
I feel like that'd be burning her hand.
I swear to Jesus.
Oh, goody. Why do these action scenes always lead into a tunnel?
Hit him with it. 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 Hit him with it.
But we all feel the same joy. Kinder Joy. Open a world of surprise.
From the shores of Lake Pontchartrain to the Gulf of Mexico, there's a unique spirit to Jefferson Parish, and that spirit comes from the people who call it home. For nearly 2 centuries, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office has proudly been a part of this community, working to keep our residents safe so they can live, work, and raise their families. We proudly serve the residents of Jefferson Parish. The JPSO is now hiring. Join our family. Visit jpsojobs.com today.
Now make sure you clarify that. Woo, boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
The pizzeria.
Not bad. Not bad. She's been watching Fast and Furious.
Good job, Biscuits.
You really brought the gravy today.
You almost died.
We almost died. Communication. Took it back.
Steal anything? Did you plant something?
Yeah, she needed to know what was in there. We have no idea what she did.
I love her little smiles of relief.
The train made it to New York City. Yeah, it must be some Fist product.
Yeah, that guy.
Hey.
Tracksuit Mafia.
Hey. Unload these drum heads. D9s.
Obviously,
Disney's X-Men 97.
Oh, District 9 on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he did plant something.
Not
A
bad.
message.
I'm coming for you. Like an epoxy bomb.
I'm sorry, Lord. God is grace, God is good. Last thing for us from the bar here. Fed the lump in the red man.
Yeah, dude.
I started to put these shrimps in the jambalaya, but I was like, nah.
Every phone in the house.
I am very curious to see what the marriage between the fantasy, mystical side and the street level side will feel like.
Well, it's starting to accelerate, right? Like, this is the first time we've seen her actualize it.
It's building too.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the call?
Just before I called you 15 minutes ago.
Man, this guy's gonna be a bad guy.
Yeah. He moves like a fighter too much.
Heard from the other stops. Trenches up and down that whole line. Everyone did them exactly as usual. Get on next was no different.
So what are you saying?
That's the one that blew. We had nothing to do with this. We keep our heads down and our mouths shut. When the crap rolls downhill, it won't land on you.
And I brought plenty of bags.
Shouldn't you have texted that in sign language?
Yeah, just little hand signal emojis.
I don't get it.
She's officially back in town.
Really?
you around here. 20 years, way too long. I go get things.
Yeah, chop chop.
If somebody comes in, just holler.
Oh, fun. It's like a comic book panel.
Yeah. Leg upgrade.
Sure. Oh yeah, he's got to do some modifications.
Their armor melted.
A job well done, sir.
Holy shit. It's made of vibranium.
Real one, take time for me to build. That's temporary. Don't you run off with it.
That's a spare.
Maybe she doesn't really understand her heritage.
That's Chafa.
So we're gonna learn together.
Oh yeah. When they merged, turned into human beings, your grandmother. Traced your roots back to Chafa.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's that direct line.
Ancestors, but watch out for family in times of need.
It's interesting too that they gave this rendering an actual fertility-esque physique. Like a detail I never would have expected.
Your grandmother knows all that. You ask her.
Yeah, I'm asked to hear your life story and by extension my life and our people's life story.
Enough of my own upbringing.
New car, Tola? Priscus borrowed mine.
Oh, yes! Speak of the devil. I don't think she saw you, man. I think you're good.
That was amazing. Oh, this is...
Admired it, you know? Have a good one.
That shot was perfect.
I showed up for Kingpin and Maya, but it's these supporting characters who I think are really elevating this show to another level.
Man, it's been like 18 hours. Hulky's gonna kill me. I love you, man. They messed up. Biscuit's here again.
Pretty new PlayStation? No, I'm not trying to brag or nothing, but, you know, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't need the money to fix my grandma's truck. It's now at a
Low price of $100.
Damn, dude, I'll buy it.
Big money.
Everyone's from Reservation Dogs.
What happened to the truck?
I was driving their back roads and I might have been a little distracted.
Are you okay? And what was the trouble?
No trouble at all. I'm okay. Billy Jack's okay, and Maya's okay, but the truck is...
Oh, no.
Oh, dude, man.
What?
Maya is here? She's in tomorrow?
Did I say Maya? I said jambalaya.
Lucy, please call the tip line.
Biscuits, where is she?
Over and out.
Don't you dare do this to me.
I really feel like the community and the people, everyone has distinct personalities and they feel real.
They feel alive, yeah.
Like they're off doing stuff right now. The show, which I don't often.
I think she is. Oh, hold that breath here.
That's their point.
He's like doing business there now.
Undercolors.
Ooh.
His name is Austin Lecture.
Want a light scent that lasts? Try Downy Light. With no heavy perfumes or dyes, it's a long-lasting scent that everyone can enjoy. Even him. Get a light scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes.
Feel alive, yeah.
Like, they're off doing stuff right now, and I believe that in the show, which I don't often.
Pop-Tarts filled with protein.
I think she is. Yeah. Ooh, that grab you.
That's a fair point.
He's already doing business there, though, and she knows me.
Introduce a little chaos.
Ooh. It's like her colors.
Ooh.
His name is Austin Lecture. His name is Austin Lecture.
Just see, even though they're at odds, I feel like this could be one of the potential times where, like, a guy you don't want to be a villain maybe falls into that
Right area,
but maybe he's got like some kind of point that they can articulate in a sophisticated way.
Yeah, because her
I just realized that shit, bro.
It's gonna be.
Like, I see an opportunity in a character like that, and a lot of these characters that so many of these shows present and squander. And I hope they nail here, because they could.
Because she obviously needs to figure out how much she cares about these people, and he might be the one to be right while she's wrong.
Every time. Been a whole hour.
Johnny. Oh no. Girls are always fighting. Women, am I right? Ouchie. Shoot your way to the path. Damn. Thank you, Georgia.
Alright. Alright.
Oh.
That was truly like under. There wasn't a lot of action in it, but all the dialogue was so action-packed. Like, the end was the only time, like, obviously the train scene, but they really let that be subdued. I was afraid this episode would end with, like, a third act cacophony.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That was really cool.
Like,
where's their
film? He was in the train
Is
somewhere.
that not the name of the show? There actually is a new comic called Daredevil Echoes.
Daredevil Echo. Well, where is he?
Was it in Oklahoma?
If you went all the way to She-Hulk Land, why didn't you come all the way to Echo Land?
Why is he helping out the reservation?
He could be everywhere.
That's why
There's so many that
wasn't
were
in
on
the
now.
opening credits. Why wasn't he there?
White Savvy. What's going on?
Why isn't Charlie Cox Top Billy? Why isn't he the original Choctaw?
Yeah, I think it's really good. There is this part.
I swear I thought they had
In my mind, it's a problem with
That's not.
social.
Hopefully this food put me to sleep.
It's actually the buildup of plaque
Oh,
bacteria,
they
which
do.
can cause scabby.
I really
This
hope
is the Reject Nation. It's time for Echo Episode 3. This is Coy. This is John. We don't really have much time. We got to film this right now. So leave a like on this video. Subscribe and click the notification bell. Thank you so much for helping us out on these highlights. Full-length adventure watch along with your own copy of Echo over on Super Sex Rejects over our Patreon page. We cover several things soon through the highlights and watch alongs included. I don't even care to ask you how you guys are doing. Let's get to it.
Damn.
Wow, cool. Martin Scorsese presents.
He's been fighting into this universe.
In the late 1800s, Indian country was infested with dangerous criminals threatening the safety of the native nations. Tribes established their own police force to bring these criminals to justice. Who's tribal? This is like a law of
Defenders?
Light horsemen.
Have you said the Defenders?
Wow.
This is fun.
Is this fun? This story
This
of
is
what
fun.
they had to endure?
Yeah, the style is fun, Frank.
History can be light and badass.
Hey,
It's fun.
Oh my god. What do those gourds ever do to you?
I love how this is shot so modern day with cool camera work.
A lot of depth of field, yeah. Ooh, Tuklo.
Wow.
Cool. Alright, now let's see you do that with the vibranium shield. Or your hat? Uh-oh. But it's in the name.
Yeah, something shouldn't change ever.
Men are life takers.
Just produce a baby.
And then let it be unto the elements. Braids are for men. That's right. I agree. If it wasn't difficult to do with headphones on, I'd tie one right now. Braids are for men. That's right. I agree. If it wasn't difficult to do with headphones on, I'd tie one right now. You will defeat the Predator!
This is a really cool way to do a backstory and exposition.
I like how much time they take for these things.
Yeah, they're letting everything breathe, especially the openings being the supernatural or past elements.
Yeah, going from the game and the last one to this.
Oh man, she gonna save the day? She gonna whoop some ass right now.
I think they're chronological too, right? The mountain falling, the game, and then this seem to be.
Whoa.
Bang, bang.
Some ass talk, Lo. This must be her.
Oh, she's the ancestor that.
Yeah.
Beautiful shots.
Whoa, we have hit her full frame here.
Dang. And the color fade in.
Glory.
Oh.
And some sound design.
Get him. Aim true.
Braids are for men!
Yes, take that down at once. Ah, it's that look in her eye.
Proud Papa.
She can shoot.
Nice.
I like that the sound. I didn't even catch the frame change from the sound like blending into it. That was really cool.
I want to say he said frame change, and actually my frame changed.
Touche.
Oh,
Touche.
wow.
It was 4x6.
As Zack Snyder intended, yeah.
Ah, that's a great first shot after
Parallel
the credits.
earlier, yeah.
That is clever.
Super
I really
black and
think
white.
like filmmaking is on. Is
It
really
feels like
demonstrated.
someone got to make
Loki,
something.
this, and What If have really demonstrated filmmaking capacity in Marvel more than some other things. Agreed.
It's called cinema, Scorsese. Oh.
Cinema.
But you know, crap, I didn't come here to get laid up by some old wrist dog.
They demonstrated filmmaking capacity in Marvel more than some other things. Agreed.
It's called cinema, Scorsese. Oh.
Cinema.
But you know, crap, I didn't come here to get laid up by some old wrist dog.
As dogs.
You used to smell like butter when I talked Indian to you.
Powerful spotlight.
Marvel spotlight.
That might have something to do with it.
Wanna hump?
She's too much like her father.
You don't know that. You don't even know her.
And you do? You haven't seen her any more than I have in the last 20 years.
Wanna hump?
You two are exactly alike.
We are not alike.
You lost your daughter. Why don't you just swallow your pride before you lose your granddaughter, too?
I can't talk to her now. I got nothing to say.
Find some.
Well, maybe you shouldn't talk to her. Maybe you should just listen for once.
You know what it is that I figured out of why I'm so connected more with the supporting characters, because there's some actual like tension and a variety of emotion, whether that be like fear and joy. There's levels. Or whenever we cut to Maya, sometimes I feel like it's kind of she's just a little one note.
Badass. Yeah.
Dane, I promise you, man, Maya's here. Tonight, Hella Ready waits for my call.
Oh, tracksuit mafia coming to town. Let's get bowling alley fight, or a rolling skate fight.
Strong enough for this shit.
Meanwhile, in Evil Dead Rise, now this is for Ben Affleck and Gal Gadot had a conversation about stepping.
Oh, cool.
Maybe.
Shape matters because round cleans better for 100% cleaner teeth. Oral-B.
Nothing brings the pack together like a trip to Great Wolf Lodge.
Oh, they tried to warn her. Get you with mystical chloroform.
No, I think she was really taken.
No, she was the spirits.
The ancestors are trying to
That's how the
protect her.
spirits do it.
Oh,
It's fast.
Oh, you're gonna have to fight on that leg now.
That is a blessing.
Please,
I'll take care of it.
Argue in sign language.
yes. Be considerate.
Oh, he must be. Maybe he's not bad.
Maybe not.
Or maybe he's gonna do something treacherous. I don't know. I hope
He's
not.
in a tough position.
I realize how much he cares about her.
Oh, man.
Shut up.
Oh, boy. You guys gonna make this personal. Get out of your mind.
One escape. Do whatever it takes to sleep.
Oh, no.
Think to lock this door.
The delivery door.
It's after 6 p.m. No one's supposed to be there.
Stupid ass.
Out of spot.
Hey, I checked through.
Whoa. Not a good time. Pretty busy.
What timing of that?
Oh, well, I won't take very long.
Maybe you guys can communicate in sign language. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
You call me tomorrow. The rink's being audited by the IRS, and I'm just swimming in paperwork.
Is there anything I can do?
I'm good. Probably shouldn't have deducted all that mileage on all those pairs of skates.
That's clever. They'll give you 22 cents again.
Appreciate it.
I thought these guys were working for Fisk. They work for the IRS.
Yeah, that's the twist. Tracksuit Mafia is actually auditors.
The hardest even with the show.
Can't spell Wilson Fisk without the IRS.
Come on, get your firefighting hose. Yes.
Dispatch.
Oh, no. There's the third one.
Way to go, Maya. The people you care about are in danger now.
Because of you. You're going to realize this episode. Oh, is she going to attach that skate to her leg?
God. Just gotta take him on one-legged.
Not the reunion you won. You should have said hi.
Shirt though.
This better be like an impactful ass moment. The whole MCU have been waiting for Bonnie and her to reunite.
They also can't communicate because their hands are tied.
She could take off her shoe.
Morse code.
James Bond. Of course. Like I would just like cut through. Great shot. That's really cool. It's a cool way of using that trope of reflection.
Another great example of like a filmmaker, like it feels like planned and storyboarded.
Whoa. I get carried away.
Pre-production.
Okay, thank you, show. I needed this sequence. Yeah, me, Greg, you feeling? I wrote you every day for 5 years. A letter.
She's no Gosling.
Like, they just feel like sisters.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta try not to keep touch nowadays.
What did you do?
Maya brought this on herself coming home. All I did was accelerate the process.
You called someone.
I ain't taking orders from Warren. Not from you.
I'm taking orders from someone else.
Yeah. With money, sometimes.
He's got better orders.
Quickly, though.
ADR. I love the way she holding that gun.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Thank you.
Whoa, don't shoot her. If she's dead, then they can kill me. Okay.
Eyes on the prize.
This is our fault. We let him do the tie-in. I do not infuse.
Kill them.
Yeah, take him out.
Yeah, y'all ain't ready for this.
Shit, they locked him.
We can't shoot through the door.
I think we gotta go back in there and hold fire.
It's not worth the trouble. The door's locked anyway.
What's that phone number?
Can't I, like, climb through, like, the ceiling, like, die-hard it a little bit, you know what I mean?
At least to the windows back.
Got a plan. She's gonna pop out.
Yeah, she wasn't first Bonnie without.
And can Maya not read lips?
Sure she can read.
But whenever they cut to her perspective, people are talking, it seems like she can't make out what they're saying.
You're the guy. Yeah, I'm the guy. Vicky.
Vicky's my name.
I hope the information you've been texting is legit. I don't like being played with.
Guaranteed, it's the real deal. Assuming you brought that money.
Oh, yeah, no, we got protocols, right?
Package first.
You don't think I'd walk in with the money, do you?
Bro,
of course not.
He really does look like Evan Peters, boy. Oh my gosh, she's MacGyvering her foot.
She's gonna put him on her hands.
Whoa, she is crafty. They've given her a lot of time to put something together.
She's making her own Johnny 5.
Shots of her.
Yes,
She's like,
Very pleased with her abilities.
This is her the origins, guys. We're getting the Fantastic Four robot she's building.
Maya built this in a storeroom.
That was a great job. That was really good.
Yes, thank you. I really
So you smashed like it. That's gross.
Come on now, don't.
I like that detail. The glass was residing on
Shooting her with bearings. That's great.
Oh my god.
The standard is set by the best of us, by those who
Yeah, bye, so bye.
dig deeper, give more. At Sunshine, we're proud to provide.
This poor woman. She's not cut out for this.
No, she's earned it.
I get jammed up like this. You got something to spill? Huh?
This guy's having fun.
Maya Lopez. Lopez, who blew up the armory.
We're actually not at liberty to say until we get our money.
Yep.
You're gonna get killed, man.
I love the way he's playing that, too. Grasping for any threat of authority in this situation. God, looks like a saw trap.
How about let's all go out and you show me that money?
To catch up, brothers.
Let's all go out.
Piggy wants to go out. Take him out.
Dude. Evan Holbrook.
I actually really love that detail.
Oh,
whoa!
Thanks again, Peggy, for the on tip.
How he like jumped and he got shot like that.
Yeah, and this result.
Where is Maya Lopez?
She's coming for you.
Take them all out in this game. Yes!
Burn you to slay
First round zombie news in the MCU. Oh, I'm so excited.
Look at this expression. It's like, she's coming. Oh my god, yeah.
Yes.
Landing in this.
Out in this game. Yes!
Burn you to slay
First round zombie news in the MCU. Oh, I'm so excited.
Look at this expression. It's like, she's coming. Oh my god, yeah.
Yes.
Landing in this place was designed for a fight.
Batman and Robin fights.
Yes.
Linkin Park music videos.
Linkin Park music
I mean, it
videos.
looks kind of like a Rob Zombie music video, to be fair. With the needle drop. Ooh, nice.
Bit of a slow motion to that.
Yeah. You can't have the Daredevil team on every fight scene.
What?
Why did you think little Tiffany deserved to die?
Make America skate again.
Ooh. Damn.
Oh, yes, you are your people. Interesting.
Genetic memory, but with powers.
Oh, I think it's like mirroring the trajectory.
I think it's both.
Nice.
Ah! One at the paper machine!
That was cool.
Ooh! Legends of the Coyote. Whoa.
Some jump frames are interesting.
Like a Zack Snyder-esque, like, zoom out.
Ooh. Cool, cool, cool.
Whoa! Cosmic Claw.
These overhead shots.
Use the settings.
She always looks like she's having like a great time fighting.
Yeah, she's always so happy after
Whoa! Yes! Nice! After the whip!
Oh, it's so good!
Beautiful!
It's like Jackie Chan with a horseshoe.
I love seeing props used, environmental props.
Keep on! Oh,
yes.
Use everything at your disposal. Oh my god.
Come on, Lion.
Put his head through the little hole and it's 1,000 points.
Is that Bonnie?
Mystical power time.
I haven't heard this song in forever.
It's gonna be Kingpin?
Yep.
I have one eye.
I have one eye.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry, let me just...
Nope. Oh, watch these guys.
Let's go!
Wow. Okay. Leave my surrogate daughter alone.
Yeah, even from New York.
There is a certain calibration to that nick of time suspense you gotta hit.
Yes.
And,
But they didn't do. Timing is a little funky here and there on this show. I think.
Yeah. But cool fight. I like how the fight distinguished itself from the last fight.
Rob Zombie got that marble money.
Yeah. I do like the dynamic this creates for her.
Yeah, we get to see her open up some. And they do feel like sisters, like immediate
touch. Unless I need to punch you for a diversion again.
I will hurt you. They will not hurt you, I will hurt you.
Searching for a treatment option that's right for you? If your day is full of reminders of your condition, your doctor may be able to help you find what you're looking for.
Yeah. I think they need to kill off Bonnie.
It's the only thing that's keeping her human.
Bonnie needs to get an Iron Man suit or something, or become a, a special thing.
They need a fridge body.
Part where we were kidnapped by the guy who cleans my skates.
What do you think that was?
Only one person who could have.
He has one eye.
You didn't shoot him in the face good enough.
Tonight, things got up to us both. If the offer still stands, I'm helping.
Still stands. They stand.
Oh, dude.
I really like him a lot.
I like that guy a lot.
Yeah, he's great.
And she's opening up because of these relationships in a way I hoped they would.
So I wanted to hold back some of my
Second
criticisms. Yeah, because I feel like Maya's so much more invested in this episode. Yeah.
Also why it's a good binge. I do feel like the model was good for this.
It's definitely designed for a binge. I think this is on the right path here. Or the show's just complete and utter shit, according to what everyone said.
Oh yeah, those leaks from those incredible source.
So lovely.
Oh my god.
We got some mystical shit for you. That's cool. It's a MacGuffin.
It's a MacGuffin.
So much. It's great.
You don't like it.
Just know what it is.
That means Chakatushka is on the scene. If you don't like it, I could paint it matte black.
That's the first time I've really seen a full smile.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah. She smirked, but that was like a grin.
That was like
really cute.
A very real moment.
Now as a man, I'm invested in her.
Hey. She would look nicer if she smiled more. True. That's cool.
Chocolate forever.
Don't get in family business since your grandmother and I not together no more.
I still try to
daily.
You won't go see her.
She does.
Her heart was broken when you left. She left this place like it was, like a museum.
Preserve you in time. Yeah, you're one to talk about reaching
Sounds familiar there, Maya.
I guess we all do things we wish were different.
Disney's often saying the same thing.
Yeah, that's why they reshoot everything.
Boy. It's on a really good path. I think each episode has been getting better.
Yeah.
And its unique voice is becoming more and more into focus. Man, this shot so well. God damn.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a product. Like, it feels like a show. Like, there's so much, like, heart in... You can tell that people loved making it in a really interesting way.
There is a passion behind the camera here.
Like, the shots all have flourish and beauty.
Yeah. Like, they really utilize their city and locations.
And I do feel it feels very much lived in the Choctaw people.
Yeah.
How they utilize it here in their story.
Just the way they spend time with and on them in both small character moments and the big, like, sweeping flashbacks.
I just love that shot of that grandmother.
It's just the difference between shooting on location versus the volume, but to scale. Like, this all feels like the difference between, like, practical and having people that are invested behind the camera on camera.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Mystical ending.
Maybe a Fisk ending.
A mystical Fisk ending.
I am the one eye.
Oh, she's in, like, superhero garb now.
Yeah. Echo red.
Look at them straps.
Strapped up.
There he is!
You nailed that.
I sensed his presence.
I like the tune they composed for him. Was that in Hawkeye or is
No, it feels
show?
new. I think it's heavy. It's strong.
This feels like it's being played on a broken instrument.
Yeah.
Crest 3D White Professional. Clinically proven whitening ingredients. 100% more stain removal. Crest.
Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps. It's more than soap. It's Power Wash.
Come to Papa. Yes, that was awesome. I love the boldness of Fisk showing up like that without anyone else.
Just him
Showed
being
me
enormous.
so much, dude. Enormous in such a vulnerable stage. Like, she could just shoot him in the other eye.
Yeah.
If she
Yes.
wants to, and she
He just comes up
shows
injured and, like, he clearly hurt.
Yeah, and a new outfit, looking fresh with those drips.
Oh my.
Man, I really like this show.
Coy. Pick
Whoa.
up on the dialogue.
Whoa.
What dialogue? What do you have for me?
What? The drips, Coy.
We're on the drips.
Do it,
We're
John.
on the drips.
Oh, John's just mocking what he does now. Do what you naturally do.
Sorry. I'm
Drips.
sorry. Fix myself. All right.
Still mocks it. Can't do it. Can't do it, Jay.
Can't do it now.
It's natural. I was so wrapped up in the show, I forgot the plug.
That is, it's like I'm looking at myself in the mirror and I look great, G.
RejectNationStuff.com. Get this awesome shirt. Get that awesome shirt.
This one.
This awesome shirt.
All
designed by Real Rejects. Couple are a partnership with others, but for the most part, design ourselves. So thank you guys so much, because it is the personal most favorite way to support the Chanel. And I mean that from the bottom of the heart. Thank you to all that bought one. You look good when you do it too, and they feel comfortable.
Yeah.
We made sure to choose shirts that actually feel comfortable. Someone with a hairy body, I care about a comfortable shirt. What time is it? We are up against the clock, and no one else is already. All right, Coy, since we got a lot to say, so we got 2 more episodes to go through.
Poppin'. What up, girl? Say what? Oh, yeah? All day, baby. All day. Ain't time. Girl, you know there's other great things in life, right? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. Mm-hmm. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, it still ain't sound like you ain't good though, girl. What? What you think about? How was your day, girl? You stayed home from daycare? Ooh. Lucky. Ain't that something, girl? Where you going? What? Huh?
When? What, just now? Oh, okay. Please. I need another one, please. See? You're supposed to hit my mom with the puppy dog eyes. Please. Pretty please. What's up, girl? You over there doing what you're doing? No. Then what you doing then? I see the TV on, but you ain't. Huh? Say, girl. You got both of your robes out, girl. You got the Minnie Mouse one out and the Grogu one out. You just gotta rock both of them at the same time, huh? I feel you. Oh, look at your looking ass. Oh. Ah, girl. Girl, it's not time to go to sleep yet, though. Why are you trying to get comfortable? Aw. Nah. Whew. Whew. You about to go to sleep, girl? Yeah, man. Trying to piece me out and stuff. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Oh, no. You ain't got to fake it for me, girl. Girl, you're so invasive. Oh, man. Lynn, you about to get comfortable with mommy? Y'all both about to go to sleep? Damn, how that's what go? Look, she made that face like she was low-key hating when you said that. Fat girl. Fat baby. Fat baby. Fat baby. Fat baby. Fat. What you talking about? What you talking about, girl? Oh. Specifically, YouTube kids. Can't trust that regular YouTube. Oh, Lord.
Like to watch the kids that speak different languages.
Oh, really? Well, you watching it, girl, so you must like it. You get you a camera, start your own YouTube channel. Every time. No reason. Wait. Man. Yeah, girl, you about to get comfortable and pass on out. I can tell by the stillness in your body. And you just yawn? You got to go. You ain't trying to do nothing anyway. I just like to watch TV with mommy. Ooh, I'm so comfy.
Lennox. Lennox. Hey, girl. Look, you can go and hang up the phone, man. You know, no, you ain't gotta get up. You ain't gotta stunt. You ain't gotta stunt. It's okay. It's okay. You can go on back and get comfortable. I was about to let you go since you just about to, dig all in your nose in front of the camera. You just so beautiful. Just, yes. Yes. Lynn. Bye, baby. Bye, baby. It's your favorite thing to do. Pee somebody out. Uh-oh. About to go. Uh-oh. Alright, baby girl.
She about to hang it up.
I was about to say, you about to click it? You about to piece me out? Oh, you psyched me out, girl. Okay. Red button. Click the red button. That girl's so fucking smart. I hate it. I'm pretty sure she was smarter than me around that time for sure. I bet. Ooh, I bet. Oh man, that girl funny. That girl is funny.
Everybody wants a healthy work life, and life, where you can dream big in tech, or medicine, or when you get to reinvent the automobile, all with easy access to this, and this. This is Michigan. This is where big careers shape the future. Your future. Want to start living your best life? You can in Michigan.
Cascade Platinum Plus. I load this.
Who's that fat baby? Land that fat baby. Who's that fat baby? Land that fat baby.
More on them after the reaction, people.
Who's that fat baby?
We are reject merch out today, looking like Kingpin out of the greatest Marvel series, Hawkeye. Alrighty, well, we have made our way to episode 4. If you didn't catch our reactions to episode 1 through 3, that is up here on the channel, of course. How are you guys enjoying this series? You liking it? I see mixed reviews on social media. We gotta watch the first 3 early. We were watching this in real time with everyone else, maybe just 2 hours ahead. John, how are you?
Buttered like biscuits. G, how are you?
I get it. Alright. Coy, how are you?
I don't get it, but I'm excited to be explained it later.
I was lying to him. Alrighty, guys, we'll leave a like on this video. That would mean a lot. So be sure to subscribe, click the notification bell, of course, as we got one more episode to get through.
Take them
off. Down these highlights.
Got all my other ones off. I just haven't took my thumbs
I'm
off.
assuming so. I've been time traveling here. That's where you get the full interaction watch along, where you sync up with your own copy of Echo, available for Super Sex Rejects, and of course, we cover several things exclusively over there with highlights and watch alongs included. I'm ready to check this out. I'm excited. Let's do it, guys.
I sense New York flashback. Does anyone else? I hear horns of New York.
Sounds like New
people
York.
walking here. Yep.
Oh, going back to Avengers. Nope, take it back, going back to Iron Man.
Oh, it's the opening trailer scene.
Hi. What are you having? Huh?
What are you saying? I don't read pointing to things.
I'm being really uncomfortable about it.
One.
Use your words.
Ouch, dude. She's.
I love him breathing so
This
loudly.
guy's being such a bully. They're so nice in New York.
No?
You mean to tell me you can't read that much
Oh,
body
yeah,
language?
I swear.
Wait here, Maya. Father has something he needs to do.
I need to go smash this guy. Yes. Crush his head with some frozen treats.
I like how he gets her in the alley so she can't see it, but he's doing it. He needs it.
Ooh, nice. There you go. There you go. Get some blood splat on that white. Oh yeah. Come on, show us Marvel.
This guy's gonna beat up Spider-Man so good.
Yeah. I blood. Give me it.
That's squelched wetly.
It is squelch intensifies.
Inch your way to feeling like the Netflix show. Punch by punch.
Make me jacket. I don't want Maya.
Uh-oh. Can I do that?
Teach me?
Don't be afraid.
I love you.
I don't know if this was the reaction we should have all felt, but certainly did.
Interesting. It really feels like the early 2000s movies.
Like Daredevil, like Ben Affleck's.
Dear finalists, well, we still have our Sunday evening dinners, but your tutelage has come to an end. You're ready
You're men.
to move from the theoretical to the practical.
Oh man, this really feels like Kingpin.
I love the way he's like the clip of his voice.
We're the only ones we can trust. That's your final lesson.
Okay.
You're dismissed.
This looks and feels straight out of the Netflix show.
These scenes?
You went over into the penthouse suites and stuff? Yeah.
Just the way the camera moves and the soundtrack.
Buddy.
Oh, is she about to get taken out?
Oh, the Joker?
Yeah. She did too
Wow.
much.
It's messed up.
Maya.
Wow.
Now I don't know what you're saying. We can no longer communicate. I did not think this through, Maya. I'm just gonna have to kill a lot of interpreters.
Maybe that's why he learned before the Hawkeye appearance, because he's like, I don't trust interpreters. I'm gonna have to learn.
Could be. Maybe there will
I
be
went
an
through so
actual
many.
story behind that. Like a Cyclops.
He just wants a hug. He didn't show up alone.
Yeesh. Whoa. What are we doing?
A contact. Oh, so they can communicate.
Oh, that's
Whoa.
awesome.
That should be invented, if it hasn't been.
Yes.
That's neat.
I commissioned a few accessories, so I wouldn't have to learn. I thought it was important that we could communicate with no go-between.
Killed so many interpreters.
That, yes, you made that very clear in New York.
A few years ago, this would have been goofy, but you know that we can actually develop some shit like this now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're probably just a few years away.
The Apple Lens thing will probably have something similar.
I thought that we could have a Sunday family dinner, like we used to.
I love this.
A picnic here in the yard. Semantics. Tomato.
Potato, potato.
So, I didn't think I needed Swiffer until I saw how easily it picked up my hair every time I dried it. It only takes a minute. Look at that. The heavy-duty cloths are extra thick for amazing trap and lock, even for his hair. Wow, you'll love Swiffer or your money back.
Where are the kids, by the way?
I left him in the woods with some bread. That was 3 days ago. Extended family. I like you, Jim, even though you took some getting used to. So did you. So did you. So did you. So did you. Extended family, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
They say the aches and pains are enough. It's all downhill for you. Well, I'm just getting started.
This was supposed to be 8 episodes originally, right?
Really?
I think there's supposed to be more than 5.
Yeah. I would have assumed 6, but
I could feel that it really should have dived a little more deep to the backstory.
I'm not angry with you, Maya. Despite
Oh,
the little souvenir you left me with.
that wasn't that bad.
But you did what you thought you had to, just like I taught you. And I was impressed.
This was another test.
I think there's a part of you that's happy that I'm still alive. But your face, it told another story just now when you saw me.
I like that you hear a little bit of the audio.
It hurts that you were so ready to believe the worst. You raised a hand to me in violence. I thought you saw my actions as heroic.
It's good seeing you.
And then I couldn't stand any hurt.
Looks so cool. Yeah, trust. She gets a VR experience and just watch this through.
Try to fuck me. Y'all saw that shit, huh?
Sure. It's just, he's got so much presence. Always.
Yes.
Great timing.
I feel like this is when I feel the most of her body language, more than you once.
I have a proposition. You want an empire, you'll have it.
Why?
You can have everything. All you have to do is come home with me.
I love when they choose to use
The timing of it is
yeah.
always interesting because it's a connection, it's like an intimacy. I think we feel more for her because we were like in her head in so many ways.
I'm leaving to New York this weekend. Until then, I'm at the Choctaw Casino.
No, I like the complexity of that scene a lot because I believe what he's saying. And she fears for her life.
Well, yeah, there's the conflict of like, I've chosen and I've made a fresh choice to reject this, but also the parts that must be holding on still.
All the threats of violence with the trust. It's very interesting.
He's handing me queen, and
Please, tell me you're not that stupid. I know you can. That's what scares me.
I would love it if she becomes a villain.
Maybe Shang-Chi's sister with the 10 rings.
You know why? I'm 45 and alone. Because
Crying.
I care about was taken away by him.
Bucket of blood to your left.
After your father died, I tried to get out.
Who is this guy? He is so good.
Fisk tried to kill me. I came back here and did his dirty work. And I don't want you to become me.
He's so good at emoting with his hands and mouth and body language. It's like 3 different acting skills.
I was confused.
This is another really good scene of character work. This is like a million years better than freaking Secret Invasion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, 100%.
I think this is one of the better Marvel shows.
Yeah, it is really good, yeah. I don't agree with a lot of parts I agree with, but I don't feel like what I agree with outweighs what I really like. Yeah.
It has flaws, certainly, but they're this big compared to, I think, the good.
Looking for a smarter way to mop? Try the Swiffer Power Mop. An all-in-one cleaning tool with a 360-degree swivel head that goes places a regular mop just can't. Mop smarter with the Swiffer Power Mop.
Ask for one of those bulbs, would you?
Sure thing.
So she's really connected with her ancestors. Or she seems at peace with it. I am wondering if this will seamlessly blend in.
The spirits are calling out. 2 generations.
Come on, stay with me.
Cool. Great cut. Because the grandma, before the woman died at the beginning of the first episode, you know, she was talking about how ancestors are speaking to me, and I feel like it was probably a very literal thing.
Yeah, I think it's a direct line to her, but she's more connected because of how closer she was, right? Because she's really like 3 generations away.
One more reunion.
There's something going on. Chola can help you.
And I think her performance this episode is great.
Yeah, whoever directed this one directed the characters so much more interestingly.
Yeah, I think she's great here.
She's got so much going on behind her, like, stony facade. Feels weighted.
Dreamcatcher. The only thing I'm worried about is I saw the runtime was really small in the last episode.
Oh no!
This is really good so far. This episode's pretty great to me.
In your head.
Zombie. She's got so much going on behind her, like, stony facade. Feels weighted.
Dreamcatcher. The only thing I'm worried about is I saw the runtime was really small.
Oh no!
This is really good so far. This episode's pretty great to me. In your head, zombie.
Generations away.
One more reunion.
There's something going on. Trilla can help you.
I think her performance this episode is great.
Yeah, whoever directed this one directed the characters so much more interestingly.
Yeah, I think she's great here.
She's got so much going on behind her, like, stony facade. Feels weighted.
Dreamcatcher. The only thing I'm worried about is I saw the runtime was really small in the last episode.
Oh no!
This is really good so far. This episode's pretty great to me. In your head, zombie. Places your spirit has been to. Cosmic dust passed down to you.
People playing a game that reminds me of Quidditch.
Movie nerd, bro. I saw it when I was in high school. I love the wide-eyed, like, fear spectacle.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Doctors at the hospital found complications with my pregnancy. We were both in danger. It's in God's hands, they said.
Oh. Whoa.
Oh, it's her.
I found me, took me out of the White Hospital, brought me to a midwife,
Sure.
where I could be surrounded by my sisters.
I knew I couldn't trust Kaiser Permanente.
Ever.
They rejected my PPO.
That's you. Damn. Oh, nice.
Cool. It's cool. The shape comes into formations. Neato.
Crest Pro Health antibacterial fluoride stops cavities before they start. Crest.
Downy makes clothes softer, fresher, and better. We breathe life into your laundry.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't.
It's like its own sort of ancestral plane.
I could hardly say they were always with me. They had an ability
So cool.
when they were truly needed.
Like when chloroform was about to reach onto Maya's neck.
Yeah.
With your mother and I, it was a life or death ordeal.
Sure.
Wow.
Wowie.
Whoa.
Came into this world and set about lifting the pain of others.
This is the most epic birth I've ever seen. Truly.
She was a healer. Mother. When your mother was killed.
Oh, I see.
Father. Aww. from the father, yeah, it's his perspective.
Generations.
No.
This is your name. They've been like back-to-back really good characters. I know. 3 in a row. It's a banger episode.
Hey.
Instead, she got a kingpin. Nature versus nurture.
Yeah, I was gonna say that nature and nurture is real in this episode.
Whoa, you could hear her.
I wonder if they turned the mics up. She's a lot of her scenes for that.
Yeah,
so good at this
I don't know
episode.
what's so different, but it's so different.
She's great. The build of the character, and I feel like if they consistently ground the mysticism into like the heritage and the emotionality of the characters,
And her being an anchor to it.
because I've been consistently worried like, how are they gonna blend like street
hasn't
level
happened
shit
yet.
with my yeah.
No, she's about to bust out the 10 rings and a bangle and all sorts of other stuff.
But it is interesting how the night before she gets the offer to be queen, and then the morning she learns the truth about her ancestry. It's a dichotomy going.
It is?
Very
important.
Great song, Paul.
Am I totally missing like there's so many people like bashing on the show?
If you
I can really see it, and I'm having like the hardest time.
People are
this is really good,
Yeah.
man.
I think so.
It's kind of bad.
I'd say there's something here to fix Pokey's truck.
Everything the light touches is yours.
Is that from Lion King?
Biscuits knows it's Disney, right?
Chola always says there's nothing too broke to fix. If you want it bad enough, don't throw it away.
Aww.
Beautiful metaphor.
Look, damaged cars echoing throughout the lot.
Because we're all damaged.
And the traumatic, heritage passed down through the death of the American audio industry,
Oh, she's gonna have the coolest super suit.
And also the background and the journeys that her relatives have gone on affect her origin. Very much so.
And the supporting characters are so much more interesting because of that. They're actually related. Oh, that's so cool.
It is a tapestry.
Maya, we are playing blackjack. Come play craps with me, Maya. Draw 4. Oh my god, he is Robert De Niro from Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just move in here, buy a steak, take the profits.
I suspect you've come to kill me. Again.
Gotta come one in.
Yep, the other eye.
I suspect this weapon aimed at me is to shoot me.
I can't remember a time when I loved you like a daughter. Don't you remember?
Oof.
You knew what you were part of. At every turn, all the people you killed for me. Did you plead for their lives?
She influenced when she was a child.
I ask you. Who's the monster?
But he's always thought of himself as someone doing the right thing, so he would see it that way. This is 100% a sequel to Daredevil, because we don't care about that other kingpin.
That's what tyrants do.
Oh, there it is! See? I pointed that out so much.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Where her whole family worked for her.
Yeah. He was negligent to even try.
I was there for you. I know now that I failed you. I keep this with me. It's to remind myself where I come from.
What's good? Is it gonna be a head?
Is it a shrunken head?
Gwyneth Paltrow's head?
No, it'll be the guy from Reacher's head.
Pass on to you.
Yeah.
My father felt stronger when he beat my mother. I got strong enough to stop him without.
Netflix is killing me.
Who's raised by you? And then you killed my dad?
I killed him to be free, to move forward in my life. What are you offering?
So enough games.
Kill me.
Yeah.
Free yourself.
Wow. Manipulative tactic.
Jordan's sword knows that on fiery seas, so Dad grabbed Plus Lotion to soothe her with ease. Plus Lotion, a gentle and sensitive skin, and wants in moisture to provide soothing relief. But Louise and Louis deserves Puffs indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
Do it yourself. Stop taking orders. Sometimes there's that blood little is the editing that they do. Like that whole sequence is great up until it's like the little tiny thing after the process. I know it sounds iffy, but I can feel the suspense being trimmed shorter and then after she puts the hammer down in the car. I don't know. Yeah, there's great. Sometimes there's like little editing things. The deleted scene from it's kind of we should look at all these flashbacks, huh? See that we're starting our macaroni. Is this the first one for her? This is her score. Sounds like it goes to but baby bad. Sounds like a superhero thing. You're just cool music, just go over the face. It's your mama calls thing. And slaps almost against the jet door. Sorry, you broke the plane. We're gonna have to switch to a whole new plane. Dope sauce, dope sauce, dope sauce. We've got some and we got one more episode, but I wanna welcome to this one in the meantime because that was best one of them all. Yeah, hope 5 doesn't ruin it with its rage. But time like this usually does. But before we start talking about that, maybe.
To move forward in my life. What are you offering?
So enough games.
Kill me.
Yeah.
Free yourself.
Wow. Manipulative tactic. Do it yourself. Stop taking orders.
You and I, Maya. Okay. Full circle.
He knew she would.
In the morning, come home.
Just sometimes there's like that one little. This is in the editing, I think. Like the whole scene was great up until after. It's like the little tiny beat after. I'm like, oh, I should just. I know it sounds iffy. I can feel the suspense being trimmed shorter. Yeah, but then after she puts the hammer down, I was like, all right. Yeah, everything is great. We got 5 episodes. Got to move on. Yeah, sometimes there's like little editing things. Oh, that's the deleted scene from Hawkeye. It's canon. That left. Uh-oh. The conflict. Where's she laying in all these flashbacks, huh? Yeah, we're starting her macaroni.
Is this the first thing for her store?
This is her store.
Sounds like Echo 3.
What gave you that idea?
I don't know, it feels like a superhero, like, theme building.
It's just clean music.
I'm a color scheme.
Slaps up his head against the jet door. Yes. Feel the chest crush that yeah, look at your little flowers and fingers.
Ingredients to power today. People sort of twist with healthy choice powables.
Doesn't ruin it with its really short runtime like
Disney Plus usually does. But before we start talking about that, I did want to share with you. This video is sponsored by one of my personal favorite services, Rocket Money. More on that after the reaction, people. What is going on there, citizens of the Reject Nation? We are Marvel Focus, and you can get this at rejectnationshop.com. Find all the Google wear everything else. Greg got his shirts for Christmas. We are actually wearing the brand. What is happening here? Must be a good one. Anyway, guys, we're at the Echo finale. Loved episode 4. I think I speak for all of us as that being our favorite of the 4 that we had watched. Let's just see what happens. We all right? Let's see what happens. Episode 5. I am very hopeful right now. As I'm sure all 3 of us are. I'm really dragging my words here. Leave a like on this video, and while you're doing that, tell us in the comments, what did you think of the finale? Did it land well for you? Did it meet your expectations? Yeah, it's true. Cameo. X-Men or Echo? Rapper, thank you for helping us edit this down. Fully the secret with your own copy of Echo, available for Super Sex Rejects at our Patreon page. Thank you to all who have joined just to watch Echo with us. We cover several things over there, exclusive with highlights and watch logs included. All right, let's do it.
Ain't nothing back on after the day.
It's the bird. Oh, the bird had come back for you, Coy. I gotta know what he is. He's a woodpecker this whole time. Woody Woodpecker. It looks like he's woodpecking. No, don't do it. You like him. Yeah, that's the deal. Sorrow? So sad? Feel bad about it? No longer like this shit is cool. Versus a woodpecker. Yeah, we're gonna get that. see it all this time. This is how we start to cross over the powers of this trinitarian. All it takes is a hashtag. And also like a power.
That's fake.
Are they gonna get us that Hawkeye? She's gonna shoot.
I haven't seen you around before. You here for the powwow?
Yes.
People come from all over for our Chalk Foundation powwow.
Is that right?
For what that like?
It's American Sign Language. It says I love you.
Oh. You sign?
I tried for my niece. I just started.
I know those 3 words.
I have been for my daughter. She's passed on now.
I've lost someone who I love. It's the kind of pain you never quite get over.
I keep it up now for my granddaughter.
His body language is amazing. It's like this clenched fist.
Her name is Maya. She's good.
That's her.
Yeah. Rocks on. Everywhere. Rocks on. Easter egg. Please explain this ending to me. What does it mean? Tell me, someone in comics. Motorcycle, 2 wheels. Xavier confirmed. Jackal? It's Jackal.
Like nothing's happened with the Rocks on world. No, it's just keep throwing rocks on everything.
They could have done something really cool with it with 4, but they just, there was a plot line right there. They just. It's $1 million contact.
Is it time to ask your doctor about Entivio?
They're the best. Ba-ba-dum.
Do you want a friend who will never leave your side? Introducing Chauncey the Bear.
Never did this one. Oh shit. That's fake. Oh, I'm just seeing this. Oh, hell no. I'm sorry.
Wow. Get after him, biscuits.
She'll sure be here right now.
What did you do, Wilson Fisk?
hope they didn't hurt Shulman. We just talked about our love for her. That's what you do. You make her great.
Maya really hasn't done much though this season.
Herself?
Poetry.
Warning of danger. Yeah, episode 2.
I really do feel like it needed to be a longer season.
Oh, Kingpin's saying at everybody.
She just went there. The bird.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
About danger.
Good that they were so invested in Bonnie.
She remembers what the bird means now. Nice. Those are always such cool like those locked off shots. Oh, hey, this is trimmed out.
I swear this was supposed to be 10 episodes.
I feel like it's supposed to be longer. You can feel it.
And I think that's why there are 100 writers on every one.
Oh, Bonnie.
He said Bonnie.
I look racist there.
Yep. Wait a minute, they're all not Bonnie?
And then you guys corrected me, so you guys probably thought the same shit too.
Yeah, Frank's making sure it's all just going down that shit.
I thought you were making a joke.
That word echo. Yeah. It's like you guys pointed out last episode.
Oh, it's pretty. I like that
name.
And it matches the blood.
And the handprint, that's right. David Mack, man.
Time for the people. What? The power is manifest. I like lore that works that way where you have all the ancestors in you.
It is like One for All.
It's like the good version of what they did in What If at the end. That's cool.
The ancestors are your Infinity Stone.
Yeah, gather your powers. Cool.
Love in every stitch. Now go beat Kingpin's ass.
Where's Bonnie?
She's been kidnapped.
She's with everybody else.
She was just there.
That's so pretty.
The craftsmanship, yeah, it's gorgeous. Navajo taco. Wow. It's beautiful. The culture incorporation feels very natural. It feels like it's part of the foundation.
Yeah, and the sense of community they lace throughout is just. And there's a real mood to it. Transcends.
My man. He's great on Res Dogs. He's like a spirit guide.
Also, the fact that got actors from those shows makes me think they especially trimmed this show down.
Yeah, no, yeah. Better than some other shows have, but yeah.
Big finale action scene, let's go.
Gotta happen, gotta punch the problem.
Show up in your suit.
Echo.
Show up in that suit.
We got our emotions out of the way.
All roads led to this, Fast X. There's the X.
Ticket fraud, boys. Let's bring them in, boys. Hook up.
Echo. Show up in that suit.
We got our emotions out of the way.
All roads led to this, Fast X. There's the X.
Ticket fraud, boys. Let's bring them in, boys. Hook up. Hook up.
This looks like the same spot where they were playing that game.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Hey, wow.
Wow, what an entrance to suddenly make.
Part of the
to
perception.
be introduced in this outfit, surrounded by her family.
It's so cool.
With the Choctaw people. That is great.
It's celebration.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that a lot. That was unexpected.
I like that it wasn't a big landing, it was this subtle turn, too.
Why the position?
We're in Vegas, baby. You know we gonna celebrate.
I just touched down, now it's time to celebrate. Super Bowl in Vegas, this where the big steppers play. My whole squad will paint the town, but they won't decorate. And my work a bit excessive, check my resume. Keep it a scene, if I'm speaking, I'm the keynote. This ain't a dream, no. Super Bowl with Ocho Cinco. Kobe Chukudu, Ben Winkle, stars a line like bingo. My dancers like black with the excessive cream, no cappuccino. Win, 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 I'm on fire right now. If you cannot win, sorry, my friend, you are my highlight now. Yeah, 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 dance, 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 dance.
I'm feeling the vibrations. Getting really in tune.
We're going back to like feeling from in her POV.
Go with the rhythm. Just be one with the elements.
We're so used to going to hear, listen to her heartbeat, so it's like the heart with the drums is a swell of her emotions. I would love for Daredevil to show up in the middle of the fight.
Just take care of everything.
Like, I've been watching them all day.
Don't worry, I got this. Got my gun bucket.
I love that the only special effect in the show is a bird.
I want my Dorth.
I'm way more invested in this bird. Whiplash's bird can stay in the past.
But the show's ability to capture the culture of present day, whilst also weaving it into the tension of the situation at hand.
And making the mythology and the powers tying into that.
Saying they're like having the culture representation without it being like, let's just stop to look. Yeah, it's great. What?
What's this?
911. If Kingpin just gets defeated again, is he just going to show up in every show they get defeated?
Like, hey! Something that connects all the universes.
Yes.
That's fun.
Let's go long. They look alike. Knows well enough to shoot us from the contact away.
So terrifying.
Don't throw emotions there, Bonnie.
Oh man. I hope he makes it, but I'll bet he won't. I think that guy's gonna take him out. It's gonna be a mini boss fight. We have to have that like.
Yeah. Like the Choctaw Nation. Wow. This man. Ooh, there's the confession.
In case you forgot. The power of his words through silence and her reaction and control. That was a great scene.
Crack open a cold one, my dude.
You know what I'm saying, man? Look, don't go stop playing, man.
I don't know how to sign all this.
Interesting to keep it all in her perspective there. Activate love.
Yes.
Hashtag to death. The power of his words through silence and her reaction and control. That was.
Police service.
mean, if Kingpin just gets defeated again, is he just going to show up in every show to get defeated?
Like Kang? Kangpin. It's the thing that connects all the universes.
Woof. Woof.
That's fine.
Which one, Quinn?
That's her mom.
They look alike.
Oh, he knows well enough that she would have thrown the contact away.
So terrifying.
Don't throw emotion to that, Bonnie.
Aw, man. I hope he makes it, but I bet he won't.
I think that guy's gonna take him out. It's gonna be a mini boss fight. You have to have that, like...
Yeah.
It's playing the Choctaw Nation.
Wow.
This thing, man.
Ooh.
There's the confessions.
In case you forgot.
The power of his work through silence and her reaction and control. That was a great scene.
Crack open a cold one, my dude.
I don't know how to sign all this.
Interesting to keep it all on her perspective there.
Activate love.
Yes.
Hashtag him to death.
I got a question for you. You want to get in? You have been selected in the biggest reality show in the dark web. If people...
Cool.
Yes.
Hashtag him to death. Cool.
Oh my god. Oh, let's get down to business.
Whoa, I didn't know that. That's cool.
That's wicked. Go, Midoriya! Oh, damn. I'm doing a little bit of the Thor right now. Oh, well, Chula at least definitely has it, but I guess they all must have some kind of connection to it.
None of them have guns.
That's what Biscuits has.
Biscuit. Oh my god, yes!
Take out the cavalry biscuits!
Monster Jam! Monster Jam 2024! Yeah. Silence that thing up. Ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Oh, that's gotta land somewhere.
Still not fireworks.
Nope.
It's just an explosion in the sky.
Woo. Now twist his nipples. Whoa.
Are you healing his eyes?
She's healing him.
Oh.
Now you have to live in my debt.
Oh, the wall that looks
She's
like...
taking it back.
The painting, yeah.
Just chill with your trouble.
Oh. Angry hurt boy in him.
Wow.
Whoa, she's accepting of this.
silhouette work is cool.
Whoa. I'm not a bitch.
He's always been such a petulant child. It's so cool to see, like, the big baby have a tantrum and not, like...
Yeah, not get his way.
And he was about to do that, like, Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse killing move.
Yeah.
That big, amazing Spider-Man number 51st appearance of Pinkpin.
The greatest compliment I can give this finale is that it could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Sure. It's way better proportion than I expected.
But the butt will be reserved. Stay tuned for the butt. So wearing the suit helps her get more in tune because of the threads in there?
I don't know if it's physical or mental, but it connects her. Like, maybe looking at it, but it could also physically.
And I like kind of leaving that a little vague, actually. I think is kind of nice. You know, in a time where it's like, you gotta know the rules. I think it's actually kind of nice.
Because her grandma made it, which connects her, and it visually connects her, and it could also physically.
Bonnie.
That one's
greatest
Bonnie.
character.
Love Bonnie.
Utilized throughout properly. All that build-up in her.
I know so much about her.
Instead of going away, she's going to be going to the barbecue. We're going to think she's leaving, but she's joining. We're going to get the Fast and Furious ending with the barbecue.
Come on, crack some Coronas.
Why are you ruining something so
I'm hoping that's what happens, Greg.
And then Scar's gonna show up with Hulk.
She's gonna hear, yeah!
You brought a lot of criminal activity here.
People did die.
Yeah, but she's the protector of Tamaha now. This one small town in Oklahoma.
What a formal hug.
Aww.
That was cool. It was the softest we saw her eyes in the whole show.
It feels like a collaboration.
Thank you, Kevin Feige.
Thank you, Kevin, for authoring all of this.
And Bob Feige.
Thanks to Stan Lee for coming up with the Choctaw Nation.
He's a time traveler. He's King the Conqueror.
There's a skip credits option.
Oh, there's no post?
No, I'm saying no. A skip credits option means
there is a
There's
post.
probably a post.
Let's
pay attention, John, to the rules.
Sorry, which streaming service are we on?
If there is no post credit, it just goes to a small box that says, "Now watch this other shit," because you don't care.
Oh.
With all the remaining heads, we need to stabilize the situation before it spirals out of control.
Oh, my heads. Race for mayor.
Oh, yes!
Turns out most voters want somebody who is a fighter.
There are legitimate problems in the city right now, and the voters want somebody who understands the pain they're going through, who understands the frustration they're going through.
I told you. There you go, man.
A bare-knuckle brawler would do well in this race, an outsider.
Bare Fisk.
The question that remains for so many people is that candidate
There's no doubt he is weak in the process, but there's still a window of opportunity. That's what the poll is telling us. It could be anybody's race.
You know that feeling of having to rewash dishes that didn't get cleaned? I don't.
Platinum Plus is Cascade's best clean ever. With double the Dawn and double the scrubbers, it removes the toughest grease and residue for an irresistible clean and shine. Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
That was a great game.
Dad, I'm cold.
Okay, I'll turn the heat on.
Control your climate remotely with complimentary class-leading Blue Link Plus, available on the new Hyundai Tucson.
That is a fantastic way to set up Thunderbolts. Oh,
Wilson
that's so
Fisk
fun.
will run for mayor.
You make him mayor, you outlaw vigilantes like they do in the comics all the time, and then the Thunderbolts is all that.
I think it's more Daredevil Born Again.
Oh, I think Daredevil as well, but Thunderbolts is also, like, I think it's going to be big ramifications. Young Avengers, Thunderbolts, Daredevil.
I don't think that's going to have anything to do with Thunderbolts.
We're never going to see a result or follow-up.
I don't think their new section of their TV shows for Marvel Spotlight are going to directly affect
Thunderbolts.
I think X-Men need to be hated and feared, so we need to get superheroes on the outside.
Born Again is going to be a political thriller about Kingpin in the system. Just being so big and scopic and have more direction than what they're currently doing, but I'm telling you,
They should let me write.
Something's going to happen.
I'd be
It's
in
all
there.
set up there with Born Again.
I'd be in there.
All I know is that if you want a private jet like Wilson Fisk, what's really important is that you start getting your finances in order now. If you learn how to handle your finances for today, then you could build a fortune for the future. And it all starts with knowing your bills. And this is sage advice as I segue into our sponsor. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video, a brand that I am happy to be partnered with, thrilled to. It's fortunately one that I have been using for quite a while now. Prior to ever agreeing to a partnership with them, I was like, that makes for the best kind of synergy promotion because I can actually talk about them from my heart here. Reason being, like many of you guys, like for years, I'm constantly downloading all kinds of financial apps that I keep forgetting to use or I don't really find quite as beneficial. Rocket Money has been the one, the only one. I'm not just saying it is the only one that I have been able to consistently use, rely on, that has been an absolute game changer for me. On a very personal note, running Real Rejects is an absolute privilege. However, you know, like I stress out about taxes and it's the beginning of the year and I'm like, I'm trying to be smarter and get it all done. Now, I already started like a couple months ago getting things in order. Managing Real Rejects finances while managing my own personal finances has been an ongoing struggle, and I'm very big on like efficiency and being organized, but clearly it wasn't as good enough as I thought I had been. So before Rocket Money came into my life, I was drowning in subscriptions and struggling to keep track of my expenses. And as I really wanted to like get everything in order, Rocket Money came at the right time for me. I was overwhelmed with subscriptions I didn't even know I had or had still been subscribed to. I mean, do you ever wonder how many subscriptions you actually pay for? Have you ever taken the time to really do it? It'd be a little daunting. Rocket Money helped me see what I was missing, and best part, they even canceled those subscriptions for me with just a simple tap. So with Rocket Money, you can have all your subscriptions in one place, making it easy to cancel anything unnecessary without the hassle of dealing with customer service.
Alright, got through all 5 episodes. The breakdowns for new rock stars. I don't know. I should, huh? Guess you're watching New Rock Stars.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Jessica Clemens, and this is a breakdown of the first episode of Echo, a new Spotlight series that dropped all their episodes this week on Disney+. This series follows and dives super deep into Alaqua Cox's character Echo after the events of Hawkeye, the series, but also her family's history and legends of the Choctaw people. This is definitely a Marvel Spotlight show and brings so much native history to the MCU, and it's actually very incredible. So let's get into the first episode and all that comes with it. But first, we dropped a shirt inspired by Echo on our merch shop over at nerdriot.shop. It features the name Echo spelled out with bloody hands in American Sign Language, and I love that the hands are bloody. We also have the For All Time Always shirt of Loki with the Internet World Tree at nerdriot.shop. Perfect little shirts for our perfect little bodies, and I got one right here. This one's really fun. It's cute. I love this. Okay, let's get into it. The intro reminds us that this is one of Marvel Studios' Marvel Spotlights. Marvel Spotlights, for those that don't know, are the projects from Marvel, in this case Echo, that brings more grounded, character-driven stories to the screen. Though Echo's story won't have the biggest MCU risk and continuity as other projects, the story will still focus on street-level stakes at play. We open the episode with this blue spiral illuminating light and slowly turning in a counterclockwise rotation. In a counterclockwise rotation, see how the creator has designed opposite direction. I thought this could be a reflection of that vision. Also, legends, I couldn't find the exact meaning of the spiral, but
all that stupid shit, boy. That shit dropping.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Jessica Clemens, and this is a breakdown of the first episode of Echo, a new Spotlight series that dropped all their episodes this week on Disney+. This series follows and dives super deep into a lot more Cox's character Echo after the events of Hawkeye the series, but also revealing his history and legends of the Choctaw people. This is definitely a Marvel Spotlight show and brings so much native history to the MCU, and it's actually very incredible. So let's get into the first episode and all that comes with it. First, we dropped a shirt inspired by Echo on our merch shop over at nerdriot.shop. It features the name Echo spelled out with bloody hands in American Sign Language, and I love that the hands are bloody. We also have the For All Time Old Way shirt of Loki with the Idrizel World Tree at nerdriot.shop. Perfect little shirts for our perfect little bodies, and I got one right here. This one's really fun. It's keeping. I love this. Okay, let's get into it. The intro reminds us that this is one of Marvel Studios' Marvel Spotlights. Marvel Spotlights, for those that don't know, are the projects from Marvel, in this case Echo, that brings more grounded, character-driven stories to the screen. Though Echo's story won't have the biggest MCU risk and continuity as other projects, the story will still focus on street-level stakes at play. We open the episode with this blue spiral illuminating light and slowly turning in a counterclockwise rotation. According...
Oh, let us stay at 7.
Welcome to CC. Step right this way to an incredible all-you-can-gobble buffet. There's plenty to go around. No need for sharing. Everyone's happy, even this caravan. What will we do next to infected suspenders?
The Choctaw dance tradition.
Ah, 2%. Come on, man. Don't give me a hard one. Don't give me a hard one.
Marvel Spotlights. Marvel Spotlights, for those that don't know, are the projects from Marvel, in this case Echo, that brings more grounded, character-driven stories to the screen. Though Echo's story won't have the biggest MCU risk and continuity as other projects, the story will still focus on street-level stakes at play. We open the episode with this blue spiral illuminating light and slowly turning in a counterclockwise rotation. According to Cha-Cha dance and tradition, they move in a counterclockwise rotation. See how the creator has designed many natural cycles that move in clockwise motion? They express their humility and human imperfection by moving in the opposite direction. I thought this could be a reflection of that tradition. Also in Legends, I couldn't find the exact meaning of the spiral, but Jerry Ingram, an artist who's part of the Cha-Cha Nation, mentioned sashes with a similar pattern are designs that represent two snakes, always uncoiling and recoiling. The coil design evokes the Great Serpent, that represents the Great Spirit of the underworld. Similar coil designs can be seen in some of the mountains in the Cha-Cha homeland in Mississippi as well. This also reminds me of Kahorchi's episode of What If, and how the water in the cave underground was blue from the Tesseract. This water underground is illuminated that same shade of blue as well. Both could share similar messages or interpretations, but like we said in Kahorchi's episode, interestingly, many Native American legends speak of their people coming from below ground or a different world and emerging into this one. This continues to line up with those stories. We're introduced under Earth to this woman, or being, who I believe after flaking the clay away becomes Chapa, the first Cha-Cha's name. They sort of have this curved designs on their forehead and cheekbones. These designs are traditional, especially in Cha-Cha pottery. A lot of their ancestors brought these designs to Oklahoma during the time of the removal. In ancient times, these decorations are believed to have represented the patterns of nature, movements of the stars, the wind, or the sun. Chapa and this person also share the same tattoos on their chins. Across a lot of Native American culture, the tattoo generally came as a mark of a major event or transition in your life, which makes sense because this is their emergence story. We also see a red-headed bird fly down onto Chapa. This is the red-headed woodpecker, which is a legend in Cha-Cha history. The woodpecker,
Still in fucking tent though. That's what's really killing me. That's that shit, boy.
Skinnick, which is the Choctaw name for a scissor-tailed woodpecker. The woodpecker was said to have escaped the Great Flood and become friends with the Choctaw people, warning them when danger approached. We sort of see this here with the bird flying down to Chapa before the cave collapses. Echo, though in the comics a member of the Blackfeet tribe, and MCU is a member of the Choctaw Nation, specifically in Oklahoma, which covers nearly 11,000 square miles in southeastern Oklahoma. Their origins are told through different stories, and this one tells us the story of the Choctaw people's emergence from below Earth. One oral story of their creation that I think we're following here tells of the creator forming the Choctaw people from clay, also called Lukfinia, the fat of the earth. Ashotali, meaning God, created their bodies from clay on a piece of the Naniwaye Creek. There's a cave that they then passed through, and the earth mound the ancestors climbed onto where they saw the sun. When their bodies hardened, God said, if you stay here, you'll prosper, and that's one of their stories. But there are different stories about their creation because this comes from oral literature. It's been spoken, sung, or interpreted through dance more than written. Some legends over time follow the same path but end with different outcomes. So this is their creation story, where the emergence was dangerous, the cave collapsing upon them, and then they're ushered through the passage to earth. The designs and markings of below earth are outstanding. It looks like clay. They rose from the water, in earth, the blue crystalline shadows, the gold lake cracks, the tones are just remarkable. Even after she drinks the water, the illumination of the spirals on their palms, light their face in the sheen of gold, it's just all so beautiful. When they reach atop Earth, the sun beams down on them and their body starts to flake instead of harden, similar to what I mentioned in the creation story of them being from clay, so it looks like under the sun they dried and broke into flames. Choctaw ancestors learned to mix things with clay to stop it from cracking and breaking, but under the sun it would dry out and crack, and that's what we're seeing right now. Choctaw understanding this tape actually the design and belief was created by Ian Thompson, was credited in the credits with also the tribal historic preservation officer, the director of the historic preservation department, and the tribal archaeologist. According to their website, the design is slightly complex out in Choctaw home. The amateur refers to as expeditions Choctaw people. After running tales about the first Choctaw people story for Dan Shadows, they begin sitting back and talk about family. Also, the breakdown should be noted that Shadow Puppets transfer forward to love, straight line, and body puppets have played major roles in religious and social lives of some Native American cultures. Evidence of this spanning way back as far as the 19th century. I'm sure even later, shows how they can form the Shadow people. I also love that young Maya is on the Choctaw teaches you some phrases, and I think it's all from the same video as the same stuff Choctaw is young Maya. Also, this is just incredible. You guys should go check it out and watch it this series because it teaches you so much about their history. Then we meet Maya's dad and mom, William Lopez, Louisiana Hawkeye, and her mom, who so far is only referred to mom and our mom. We don't know her name. We didn't learn this before, but Echo's mom was designed. Echo's grandparents got inside. The grandparents still learning though, so we don't know if it's survived. It was before Crash Dead Dad. Regardless, we generally know about Echo's mom, but I think we will in this series. Yeah. It also seems like from interviews with the Echo director, Cindy Freeland, she plans on stepping away from Echo with no comics. We want to give her a bigger story, and that's okay. Realistically, our lives from childhood to adulthood will get determined our values of one contest, and Echo has a lot of we need to see it to understand who she is for the top of action. We're seeing as the buyer finds parents and grandparents, Jola, played by Steve Tansu, Cardinal, and Scully, played by Graham Greene. They are Maya's mom's so on her mom's side. We're talking about Biscuit, Maya's cousin, we meet later. His dad grabbed a pink pomegranate to the rim of blood naked rock beaches in her working. Another director who passes through the south like their viral blood run is the second largest basin in the southern Great Lakes. Behind them in the tank, you can see Bonnie and Max are doing their like shadow puppets here with the second largest we're going to remind you we're in Tomahawk, Oklahoma in 2007, which is 17 years before we're introduced to our actual contractor. 2017, this is 20, and a more way, way, way back. Beautiful. When they reach atop Earth, the sun beams down on them and their body starts to flake instead of harden, similar to what I mentioned in the creation story of them being from clay, so it looks like under the sun they dried and broke into flakes. Choctaw ancestors learned to mix things with clay to stop it from cracking and breaking, but under the sun it would dry out and crack, and that's what we're seeing right now. Choctaw and this man have the same tattoo. The design, I believe, was created by Ian Thompson, who is credited in the credits, but also the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, the Director of Historic Preservation Department, and the Tribal Archaeologist. According to their website, the design is slightly modified style from the Choctaw homeland. The imagery refers to aspects of traditions Choctaw view of the cosmos. After Bonnie tells young Maya the first Choctaw people story through hand shadows, they begin signing back and forth about family. Also, as a breakdown, it should be noted that shadow puppets, traditional forms of glove, string, rod, and body puppets, have played major roles in religious and social lives of some Native American cultures. Evidence of it spanning way, way, way back as far as the 19th century, I'm sure even later, shows how different forms of shadow theater play different roles. I also love that young Maya has this bunny doll. I think this is a chukpi, a Choctaw word for rabbit. I know this because on the Choctaw language lesson page of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma website teaches you some phrases, and I think this little girl in the same video has the same stuff chukpi as young Maya. Also, this site's just incredible. You guys should go check it out if you're watching the series because it teaches you so much about their history. Then we meet Maya's dad and mom, William Lopez, who we've seen in Hawkeye, and her mom, who so far is only referred to Mama or Mom. We don't know her name yet. We didn't learn this before, but Echo's mom also uses sign language, and Echo's grandparents know how to sign. The grandpa is still learning though, so we don't know if it's her biological dad, could be a boyfriend or stepdad. Regardless, we genuinely know nothing of Echo's mom, but I think we will in this series. In the comics, Echo's mom left her mom and dad, but we know that's not the case here. It also seems like from interviews with the Echo director, Sidney Freeland, she plans on stepping away from Echo we know in the comics. We want to give her a bigger story, and that's okay. Realistically, our lives from childhood to adulthood will always determine our values and moral compass, and Echo has a lot of life that she's been living. We need to see it to understand who she is and the cause of her actions. We're seated at the fire with Maya's parents and grandparents. Chola, played by the esteemed Tantu Cardinal, and Scully, played by Graham Greene. They are Maya's mom's parents, so on her mom's side. We're talking about Biscuit, Maya's cousin, who we meet later. His dad grabbed a peach pie, ran into the Red River butt naked, and loved peaches.
Everybody should love something that much.
I know that the Red River passes through the southwestern part of Oklahoma and is the second largest basin in the southern Great Plains. Behind them in the tent, you can see Bonnie and Maya still doing their shadow puppeteer with animals, and I think Bonnie is completely proficient in making a fox. We're then reminded we're in Tamaha, Oklahoma, and it's 2007, which is 17 years before we're introduced to our Echo and Hawkeye. And before you say, 17, Biscuit just said 20. A, according to Marvel Book on Time, it's 17 years, and B, it's a freaking figure of speech. Everyone rounds up when they haven't seen someone in a long time. It's a way of making them feel more guilty. That's Guilty 101, folks. As the grandparents leave, we see another woodpecker like the one Choppa had under Earth. What I think is interesting and sad is that a couple sources said that when a sapsucker bird lands in your yard, you'll receive news. It may be good or it may be bad, but you would hear of it that day if you saw that news bird. This is probably why Chola looked a little puzzled and worried, because what news would she be getting this late? Later in the car, Scully mentions ancestors whispering to you again, and yes, they are. Something bad is going to happen close to her family. Someone cut the brake lines to their family truck, and Maya had to sit beside her dying mother after colliding with another vehicle. We even see the giant shard in little Maya's leg, which really breaks my heart. This is how we find out how she lost her leg. And I don't think this is intentional, but like Echo in the comics, where her father dies, leaving his handprint on her face in blood, it sort of resembles Echo's mom's face marked by the accident, or for me, it just reminded me of that. What really hits, and we'll see more of this later, is when Maya cries in silence, because we're sitting in her perspective.
It was the one restaurant that we could afford on our $3 per diem. You were living when you went to Taco Bell.
There are a couple times on her reacts to me that Ryan was like, the scene when she hijacks the motorcycle and she's going down the wall. This may be a spoiler, so please turn me down a whole 40 for a second. So we have got communities and shows that we're actually having parents and not going to see that comic she'll be encountered by her big sisters and friends. We wish her to do with our shit, but I think we just break she loves to instill ourselves along with her and going sister Helen. Again, we did this with Daredevil when he turned off all the lights and was fighting with her. We also know it's our life with her. This week, this is the people who are saying that she doesn't know her mom is. When the father says, first match is another vehicle was this working to go in. Eye for eye, pay for everybody. Either you're A, things worse, and B, doesn't fucking wonder if it's right, but it's more pain in the world. And I think it's a lesson I will give them parents So, at least keeping her mention never gets in the real problem, which is her deep-rooted anger, especially now that we see that she believes she's the reason for her loss. Also, in this discussion, we know that Echo has a problem. Shola says he will do it. So, we know that's Henry. We saw him in Echo's little cemetery not too long ago. He also mentions Henry got a job at New York. Safe to assume Henry set up the machine business with this. To be fair, he was already doing machine business. It's just now in New York. This is why it's a marvelous spotlight. We watch this pretty heartbreaking scene of two people being separated. And my wife's crying. Stop it! This reminds me of how Natasha and Elena are separated from their family. I just never want to see a young child crying and chase the actress. Never. They're in New York just like that. We don't see a hint of Avengers Tower yet. We know from Brad Winterfall's interview we'll finally figure out who owns Avengers Tower is. Maya's in class. She's all alone. We've seen this flashback in episode 3.
Damn it!
Breaks my heart. This is how we find out how she lost her leg. I don't think this is intentional, but like Echo in the comics, when her father dies, leaving his handprint on her face in blood, it sort of resembles Echo's mom's face marked by the accident, or for me, it just reminded me of that. What really hits, and we'll see more of this later, is when Maya cries, it's silent, because we're sitting in her perspective. Like Netflix's Daredevil, the sounds were immaculate, crisp, and so easy to make out. This show will probably focus and highlight Maya's other senses like we did Daredevil's hearing. There are a couple of times Maya reacts and we hear nothing, the audio is wiped and we hear little noises of her heartbeat. This scene, when she hijacks the motorcycle and when she's jumped during the brawl. This may be a spoiler, so please turn me down or walk away for a second. Okay, here I come. Can we get some toast reported on Twitter? Maya's powers will not be the same as the comic. She'll be empowered by her ancestors when threatened. We know she's not imbued with the powers yet, but I think when she's threatened, she focuses and we still ourselves along with her and coexist in her element. Again, we did this with Daredevil when he turned off all the lights and just fight everybody. We also learned this how Maya loses her leg, and this sweet little girl is just absorbing all of this, taking it all in, and she doesn't know that her mom hasn't made it yet. When the father says,
I found out who cut the bricks. They're taking care of
Chola's first reaction is, oh, you think knowing another family was destroyed makes me feel better? An eye for an eye ain't for everybody. When you do that, you're A, making things worse, and B, it doesn't rectify your dead right. It only
shit. That's so pussy, boy. fuck over me, bro. Every time I do that stupid shit. Trash.
Puts more pain in the world. And I think this is a lesson Echo will have to deal with and learn as someone always seeking revenge and never fixing the real problem, which is her deep, deep-rooted anger. Especially now that we see that she believes she's the reason for her mom's death. Also, in this discussion, we learn that Echo has an uncle. Shola says those Lopez boys are trouble. We know that's Henry, and we saw Henry in Echo's promotional material not too long ago. He also mentions Henry got a job in New York. Safe to assume Henry set him up doing
You see it?
with Biz. To be fair,
You
he was
fucking
already
see
doing
it?
shady business. It's just now in New York and for Biz.
Fuck you, man. Never gonna come on us, Papa. That's splurge. Never gonna come on the car. Yeah.
And by what's crime? Just stop it. This reminds me of how Natasha and Yelena had to be separated from their family. I just never want to see a young child. We watched this pretty heartbreaking scene of two families being separated, and by what crime? Just stop it. This reminds me of how Natasha and Yelena had to be separated from their family. I just never want to see a young child crying and chasing after someone they love. Never again. Then we're in New York, just like that. We don't see a hint of Avengers Tower yet. We know from Brad Winderbaum's interview we'll finally figure out who owns Avengers Towers this season. Maya's in class, she's all alone. We've seen this flashback in episode 3 of Hawkeye with her reading her teacher's lips. Then we're taken to her bedroom where she and her dad are playing with the shadow puppets again. And it shows even if school stinks, it doesn't matter as long as she can come home to her fun dad. Maya also has these achievements and awards on the wall, and they immediately found out she was a prodigy. I don't know if that's the case here, but I reckon she's still very, very smart. Her father has his neck tattoo also, and I think there are rays of the sun that weren't in the last shot. We see this scene from Hawkeye episode 3 as well, of Maya asking her father if dragons are real, and he says they're from a different world, and hell yeah, baby, we're talking Talo. And please, someone throw me off a balcony because this girl is so cute. She's played by Darnell Bisa, and she's actually second cousin Stalakwa Cox. I just love that. Then we get this metaphor that Maya is the dragon that needs to bounce between two worlds. I assumed one where she uses sign language and another where she watches, but also remember Kazi telling Echo in the finale of Hawkeye that he couldn't leave the Tracksuit Mafia because Kingpin would find him, and unlike her, he said, I can't walk in both worlds. This could mean what her dad says, but since he's reflecting on himself, he's saying he's not made for this normal life, just this one of crime, which was just like Maya's dad. You can't get out once you're in, but he had faith Echo could. Then we swing to Maya in her karate outfit. We see this scene play out in episode 3 of Hawkeye as well. Also, I'm not trying to be that person, but her dad doing shady business at his own daughter's school, I mean, that's ruthless and kind of messed up. She's just watching, like the dragon, bouncing between two worlds. Additionally, it was released online as a deleted scene from Hawkeye episode 3, but that man talking to Maya's dad is actually Kazi's father, and it shows how early their friendship began, and we don't talk about Kazi at all in the first episode. And I wonder if it's brought up eventually, because after Bonnie, it seems like that was Maya's earliest childhood friend. Then we get another scene we saw from episode 3 of Hawkeye. We see Kingpin's big ol' hand caressing her cheek like he's already planning on adopting her. From that day onward, clearly Maya becomes a force to be reckoned with. We cut to her at the gym sparring. In another scene we saw in Hawkeye episode 3. The music playing is Don't Choose Crazy. This is also the song that played in Fast and the Furious, Fast 10, and anytime you got women fighting, you gotta play this damn song. This is a shot in Atlanta at Decatur Boxing Club, and I love that they just put a piece of paper over the part that said the gym's real name, like I wouldn't notice, but I'm a crazy person. Then we see that dragon bouncing skills really at work when she watches his motions, anticipating his moves in the ring. She leaves for our next scene, which takes place during Hawkeye, so we jump 17 years into the future. In episode 5 of Hawkeye, Ronan, aka Clint, goes medieval on everyone at the used car lot. In episode 5, he held Kazi at sword point and then knocked him out. The scene takes place inside the Fat Man Auto Repair, which was also initially a Kingpin Easter egg in Hawkeye, as people were speculating he may appear in the show, and Fat Man is one of Kingpin's nicknames. And like we saw in episode 3, Maya's dad dies in her hands. In the comics, she always had a handprint on her face commemorating her father's passing. When he died, he palmed her face, leaving a mark. Though she doesn't keep it, this is a connection made to the comics. Then we jump to her dad's burial and funeral, and only Maya's there. She's holding his tracksuit. She then receives text from Bonnie requesting she not be alone during this time, which she ignores. Clearly, Maya's just keeping everything in and only releasing it when she's fighting, which clearly isn't healthy, but I would not say that to her because she'd kick my ass. She's then at a motorcycle shop. We don't know when this is. I think it's still the same time as earlier. She's stealing a motorcycle, and when the cops arrive, she pulls her ponytail band off, tightens it around the throttle, and shoots it through the dealership window, launching it into a cop car. Nothing here but silence until it makes contact with that cop car. I love the scene. Again, she's watching. We're sharing her perspective, and even something as nuanced as muted sirens feels so poetic in this moment. That's when Big Daddy Kingpin steps out, and like in the Netflix's Daredevil, some cops know who he is and some clearly don't. He yanks Maya like an adolescent teen, causing mayhem to distract from her emotions, and he guides her into his car. In the car, Kingpin has a translator signing Maya. This is the actress Edith Snow, who does know actual American Sign Language. I hope they would hire someone that actually knows it. I'm glad they did. There's something frustrating about him, though, in this full white, like the rabbit in a snowstorm painting, or a shining hero, and the translator and the shadow figure relaying his butchered concerns. Just hate Kingpin. Kingpin mentions how his father was killed. Of course, he fails to mention by his own hands. We know from Netflix's Daredevil, Kingpin killed his father and wears his cufflinks as a reminder that he's not such a bad guy. We haven't seen Kingpin's cufflinks since the finale of Hawkeye, and even then, they weren't revealed until Clint's coin trick shot. We know from the latest Echo teaser using the Daredevil footage that Kingpin's history is canon in the MCU. Also from the Melvin Potter look on Daredevil, I'd assume that is too. They might be picky about the specifics, but those two things are returning for sure. We cut to see Maya now working for Fisk. While it normally takes goons years to get a mission, Maya's was immediately given because she's basically his daughter. The song playing is Chitty Bang by Leke Lee 47, which is a great song, just not for this, empty-ass drugged-in warehouse party or the aftermath of one. The goons try explaining to Maya the plan, and they don't know sign language, and this is just a reminder that she can kind of read lips. In Hawkeye, Kate Bishop spoke so fast it was hard for Maya to make it out, and it felt like as a child she knew some words, but she's not fluent at reading lips like she was in the comics. She follows the goons, and they're ambushing a drug den. They immediately kill this guard who wasn't in on the joke, and this starts the wild showdown. Shooting a man, then jumping through a door to 6 other men seems like a real stupid move, but hey, I'm no goon. The camera starts to follow everyone's choreography, which is very, very Daredevil. The Daredevil series was known for its long fight scenes that seem to take place in one take, and this is a little homage to that tradition. The DP is Kira Kelly, who also did cinematography for 13th and Why the Last Man, and these shots sort of feel like Why the Last Man, grounded in drama, the atmosphere being very stressful, but the background calm. It's hard to convey.
Starbucks cares. We care about the world turning into a giant burning hellscape. And we care that you care. That
you can sort of see it. She also assisted in cinematography for Shang-Chi. She stays in the family. So there's no cuts, just pure fights, and once the camera aligns with Maya, we're in her perspective again. The sound's completely muted, only hear her heartbeat. She
starts wrestling this man, and that's when I realized the beginning she wore black chucks after losing her leg and still repping black chucks, and I think they're just her fighting shoes. Then Maya kills this man. It must be her first murder because it's unleashing something in her. All that pent up anger coming out. Also, she just lost her dad and was acting out. This seems like a great distraction for her. The garden filter up at the start of the sequence comes back, and Echo takes some joy in kicking his butt this time. And I believe the stunt coordinator for this episode, Mark Sizak, he previously directed stunts for Daredevil's episode of She-Hulk, Ribbit and Ribbit. Yeah! Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. A new year is a great excuse for finally tackling stuff you put off last. Helps you get 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. The song that's been playing during this entire ass whooping is Bones UK's Pretty Waste, which I love the choice of because this song talks about being a waste of time, used up but still human, a sort of I don't care mentality, which is what Maya's feeling right now. Then here comes all in the red suit. This isn't his suit from She-Hulk, that was the mustard and ketchup suit. This suit is from Netflix's Daredevil, which makes sense because during She-Hulk, he got the new suit visiting Luke Jacobson during springtime 2025 in LA. If this is around Hawkeye or before it, this was winter 2024 in New York, so he's still repping the Melvin Potter gang. He's also wielding the iconic Billy clubs with the extendable cables. Their choreography here is great. I especially like when Maya lifts her leg and holds that kick like a ballerina. It reminds me of her in the comics. She's reaching for every weapon, and like we know, Daredevil freaking hates guns and knocks each one out of her hands until he vanishes. We come back to Kingpin sitting at his dinner table talking with Maya about how well she did, and they're always family, and Maya calls him Uncle. Ugh. Gross. We then cut to a series of shots from Hawkeye. Maya driving on the bridge, racing Clint and shooting at him from episode 3. Maya walking up to Clint and Kate from the same episode. The fight that ensues between Maya and Clint at the used car lot. Gina noticed this. I don't think any of these shots so far match completely eye to eye with what we got in the final episodes of Hawkeye. But it wouldn't surprise me if they took snippets from before or after scenes, or they used extra shots, or just pickup shots. They even included the scene where Clint tells Maya it was Kingpin, and I think Clint was the first man in her life that just didn't immediately lie, trick, or manipulate her. Just told her the truth. Then we get the scene from episode 6 where Maya shoots Kingpin in the face. There's another shot of Kingpin teaching her to shoot on a tarmac. You've seen this scene in the trailer. This kicks over a dead body, then heads onto the plane. We'll probably loop back around to this in future flashbacks and get the full picture of what's going on later. This scene is like giving Black Widow vibes at Age of Ultron when she gets the flashback of the red room and shooting someone with a mask on. I hate that both these women are extraordinary fighters, but both trained and manipulated by weird big-headed men. This is just like Gamora and Nebula all over again. Back at the dinner table, her hair is down, she's vibing. Kingpin tells her he's working to avenge her father, which we know damn well he ain't doing. He's actually just hiding it. The title card then tells us it's been 5 months since Hawkeye, so we're in May 2025, around She-Hulk time, so I don't know if we can expect to see Daredevil again. We don't know what happened to Echo after the events of Hawkeye, but we do know she's been shot and is losing a lot of blood. And like she's been doing this entire episode, she swallows the pain and moves on. It's hard to see, but on the top right of Maya's leather jacket, she has the same rays of the sun design that her father had tattooed on his chest and neck, possibly to commemorate him. On her motorcycle, now covered in blood, she enters Oklahoma, specifically Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. She rode from New York to OK, and that's crazy to me. She begins to fall asleep, probably due to loss of blood and riding all day. She returns to her childhood home where everything is old, broken, and withered away on the outside, but it hasn't been touched since they left on the inside. Tragic. If there were any Easter eggs during this scene, I don't know, because I looked away when she began sewing her own wound shut with dental floss. When they said it was gritty and dark, this is what they were talking about. Also, this is actually something you can do. If you need to close a wound and sew your skin back together, you don't have the best materials. You can do it with floss, and I think that's gross, but, you know, take that as you will. Please do not sew your wounds with floss. Go to a hospital. When she finally goes to sleep, she dreams of Chafa. Then what I assume is Loak or Tuplo? I'm so sorry if I butchered those names. We haven't been introduced formally to these characters yet. Marvel Merch released these 3 women, creating a line of strong women through generations. Clearly, they're all connected to Echo. The last woman, I don't know who it is. It may be her grandmother giving birth to Echo's mom. It's hard to tell, but we know the sequences that highlight Echo and her ancestors. It might also be in chronological order, starting with Chafa, so this woman might actually be her grandmother. When Maya wakes up, she looks at the photo of her father, mother, young Bonnie, who I assume is her grandma. Bonnie and Maya are wearing traditional modern women Choctaw dresses, colorful cotton dresses that consist of a bodice with a fitted waist and a long full skirt trimmed with ruffles. An apron of a contrasting color completes the outfit. Other variations of the dress still exist today as either separate skirts and blouses or a more simple full dress. Theirs is complete with sets of beaded medallions, collars, and the traditional full diamonds lining the apron. The pattern derived from the eastern diamondback rattlesnake, who I assume is the grandma, is wearing what I believe is traditional women's southern buckskin outfit, lots of beadwork, and the dancers usually wear beaded moccasins and leggings. Long beaded buckskins yoked with long fringes. The outfit has evolved or changed over time, so it varies from person to person. Maya, gun in hand, knocks over her cousin Biscuit, played by Cody Lightning, who was sick and missed the camp out at the beginning of the episode. Biscuit is easily also one of my favorite characters because of this interaction right here, and his tattoos for the most part are from the actor's own, so don't need to be looking that close. He's accompanied by his doggo Billy Jack, played by Buzz, that's his name in the credits, who could have been named after Tom Laughlin's character of the movie with the same name. He plays a man who saved horses from being turned into dog food. He's driving Grandma's truck. On the side it says Rural Carrier Postal Service, so she's the mailman. Maya seems very taken aback by this hug. You can tell she is not used to physical affection. Then we're taken to what I assume is downtown Tamaha, Oklahoma, but this is shot in ATL's Grantville. We see posters for live music, booths, the Tamaha Youth Stickball League posted by the Choctaw Nation with their seal, the rising tobacco smoke from the pipe, and the unstrung bow. The three arrows honor the Choctaw chief, Kushmataha. Things I learned from simply looking into and reading the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma website. Again, it's very good and enriching. We have another poster for the Choctaw Nation powwow, a time and place to learn and celebrate Native American culture, specifically here to the Choctaw Nation. Then a poster for Jasmine Babcock Circus. This could be for Addie Babcock, who is credited as the art coordinator for the series. Even a poster for the Choctaw Princess Pageant, which is a real thing. We move to Merriman Liquor, Iron Ring's martial arts studio, and the Black Crow Skate Night, which is a skating rink we see later and earlier in trailers. Right next to it, we see a flyer for the Osceola Brothers. This kind of sounds like their music playing right now during this scene, but I couldn't confirm it. They call themselves an indigenous power trio. They make like rock music, and you should actually check it out because it's actually pretty sick. Maya drives by this beautiful mural of Tamaha, Oklahoma that I couldn't find, but it does resemble the art done by the Atulka, Oklahoma entrance to their downtown district by Cindy Donovan Wallace. Atulka was settled in 1850s by the relocated Choctaw Nation. It's in southeast Oklahoma, about 2 hours from Tamaha. Maya stares at the Tamaha fire station. The paramedics are playing basketball. You can assume that's Bonnie, played by DeVry Jacobs, who played Kahorti in What It. And this moment is to note that she does still miss their past relationship, but like with her mom's death and her father and her doing crime, doesn't want family in this mess. This scene is set at Black Crow Skate Life. This could be a nod to the Marvel character Black Crow, who was Navajo descent and had some run-ins with Daredevil. When outside of superhero form, he was paralyzed from the waist down and used a wheelchair. This would sort of fit in with both Echo and Daredevil, who both have some form of physical impairment. Then Centerfold by Jay Goggles band plays, one of my favorite karaoke songs. We saw this roller skating rink in the trailer with the Make America Skate Again art, and all we're missing is someone being pushed through the wall. Then we're introduced to the man working behind the counter, Vicky, played by Thomas E. Sullivan, who played Nathaniel Malick in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And spoilers, I think he's the one that died in the background of the trailer lying over the tables in the skate rink. I think that's him. We learned that Vicky has worked at the rink for Henry for some time, at both the rink and in their side business, which is clearly crime. So if we get this hostage-like scene with Henry from the trailer, that means Vicky died trying to get his bounty on Echo. If the bounty were made by Kingpin, whoever snitched out Maya would probably just die, and he just bring her home. This way, he doesn't have to fulfill the bounty and get his fake daughter back. Crime 101, fellas. That would mean that crazy man over here works for him. We deduced in our trailer breakdown, if the Black Knife Cartel makes its appearance, I'm probably gonna butcher this name, but this could be Theodore Zarco from the comics. I wonder if also Vanessa could have put out a bounty looking for whoever killed Kingpin. She had previously ordered an assassination on Agent Ray Nadeem, so putting out a bounty on Kingpin's killer is definitely a character for her, and it's alleged that she will be recasted for the MCU. We find out this ring does belong to Henry Black Crow Lopez, played by Chas K. Spencer, who should look familiar to all you millennials, not only for his amazing work in a lot of movies, but from Twilight as well. This is Maya's uncle, the one Maya's grandmother warned us about at the beginning of the episode. I also think he's the one tied up on his knees in front of the bad guy next to Maya in the trailer as well. The man working the shoe rack texted New York number Manhattan, specifically alerting them that Maya, aka the King Killer, is back home. So as we saw mid-episode, Maya found out Fisk had her father killed, and in return, Maya shot him in the face. But now people believe he's dead, referring to her as the King Killer. She left to God knows where, but we see her run back to Oklahoma. There's no surprise that there's a bounty on her head, but the question is, who is the bounty setter, and do they want her alive or dead? Henry mentioned so they finally got you. I assume it's Fisk's men. Like Kazi said in Hawkeye, they'd come after him if he left, so I assume they're doing the same for Maya, chased her down, and they lost her scent when she entered Oklahoma. And this takes us to Gretchen, the mortician. She can get rid of a body or fix a body. Maya asks, you want me fixed or gone? And Henry responds, let's start with fixed. This could be a threat or a snide comment, but could connect to my last question of who's setting that bounty, and do they want her alive or dead? Is it Gretchen? The world is open with theories. Maya and Henry stand on the cell phone tower, or water tower, some sort of tower, looking through a tower viewer, and we see a sign that says Fisk Shipping. Then we learn Maya wants to take over Kingpin's legacy, which sounds like an awful idea. She wants to use Henry's train car to send a message message of Kingpin's men. So I assume a massive explosion to show she's the head bitch in charge. Remember when Kingpin and Netflix's Daredevil set off all those bombs around New York as a message to Daredevil? She wants to do basically that, but with a train car from her hometown. Rightfully, Henry's against it. He doesn't want to bring the war home. Then we cut to an IV bag in a blinding white room, and Kingpin is alive. In the comics, after Maya shot him, he went blind in both eyes, but we know he's wearing only one eye patch for Echo's series, so he's only gone in one eye. Then we close our first episode of Echo. We get quick snippets of what's next to come. I think this might be the Choctaw powwow we saw the banner for earlier. We only see the back of this person, but I think it's Maya and her own Choctaw wardrobe. It's hard to fully make it out because it's kind of dark. Quick cuts of black and white streams of water. This matches the same tone of Ancestors cutscenes we saw from Echo's dream. Chapa, then Loak, and Tupelo, and Echo. She's balanced, riding on top of a train car with a green backpack and a red emblem on the left side. It looks like lights on it, maybe little light bulbs. There are men guarding both ends of the D9X train car, which means something very important is in there, or someone. We see the D9X train car in the closing credits as well, and Echo's first appearance was in Daredevil number 9, which is maybe what they're referencing here. Maybe so. Then she jumps off the back of the train towards the postal carrier truck that belongs to her grandma. This is probably Biscuit helping her out. We cut to a wide shot of New York. Back to the skate rink we saw this episode that I keep mentioning. I think this shot is Kingpin's hallway from the flashbacks we got earlier between him and Maya. The lighting matches, and after a couple of months of being in a hospital, it makes sense it would change slightly. One of our writers, Noah Chen, mentioned it vaguely looks like one of the rooms of the presidential hotel where he was arrested in season 3, but not the same lighting. I think this idea is good to add and just note, because for production, design, or whatever ideas we might see come from like Netflix's Daredevil ooze into the MCU. We see a close-up of a dead guy on the table I mentioned earlier, and confirmed now it's definitely Vicky. Scenes of Maya's mom disappearing in a blink of an eye the night she died. Young Maya in her school uniform and a bloody Kingpin fist we've seen from the trailer. There are tens of thousands of mounds created by Native Americans spanning the eastern, southeastern, and midwestern U.S. and Canada. I think that's what each of these mounds are, but I think this is specifically the village for the Choctaws. The central one might even be the mound we saw in the background of the opening sequence after the Choctaws arrived on the surface. A woman giving birth in a hospital gown, standing firm and planted against this tree in bright light and rain. This might be the woman we saw in Maya's dreams. Black and white scenes of horseback riding with men and guns. This is probably the same world as Maya's ancestors are in the black and white cutaways that we keep seeing. One of Maya's ancestors we saw from the dream sequence playing stickball. Then the back of Kingpin's big-ass head. He's in a black suit now, like he's mourning something. His voiceover says, "You want an empire?" Then we see an explosion off the Bay of New York. Maya probably got her explosion to Manhattan. Then he says, "You want a war?" Then we cut to a man yelling with his arm raised, a Native American man, and more black and white shots. Henry shooting his gun, but by the lights in the background, it looks like this could be the powwow we see later. A monster truck squashing 2 white vans. Then Kingpin finishes saying, "Go have it." Cut to more Echo kicking ass, jumping over guards on the train car, and the stars so bright it's illustrious in the sky. Then the Echo logo comes up. We close the credits with Burning by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs with a series of stunning images. Flames shooting out of a tailpipe, the shadow theater that we've been seeing with their hands throughout the episode, one shaped into a hawk. The fabric, I think, is of the tent that they camped in. Then we cut to a cloudy sky with birds flying above, transition to a sapsucker on barbed wire, and that is damn poetic. Maya's speeding on her motorcycle, but the angle spins like we're in a cylinder, revealing the same shot below with the sun setting instead of rising. The train car is just chugging along, then some Choctaw drums, who I think is Maya still on a motorcycle, but the shadow of a hand is engulfing the light behind her. A woman's face floating on top of the water. Below her, I think, are more waves. Like a kaleidoscope, Echo is separated, standing looking over the lake. Sparks of fire rise up from behind her ghostly silhouette to the shadow of a gun. The gun splices into land and sky, to someone standing in a cowboy hat, standing in a field of wheat. This looks like it could be the ancestor we've been seeing in the dream sequence, but now the silhouette of a gun has turned into a real gun. But we zoom in on our faceless person to see what still could be the ancestor we saw from the dream sequence. Inside that silhouette are men playing stickball. The outside of the silhouette is still the wheat fields. Then Maya crosses a bridge over the ocean, and the shadow hand is still following her. Then the rack of skates at Henry's skating rink. As the camera pans down, we see dimly lit clouds racing across the sky, dissipating when we see the sun rising over the wheat field. We cut to Henry at a skating rink, seated with a silhouette of himself, the red hawk medallion symbol from the skate rink, and 2 Choctaw men then stand as shadow figures behind the fabric. We cut to the sun rising and silhouettes of a figure, one with a gun and all faceless. I think all 3 of these are the ancestors and Maya. The sun is setting and we see someone on top of the hill. I think they have a stickball stick. I think this is one of Maya's ancestors, the one whose hair is in the bun. We see the face of Maya emerge over the actor's name. She speeds on her motorcycle through the country, and the sky is the trick that we've already seen her make. Then we see Bonnie. We see her in the trailer and also in the skate skate rink attack scene. She's walking in what I think is a skate rink, just the part that's for employees only. We see the scene of the first Choctaw people leaving the mound, the trees and the forest transition into Choctaw's face and her tattoos. The hand is now shadowy New York, and we see Kingpin's big old head lit with the same light as the sunset. We see his eye and only
Big
the
old
light. The
head.
camera cuts to Maya's ancestors absorbing themselves into Maya. Then we see what could be Maya standing in the road staring at herself on a motorcycle. That transitions to a scene of Maya seemingly underground, but railroad tracks above her still riding the motorcycle. The lights of her high beams illuminated, cutting us to our next clip of a shuddering beam of warm light and Echo's name front and center. And that's it for my breakdown for the first episode of Echo. This series is very stories. This is us watching the creation of Maya Lopez and what goes her story. I figure a lot of the episodes will be us diving in and finding out what makes Maya and how her history shapes her future and decisions. So let's get this party started. I'll be back for episode 2 breakdown, and follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Lulu_Clemens. Follow New Rockstars and subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Check out the break room where we'll be covering Echo and more. Thanks.
My girlfriend, we got kidnapped. You know where she is? It ain't too late. Yeah, you did. She's alive.
She looks more like a suspect.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Jessica Clemens, and this is a breakdown of Echo episode 2, where we get first hints of Maya's magical lineage. Ooh. This episode had one of the coolest train heists I've ever seen in a TV show, but it also left me concerned for the safety of my poor, sweet baby boy Biscuits. Let's dive in for all the Easter eggs and details and references you might have missed. But first, don't forget to check out nerdriot.shop, where right now
Hot
you
damn.
can merch inspired by the Echo series.
Hot damn.
Shirt featuring a big man himself,
Damn.
a shirt with Echo spelled out ASL with bloody knuckles. Grabbing a piece of merch from Nerd Riot is a great way to support the channel, so head on over to nerdriot.shop and shop all our awesome merch options today. Let's get into it. Reuben in Alabama in 1200 AD. This is around the same year that the chiefs of the 5 Iroquois nations met in what would become New York State and agreed to unite after years of warring. From the concept art, they labeled this as Cahokia, the largest city built north of Mexico before the colonizers arrived. It's a huge major city until about 1350. Echo visits it in the comics, traveling backwards in time, where she meets her ancestor, Alpoyolua, the host of the Phoenix Force during that time period. In addition to the concept art looking pretty spot on to what we see in an interview with Seth Fairchild, the executive director of Cultural Services, he mentioned Marvel created the village in Stickball Field and made it 100% authentic to what the Choctaw tribal members asked for. They're traveling by canoe, and dugout canoes were widely used pre the arrival of the Europeans. The attention to detail here is just all remarkable. Like in the water, when they're canoeing past the shoreline, we see this freaking alligator snapping turtle native to the southern United States dive into the water. Another shout out to Echo and the team, really just standing on their business to be culturally authentic as possible. This is 1200 AD. 1200 AD. None of us have lived during that time. We're showing you things we only know from stories and artifacts, and that just really gets me because it's really important. People are arriving from all over to take part in the watching public sporting event. This is Choctaw stickball, or Ishtaboli, which is similar to modern-day lacrosse. Choctaw stickball was played often in Oklahoma until the early 1900s. It helped keep warriors in shape for warfare, but also was seen
Turn these heaters off because a nigga about to get
in a
off.
recent interview with the Choctaw Nation chief, Gary Baton, makes note of some of their tribal members being the actors and actresses in the show. This stickball game is played by real stickball players. For 2 days in the heat, they played actual stickball and used a lot of that footage. Amongst the ones, obviously choreographed, but this is all impressive, incredible, and just completely awesome to me. Here we find out that the outcome of this game will determine which team is banished from these lands forever. 2 teams play. Their hands, forearms, feet, lower legs, and lower part of their faces are painted red and blue. They speak to this man in Cherokee. He has blue paint on, so the colors could signify their tribe. They keep score with sticks painted in the same color, and it's the first to 10 wins. There's one woman on the red team, Lowak, and she's crushing it. She's the MVP. The score is 5-1 in favor of red, but then the blue team decides to send in the ringer. This big, beefy dude who seems to have a history with Lowak. She trash talks him a bit, but a teammate tells her to not lose focus. It is so easy to fall into a rut with food, but it's also so boring. My problem is that if it's left up to me, I'll eat the same boring stuff every single day like Zach Huddleston, which is exactly why I'm thrilled when instead of having to figure it out on my own, CookUnity can do it for me. CookUnity is the first chef-to-consumer platform that delivers freshly prepared.
We don't give a damn, we don't give a fuck. Hey! Don't start no shit, won't be no shit.
200 AD. None of us have lived during that time. We're showing you things we only know from stories and artifacts, and that just really gets me because it's really important. People are arriving from all over to take part in the watching public sporting event. This is Choctaw Stickball or Ishtaboli, which is similar to modern-day lacrosse. Choctaw Stickball was played often in Oklahoma until the early 1900s. It helped keep warriors in shape for warfare, but also was seen as an alternative to war between tribes. In a recent interview with the Choctaw Nation chief, Baton, makes note of some of their tribal members being the actors and actresses in the show. This stickball game is played by real stickball players. For 2 days in the heat, they played actual stickball and used a lot of that footage. Amongst the ones, you know, obviously choreographed, but this is all impressive, incredible, and just completely awesome to me. Here we find out that the outcome of this game will determine which team is banished from these lands forever. 2 teams play. Their hands, forearms, feet, lower legs, and lower part of their faces are painted red and blue. They speak to this man in Cherokee. He has blue paint on, so the colors could signify their tribe. They keep score with sticks painted in the same color, and it's the first to 10 wins. There's one woman on the red team, Lowak, and she's crushing it. She's the MVP. The score is 5-1 in favor of red, but then the blue team decides to send in the ringer. This big, beefy dude who seems to have a history with Lowak. She trash talks him a bit, but her teammate tells her to not lose focus. It is so easy to fall into a rut with food, but it's also so boring. My problem is that if it's left up to me, I'll eat the starts 50 to get 50% off your first order of Click Unity. So again, he intercepts the ball right in front of her face, and she is pissed. The score is now tied 9-9. The next point wins. The teams get into a scrum. In the midst of the chaos, the woman starts having flashes of her ancestors, and she sees the glowing spiral on her palms, similar to what Maya sees later on in this episode. The woman leaps over everyone and scores, and the crowd goes wild. In present day, Maya wakes up to the light in her room flashing to indicate that someone is at the door. She has 2 texts on her phone from her cousin Biscuits reading, "I'm here," and "brought some stuff." There's a notepad next to her phone with a list. It says 4 rolls of duct tape, 15 glow sticks. This is a party, and I want to be invited. Small lanterns, drill, sledgehammer, carabiners, climbing rope, harness, just harness, sealant, Vienna sausages. Is this a child or a kidnapper? Biscuits brought Maya some essentials in a postal carrier box, which we later find out is Grandma Chola's, along with her truck he's driving. Maya ominously asks him if he ever takes the truck off-road, and he gives an emphatic never, because Grandma would kill him and he's not good with the steering wheel on the wrong side. It's on the wrong side because she's a U.S. postal worker and she uses the truck on her postal route. In the
GE appliances in Cascade Platinum Plus work harder, so you don't have to. Let your dishwasher do the work.
The box, he's got Doritos, Funyuns, strawberry Pop-Tarts, pasteurized, processed cheddar cheese, and that's a good cousin right there. He's got all the staples and is really a sweet dude who we see later is willing to do some crazy stuff for his cousin. Maya hands him a supply list of things she needs and he says, "It's not illegal, is it?" And she just hands him a wad of cash and doesn't answer. Biscuit goes to Scully's pawn shop to give Maya her list of stuff, and I called the number on the sign there, and sadly, it was not in service, so you don't need to do it. I called like most of the numbers in this series, and none of them are in service. I was hoping for a personalized greeting from Kingpin himself, because that's exactly what I dream of and what I want. Scully's store sells Native American goods, among other things, and we get this hilarious scene with these 2 clueless wasps who get talked into buying a bunch of stuff from Scully, who's obviously used to dealing with these type of people.
Hello, all my relations.
Yeah, in case you can't tell what he's saying, he's chanting "buy the damn thing" over and over again, but they clearly hear what they want to hear. The Wasps want some Navajo rugs that are a little more southwesty, but Biscuits talks them out of anthropology, and they leave Scully decked in the fringe vest and bolo ties. Biscuit says this.
You guys can drive over to anthropology and get your Navajo rug, but that's all stuff from Madripoor.
We saw Madripoor in Falcon and the Winter Soldier with Bear and Zemo, Sam Wilson, and Bucky went to Madripoor to meet the Power Broker, aka Sharon Carter. It's full of the world's shadiest criminals, and this is also a play off the, made in China kind of trope. On the way out, the white woman says, "Yukoki," which is chalked up for thank you, and she was probably so proud of herself for that. And then Biscuit says this.
I don't know why you gotta be all somehow. I just helped you that hell with the Naholos.
Naholos, which is chalked up for white people. Maya's grandma is helping to plan for some type of...
Is there?
Yo.
What's up? What's up?
Oh, you go to sleep there, but get the turn them pipes, let the pipes run, and let they don't bust the pipe now.
Okay, the one in the kitchen and the bathroom?
Yeah, just the cold water.
Alright, I got you.
Alright.
Festival, and the diagram they look at has a similar layout to the one from the opening scene with the Choctaw Stickball game. Someone in the group accidentally spills the beans that Maya's back in town, and they spotted her talking to Henry at the roller rink, and you just know that Grandma Chola isn't mad. She's just disappointed. Biscuits brings everything he got from Scully's over to Maya's house, and she peer pressures him into skipping dinner with Chola to take a ride with her instead, and I'm afraid for Biscuits at this point going forward. He's just easily peer pressured, just like me. Grandma Chola goes to the roller ring to talk to Henry about Maya being back in town, and I love that song everyone is skating to. It's the 1998's All My Life by Casey and JoJo. I was listening to it because I love this song so much. It's just such a good roller skating song. They're always playing those 90 ballads at roller rings. Chola's worried that Maya will cause trouble while she's in town, and her fears are totally founded because immediately we found out that Maya has been planning this whole time with a list of supplies, and it's a dangerous-ass train heist. I don't even know if it's a heist more than it is a horrible terrorist attack. Maya ropes Biscuits into helping her with this too, and he brings along Billy Jack, and I love him and was so concerned for his safety for everything that follows. But spoiler alert, Billy Jack is totally fine, since I'd want to know that before going into this, so you're welcome. Maya goes all Mission Impossible and jumps onto a moving train, and I love that this isn't graceful or easy. Like, she almost falls off, and it's a lot of hard work to get herself back up. Her whole life's a struggle, but that's when she goes hard. It's not the usual action movie type scene. It's brutal, and she's getting beat up doing all this stuff. It kind of reminds me of the awesome Daredevil Season 1 hallway fight scene, where you saw every bit of effort that fight took Matt to accomplish, and he was bloody and battered and breathing hard the entire time. The scene switches from this loud train audio to Maya's POV, silent, calm, still, even as the crazy chaos is raging around her. She jumps over the head of the armed guard without him noticing, and then gives a "yeah, I just did that" smile back that's just awesome. Once she's underneath the train, she drills up into the container D9X and puts the small camera she had Biscuits get her up in there to look around. Biscuits is frantically trying to keep up with Maya and the train and Grandma Chola's truck, and Chola calls him right as this is happening. Grandmas always know when you're up to no good. Even her look on his phone looks disappointed. I'm starting to get a bad feeling that Biscuits is gonna die before this series is even over. Like, he's always just too sweet, and Maya keeps putting him in harm's way, and it all just doesn't bode well with me. Maya enters the container D9X and opens a box, but we don't get to see what's inside of it, which is very Pulp Fiction. She puts something in the box, then seals it up with sealant spray. After she's done what she's come there to do, she's back on top of the train and miscalculates on a jump, crushing her prosthetic leg in a horrible way. I hate this scene. I hate it. I don't ever want to see it again. In a moment of pure panic when she's trying to free her leg, Maya sees a vision of Loak, the stickball playing woman from the beginning of the episode. Then she sees the woman from episode 1 who became the first Choctaw. Maya's hand glows with the same swirling circles as Loak's did, and she's able to pry the train cars apart to free her leg. Then we get this awesome moment that we saw in the trailer where Maya jumps from the moving train to the truck Biscuits is driving, and again, this hits hard. Biscuits checks to make sure Billy Jack the dog is okay, and again, that's exactly the first thing I would have done too. We see the New York skyline, but specifically the view from the Freedom Tower in Manhattan, which is away from Avengers Tower. That's uptown, so we're not seeing Avengers Tower yet in this shot.
We just never gonna see Avengers Tower. Ever.
One of the few who tried to preserve a semblance of humanity were members of the medical corps of the parties to this conflict.
Hello, sir. My name is Grissing, the head doctor of this hospital. If I may speak freely, sir, we expected more than just an officer's rank to support our current situation.
Sir, our defensive line has been broken. Multiple casualties. The 36th Division is in retreat.
Oh my, that is terrible news.
Another bunch of those poor bastards will be
I knew it was a PC game. Well, it looked like a PC game.
Explosives so that when it reaches the end of the line and the workers open it, it just blows up in their faces. It's hard to tell what's in the crate before it explodes, but it kind of looks like weapons. It's also hard to tell what the bomb is made of, but it does look like a homemade bomb, and none of the ingredients look like they were on the list Maya gave the Biscuit. So maybe it's not an accomplice to the bomb in itself. The items she had Biscuit acquire were just a break into the train. I'm not a lawyer, but hopefully that holds up in court because I love Biscuits and I don't want him in trouble. Anyways, it blows the hell out of that warehouse, and this is some real anti-hero shit right here. And I mean, Maya could have just taken out any innocent person who happened to be walking by. Not to mention the fact that probably not all those dudes there were like bad and deserve this. It's giving U.S. agent. Henry has 3 phones and all of them ring at once. He's clearly being told about the train car in the warehouse, but he hasn't yet.
U.S. agent.
It blows the hell out of that warehouse, and this is some real anti-hero shit right here. And I mean, Maya could have just taken out any innocent person who happened to be walking by. Not to mention the fact that probably not all those dudes there were like bad and deserve this. It's giving U.S. agent. Henry has 3 phones.
John Walker. I forgot they call him agent now.
house, but he hasn't yet put 2 and 2 together to know that Maya had anything to do with this. But then he realizes which container blew, and he texts her, "We need to talk now." And you know that if there's periods at the end of sentences in a text, that person means business. They're fucking mad. Maya goes to Scully to get her prosthetic leg fixed up, and I love how everyone in her life just knows American Sign Language, and it isn't presented as like a big deal. Scully immediately knows Maya's up to some crap when he looks at her damaged leg, and she shows him the new leg she wants. I was kind of thinking of that shotgun leg that Rose McGowan has in Planet Terror during this scene, but Maya's probably asking for something a little more practical. Then we get this cool montage of Scully building the leg, very reminiscent of Tony Stark building his suit out of the box of scraps. Box of scraps! And just like Tony's first suit, this leg is temporary. The real one will take some time for him to make. Maya takes Henry, "They hit me, I hit back." And damn girl, don't put that stuff in a text. That's how they nail you. Henry texts back, "They'll know this was you. You can't take on Fist's army alone." And she responds, "They can't do much with their armory melted." Maya sees the statue of the woman from her vision, the first Choctaw, and Scully tells her that her grandmother can trace her roots back to the very first Choctaw, and the ancestors would look out for the family in times of need. So I guess that explains the glowy hand thing. Speaking of Grandma Chola, the look that Biscuits gives her when he knows he's busted for messing up her truck is amazing. He just drives by. I just love it. It's very funny. Biscuits is going to be one of my favorite characters. Biscuits takes the truck to Snake Creek Salvage and gets on the CB to try and sell his PlayStation 4 for money to get it fixed up. He asks for $125 for best offer right now. Used PlayStation 4 goes for around $175 on GameStop. Bonnie hears Biscuits on the CB as he slips and says that Maya's in town. Again, not to curse Biscuits, but this dude is definitely going to die before this series is over. He's just too sweet and naive. Henry compares Maya to Fisk, saying she sounds like him, and we know from the trailer that Fisk himself will make this comparison at some point. Henry also says Maya needs to lay low and that people close to her always get hurt, and oh yeah, someone's gonna die. If not Biscuits, maybe Bonnie or Grandma Chola, and I'm gonna be crushed no matter what, because none of these people deserve to die. They're all innocent. Bonnie texts Maya, "Are you here in town? Why wouldn't you tell me?" This is just as Maya is looking at the swing set where they played when they were little. She flashes back to their sleepover in the tent the night her mom died, and these memories have baggage because in the present day she shoots up the swing set. The gunshots are intercut with more scenes of Maya's ancestors, the woman in the cave looking back at her, and then a black and white shot of a woman we haven't seen before. She's holding a shotgun and it has braids and a cowboy hat, and this is the image we go out on. And that's it for my breakdown in episode 2 of Echo. I'll be back tomorrow for my breakdown in episode 3. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter, and follow New Rockstar. Subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Thank you, Gina, for writing this episode. It takes a village to make these videos, and Gina wrote this one.
Bitch, who do you love?
Have you tried the tissue test? Because there's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips white.
Hey man, ever since you tried Zesty Hidden Valley Ranch?
Oh, honey!
Then you close yourself. How could you say that?
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Jessica Clemens, and this is a breakdown of the 3rd episode of Marvel's newest Disney Plus show, Echo. We last left off with Maya starting a new war of her own, showing everyone in New York the new boss in town while still ignoring her family and their wishes. In this episode, we're introducing the Black Knife Cartel, which might lead to their favorite enemy, Bullseye, who last we saw was getting a bionic freaking spine in the final season of Daredevil. We are slowly threading in the Netflix Daredevil and sneakily dropping little hints. There's so much to talk about, so let's just jump right into it. But actually first, before we jump right into it, don't forget to check out nerdriot.shop, where right now you can find merch inspired by the Echo series, including a shirt featuring the big man himself and a shirt with Echo spelled out in ASL with bloody knuckles. Grabbing a piece of merch from nerdriot.shop is a great way to support the channel. Now let's get into it. We open this episode the same way we opened episode 1, the same dream spiral underneath Earth. Scully tells Maya how their grandmother Chola could trace their roots to Chaka. After previously on, we jump to an old-timey title card. First is the Marvel Studios logo, which flickers like an old-school film. Then it rolls to the Marvel Spotlight logo, and the Spotlight font really works for this. There's a bit of an old-school movie western vibe that frames the late 1800s, especially since the episode is centered around the White Horsemen and their schemes are really peace. The next card gives us a border, and now with the sun centered at the top, it says, in the late 1800s, Indian country was infested with dangerous criminals threatening the safety of the native nations. Tribes established their own police force to bring these criminals to justice. These tribal police were called the Light Horsemen. Then the sun at the top turns into the Choctaw National Seal. The Light Horsemen are actually a real thing. The principal chief had 6, later 9, who he appointed and who served as his special agents in carrying messages, making arrests, monitoring and banning whiskey, and assisting the government in enforcing enforcing the laws. They had Americans like coming in and people messing stuff up, so they had to have their own people outside of the law that could govern it. They're basically like their own police force. They're also called light horsemen because they had to travel so light, so they're always ready to go and could travel long distances. Choctaw, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Seminole, and Creek all had light horsemen. These ones we're seeing right now are technically called the Osaba Amenili Tushka, meaning warrior who rides a horse, specifically the Choctaw horse. You just know the Foley artist had so much fun when he created those scenes. You can do the horse plots, but they're in the It just sounds like a fake horse hoof on cement, and I love it. It is so easy to fall into a rut with food, but it's also so boring. My problem is that if it's left up to me, my code NRockStars50 to get 50% off your first order of Click Unity meals to try them out for yourself. As they ride through the forested terrain, we see a...
What's up? What's up?
You do not get the one in the kitchen going. I got a bear right there. Don't leave it out. You say on the outside I got?
Yeah.
You can shut it off in the kitchen. You ain't got to run the kitchen.
Okay, cool. So just the bathroom.
Just the bathroom.
Cool. All right, I got you.
All right.
All right.
Small area of homes. Initially following the Trail of Tears, most of the people quickly built homes that were constructed like log cabins, and over the next few years, the logs would shrink or create gaps, so they didn't last long, but you'd see them sort of lean over time, and that's why the houses in the background sort of look like that. And then another title card. Then what I think is a squash being murked, and up rises a small woman. This is Tuklo, played by Danny McCallum, one of Echo's ancestors we've seen with a wide-brimmed hat, and just...
Ricochet. Get your fucking wife. You could tell she new to this shit, bro. She still got her page private. Yeah, that's crazy.
Another title card. Then what I think is a squash being murked, and up rises a small woman. This is Tuklo, played by Danny McCallum. One of Echo's ancestors we've seen with a wide-brimmed hat. And just like, look here. The Light Horsemen were traveling across the entire Choctaw Nation at the time, and this is the 1800s, so it was different clothing for all different weathers. Heavy coats, hats, what have you. They just had all the gear prepared. The title card says, her father was a Light Horseman, but Tuklo was a might force all on her own. At the top of the frame is the sapsucker that we keep seeing. We see it again later on another title card, and this must be a message from her ancestors or possibly a warning, but I think it's the beginning of something new to come and they're preparing her. Then her dad hands her a rabbit stick, a weapon for early Choctaw hunters. Carved from hickory limb, it is commonly used to kill rabbits or small animals. With the next title card, we see her mission is just to be a Light Horseman, just like her father. It's like Maya following in her father's footsteps, though this one isn't working for Fitz. He tells her, no, women are life givers, men are life takers. The system was made up of a matriarchal society, like the foundation of that society is the women. They can birth and create new life, literally physically create new life, but also with agriculture, and then the men just kill to protect, eat, and, you know, some say to survive. Tuklo says it best, though, to give life means nothing if I cannot protect it. She storms off on horseback to a creek. This creek does resemble the creek west of the Nanawaya Cave in Mississippi. It's surrounded by woods, and since it's part of the Choctaw creation story, it would make sense for how the ancestors are reaching Tuklo through their waters. She braids her hair knowing it's for Choctaw warriors, for Choctaw men, and they will see her for who she is. It was common in Choctaw traditional hair, men wear their hair long enough to make 2 braids, and I also love that we often see Maya with 2 braids or at least one. Hopefully that means she's a warrior. The Light Horsemen are in action until it's a trap. A shootout commences. When the title card says, meanwhile, Tuklo senses something. The frame no longer gives the Choctaw seal or the sun, but the sapsucker again. Back at the creek, Tuklo senses something. Then she sees the spiral symbol, and like Echo, we see in the sky her eyes. In a sequence, we see Chapa, then Loa from the last episode. She disappears in the blink of an eye like we saw Maya's mom do in the kitchen. Then we get to Chapa staring at her hands, puzzled. We see the first of the Choctaw people under the earth. Then back to Loa playing stickball from the last episode. The spiral beams brighter, and then Tuklo lifts her head concerned. We're back.
Half of my monthly premium is covered with financial help, and knowing I'm covered to go to therapy and
You
have
don't
my
give us
prescriptions is huge.
All plans cover doctor visits, prescriptions, emergency care, and more. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll by January 16th.
Don't start no shit.
Back at the shootout, and here comes Tuklo hitting every single mark. Her father releases a war cry, impressed and proud by the looks of it. So we now know through Tuklo, Maya will harness supreme accuracy. Then we get to the intro. That's my newfound addiction. Chola is pissed and buzzing at the gate of the security cam. You can see the Oklahoman, the daily newspaper in Oklahoma. She yells Yakoki when buzzed in, which means thank you. She's fed up when she enters Scully's pawn shop, and Grandpa over here is just trying to get laid, and I love Scully. I think he's one of my favorite characters now. His shirt says The Natives, a play off the Beatles and their Abbey Road album cover. Jokes aside, they're not together anymore, and that actually makes me sad, and I wonder if it's because of Maya's mother's passing that they just split up at the end. Scully responds to her saying Halito, which means hello in Choctaw. We see a sign when Chola is seated that says payday loans, we buy gift cards, check cashing. So truly Scully does all. He's a jack of all trades. Also, I'm sorry, but Chola is me when he sits next to her and she tells him to go sit over there. I think I do that to literally anybody that gets too close to me. I also love that Biscuit damn near totaled her truck and is only getting $100 back from the pawn shop. Like, that will do anything. Also, that happy behind Scully says young at heart, slightly older in other places, and what's not to love about him? And okay, I'll stop pointing out the ridiculous things. Fine, I just love this little pawn shop. Then we cut to Vicky snitching out Maya's location like we all knew would happen, and he's on the phone with the crazy bald guy from the last episode. His name is Zane, played by Andrew Howard, who played Luther Banks in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We thought this could be Teodor Zarco from the comics, who ran the Black Knight.
No, Eagles.
Bullseye, and I still believe it's him.
I knew the Bills was gonna win, but no, Eagles.
Runs the cartel alongside someone else. Also later you can see the
Got 13 minutes left though.
in the comics they had it tattooed on.
Fuck, I'm thinking they talking. Man, it's fucking
from our
team.
favorite Batman, and from our favorite Batman, I mean Bullseye. Look, I just want to see him in the suit. He is a crazy person. I get it. He's had a hard life. I'm not trying to excuse his actions because he definitely drives in a car with a woman that's dead in the passenger seat. I think about that like once a day. We get to Maya down by a lake. When she turns, she's faced with Choppa, who shifts between herself and the people they were before emerging. When Maya takes a deep breath, visions of the sapsucker leaving their hand and flying to the post the night of Maya's mom dying. To Tuklo and Maya's dead mother. Back to Tuklo braiding her hair in the forest near the creek, running calmly. Tuklo then removes the belt from her father's hat. A woman squeezing droplets of water onto her pregnant belly. This is a woman we saw in the snippet of what's to come in the first episode. We then get low beams of light like you're in a stretcher moving through a hospital. Tuklo screams something urgent like a warning, and then Maya's drugged. We started noting that when she's clearly in danger or beside herself, the visions of her ancestors ease her or just warn her. So we saw Maya's oldest ancestor, the first to enter the passage, relay their message through the sapsucker, and it looks like they're all entangled by this spiral link. It was revealed by Can We Get Some Toast that, and spoilers, so Can We Get Some Toast said that Maya's powers will not be the same as the ones in the comics. Still, she'll be empowered by her ancestors when threatened, and that so far is looking to be true, not only with Maya, but with Tuklo and Loak as well. This character did copy many other characters in the comics, and if you want to make a story that gives her a different link, then I think this is a better one, and I like it. It's giving me like a heartfelt Shazam. Maya awakens as the new disco ball in Henry's skating rink, frees herself by wiggling out of her prosthetic. Then it's silent, and in walks Vicky and two women. Vicky and Gracie both have the same little cat tattoo, and I could not confirm where it comes from. If you know, let me know. It's kind of heinous. They've already tied up Henry, and now they've tied Maya to an exercise machine. This skating rink is just wild. It's like a half gym, half skating rink. Later we see it has like laser tag. It just got too much stuff. Bonnie then shows up at the skating rink. Little does she know it's under siege. She goes around back and runs into Henry. He signs, leave now, go. Thankfully, she picks up what he's putting down. Then, just when you think Bonnie made it, she gets yanked up, tied down, and thrown in with Maya, who's been avoiding her this entire time. This moment is also just so heartbreaking. Y'all are adults, just share your feelings, and I know they can't right now because they're restrained, but soon they can just sign to each other how they love each other. Maya scoots her spring-loaded boot knife and cuts herself free, then frees Bonnie. Clever girl. Bonnie confronts Maya about never returning her calls or emails for years, and Maya is unfazed. Bonnie's chewing her out, and Maya's just sitting there like, and? What do you want me to do about it? And I like it about her. When Vicky and his goons walk into Maya and Bonnie's holding area, they walk over a red circle with a black dot and a target, and I'm sorry. Still, if this isn't foreshadowing for Bullseye, specifically in the Colombian connection with Teodoro Zorro and the rest of the Black Knight cartel from the comic book, I don't know what it is, but I think he's coming. There's still a possibility that Henry doesn't necessarily work for Fisk. He could be like 3 degrees off from Fisk. So what if his dealings were with the Black Knight cartel at the beginning? This would make sense also to why Zane knew Henry and approached him like they're old friends, and I bet Henry is hiding the Black Knight cartel tattoo under his wristband. I don't think it's off. I think that's something we should think about. I think he works for someone that's just not necessarily Fisk. Once Bridget points a gun at Bonnie, the sound and music fade. We hear Echo's low heartbeat. She's calmer than usual, probably because she's not restrained and knows she can kick everybody's asses. Then Maya punches the hell out of Bonnie with absolutely no warning. Zero warning. Her warning was the sucker punch. Though they take Bonnie, I'm sure they also have a plan. Then here comes Zane. He also didn't bring the money because he had to assess the situation first and didn't want to get double-crossed, which makes sense, and Vicky's an idiot. Maya begins MacGyvering a BB gun with a roller skate and some bolts while Bridget's watching a video tutorial on holding a hostage. It's credited as Militia Mommy Podcaster, and the name is credited as Shelby Hall. Right when the video says to protect yourself, Maya shoots out the lights with a makeshift electric BB gun. Then this dummy walks into the dim-lit trap and gets beat the hell out of. And it feels just like Netflix's Daredevil when you turn off those lights and just beat everyone's asses. Then exactly what happens to Vicky happens. So now there's no bounty and a dead Vicky. Then the lights turn freaking red. And again, doesn't this remind you of like every Daredevil fight scene with the contrasting lights? And also, yeah, Rob Zombie's Dracula plays, and of course it does. Because why wouldn't it? Henry leads the goons to the breaker that's at the laser tag area of the skate rink, and this man literally gets blasted with electricity and stops the music for a second. Henry laughs and abruptly gets punched in the face, and this is the second sucker punch of the evening, and I love it. And then the music starts again. Great sequence. Then here comes Maya beating all that ass in the dark. It's a real don't get it twisted, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me moment. It's so good. Then we see the scene that we got from the trailer of Maya falling through the Make America Skate Again wall. When she lands on the man, she palms his head and smashes it into the rink, and blood splatters out, and this is just metal as hell. She then hitting his hand and picks picks up another goon's gun. The precision of Tuplo is out. When she kicks this man in the face, his blood splatters onto the disco ball. She hits the goons directly in the head, killing all of them. Then we start to only hear her heartbeat again. She's still channeling Tuplo though. The sound comes back after flipping this man on his ass. She gets tossed into a pinball game machine called The Legend of the Coyote. The choreography here is just very fun. It's very fun, it's very good, and like Daredevil, it's like 6 minutes long. She then kicks this man standing on top of an air hockey table. What was he planning on doing? Pile driving? My second favorite gruesome kill is Maya getting bullets through this guy. It's remarkable. Other than a movie, Quick and the Undead is also a board game about outlaws and you're the leader and you need to control the West Fort by killing the undead plague. It's also a game where Maya lasso whips the shit out of everyone in sight. Channeling Tuplo again, like when using the rabbit stick, Maya starts tossing ski balls at everyone. And I'm also just still more astonished there's so much to do at this skating rink because mine sucked as a child. Regardless, they got Henry and Maya tied, kneeling again because they captured Bonnie and Maya wasn't ready to risk that. Then right as he's about to kill Henry, Zane's phone rings and it's New York Minute by the Eagles. I love that Zane's chosen this song as Wilson Fisk's ringtone and the lyrics really match what's happening here. In a New York Minute, everything can change, and oh boy, do they. When he answered the phone flustered, it was clear that the man he was talking to had bigger plans, and they let Bonnie, Henry, and Maya leave. Zane is a little irritated with it, and just like in the comics, he's sort of hot-headed and crazy, so nothing good will come of this. Then, the Black Knife Cartel just leaves, like that. Bonnie and Maya step outside, and Maya finally apologizes for punching Bonnie square in the face. Luckily, Maya promises no one will hurt Bonnie. She wouldn't let that happen, though she did just punch her in the face, and I'm never gonna let her live that down. Then Bonnie takes off believing Maya. So now we know Bonnie will eventually maybe get kidnapped again or hurt, and Maya will have to step in the way. This is why Peter wears a mask, so no one in his family can get hurt, even though they all got hurt. Back at Henry's office, he's upset and shaken. For some reason, it's clear to everyone but Maya that Kingpin saved her. However, Henry still decides to fight with her. Then, When We Remain by Samantha Crane plays, and we get these gorgeous overhead shots of Oklahoma. Maya's little house resembles Tuplo's small village town, being surrounded by trees and away from everyone else. Scully arrives with a gift. It's the prosthetic leg guard. It's gold with a classic traditional Choctaw design and a sun at the top. He says it's for the Choctaw warrior. Then he lectures Maya on seeing her grandma, and it just looks like these two will never talk unless one is dying or one's almost dead. They just refuse to talk to each other. Echo goes out on her bike, and we see scenes of everyone down in the dumps. Bonnie at a bar, Chola at church, not even singing. Biscuit is getting down in the back singing. Wilson Fisk off the IV drip and doing something nervous and weird with his hands. His eye is still bandaged, and he's clearly blind in it, but he's shown his face finally. We assume he's called off the hit on Maya, but we don't actually know. What we do know is this is the beginning of his wild ass coming in. We still haven't seen that moment in the trailer where he agrees to go to war with Maya, and that's it for my breakdown of the third episode of Echo. Tune in tomorrow for episode 4's breakdown, and follow me on Instagram, Twitter at Lulu_Clemens. Follow New Rockstars, subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Check out the break room where we'll be covering Echo and everything else you want. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later.
We have breaking news right now, so we wait to see how this plays out. No ideas at all.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Jessica Clemens, and this is a breakdown of Echo Episode 4, titled Taloa. That's after Maya's mom. Last episode, we saw Kingpin arrive in what felt like a green screen shot. Regardless, Kingpin has entered the chat, and in this episode, we'll explore a couple of things. 1, how the heck did Echo get her powers? 2, can Kingpin see in both eyes? And 3, does he own Avengers Tower? So let's quit lollygagging and get into it. But first, don't forget to check out nerdriot.shop, where right now you can find merch inspired by the Echo series, including a shirt featuring the big man himself, and a shirt with Echo spelled out in ASL with bloody knuckles. It's 2008 and we're in New York City, the big NY, the Big Apple. Along with young Maya going to a private school and being accompanied by Wilson Fisk, this is the year that Tony's abducted as a change of heart, and we see the Mark 1, 2, and 3 suits. We also see the Duel of Los Angeles, aka, when like Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane really just messed up our city. So a quiet year in New York, but a freaking shit show over in the City of Angels. Maya steps out in her school uniform and little prosthetic leg. We've seen this scene in the trailer, but not much detail from it. And there's also a New York Post box behind them, and this ice cream guy is kind of a dickhead. In one of the Hawkeye deleted scenes, Fisk offers to get ice cream with Maya after karate while her dad is busy doing his work. So this was her comfort and tradition with Fisk, excluding, the half-dead ice cream man who gets beat to a pulp in front of her. Additionally, I like how Fisk just yanks this man into an alley in straight up daylight. The last thing we see before this man gets his dome rocked is frozen treats. Doesn't know yet that he's about to get a frozen beat down. I mentioned Fisk wearing that damn white suit in the first episode, and I'll mention it again here because he thinks he's slick wearing the same outfit twice. We see the bloody hand that we saw in the trailer. I've mentioned this also before, but we hadn't seen Kingpin's infamous cufflinks since the finale of Hawkeye when Kate did Clint's coin trick. Even in this shot, we don't see them, just the rings that's been on this entire season. This could be the new form of cufflinks. They do resemble them with a dark stud in the center. In the teaser footage that was released for Echo that had clips from Daredevil, they strategically edited around the scenes that show the cufflinks. So I think they're now rings. So after reacting carelessly, he smashes this man's head in, asks for forgiveness, and then moves on. Just like he did with Vanessa and that Russian guy whose head he slammed repeatedly between a car door until he beheaded him. Because you know, old habits die hard, I guess, with Wilson Fisk. Before seeing Maya, he calls someone on the phone.
Yes, I need a new jacket.
This could be Melvin Potter, who Fisk had making his suits back in the day during Daredevil, or it could be his little bitch Wesley, his personal assistant who was there every step of the way. Maya's watching, just like the dragon, and clearly she's picked up a new vibe from her uncle and all the crime she's been around. She gets a couple of good licks in on the ice cream man, then walks away hand in hand with Fisk. Jump to 2021, Fisk and Maya are having their weekly Sunday dinners when he basically promotes her. He reveals that they can only trust each other, and I'll be honest, Fisk is clearly an emotional man who wears his heart on his sleeve. You'd think he'd be smarter with that big-ass head of his. In the background is a piece of art featuring the stars from the American flag and some hammers. If there's two things Wilson Fisk loves, it's America and hammers. This is some foreshadowing to a very important hammer that will come back at the end of the episode. We also see why the translator has changed at least twice, and it's because he's killing them after he's done with them. He literally escorted her to her plastic bag death and then killed her. We actually get to hear her like beg for her life, and it's horrible. Honestly, though horrible, I do like this little detail. It's a nice touch because I wondered, what if he told Maya he was going to blow up the moon? Would the translator like tell the president? This is all where I put my don't shoot the messenger joke, but I don't have to. It speaks for itself. So I feel bad for these women and Julie from Daredevil Season 3. They did absolutely nothing, and they keep just dying. Back to the present, Fisk is at Maya's house waiting on her with his goons. They place a contact in her eye, allowing her to see virtual ASL that auto-translates whatever Fisk is saying. It captures your face, forearms, and hands, and when it tries to recognize Fisk's eye, the right eye gets a little red diamond. It's attempting to reconnect and can't source his retinas. I think the closest thing we had to a digital translator in the MCU was the Kree tech that Carol, Quill, and later the rest of the Guardians had. The translator would auto-translate various languages because they were always in space. They don't speak English in space, not all the places. I think the closest we'd get to this translator regarding engineering are the Edith glasses, especially how it scans your retina, recognizing the user as it did for Peter. Also later in the top left corner, it looks like a symbol of two hands and faint letters saying ASL. So this is probably originally a device to translate languages, and you could roll through them like a Rolodex. The ASL could be the new commission accessory that Fisk talked about, but this is just a working theory. I'm only assuming this because we're still trying to figure out who owns Avengers Tower. And if this translator and the eye patch were pieces of the tech left behind, I wouldn't be surprised. Naturally, we all imagine Pepper Potts would have liquidated everything, but what if she didn't? What if she left behind the smaller tech that does nothing? Or what if Tony had left something behind with information about new prototype tech? Then it would be easier for Fisk to move in and create from Tony's history that he left behind. Additionally, it's not like a disgruntled employee hasn't left Stark Industries before, it's thinking of revenge and could be working under Fisk. But I want to believe my first theory just because anything is really possible, and I think that's more possible. Fisk and Maya go inside, and then Fisk reveals his damaged eye. Why did he wait to go in the house to do it? Why is he wearing the bandage all the freaking time if he doesn't need it? Why is he so dramatic? I hate Wilson Fisk. When he began removing the bandage, it lit up blue and had a subtle electronic hum. The same blue light and electronic hum as the regeneration cradle made by Helen Cho in Age of Ultron. This device fixed Clint's leg, helped Ultron's vibranium body, and created Vision. Later, it was destroyed, but that doesn't mean the pieces, blueprints, or prototypes were. It could still live in Avengers Tower. I think this could be a big hint as we're still waiting to see who actually owns it. And also, hey, look, I get it. No one has touched this house, but that clock still says 8:35, which is the same time of death when Maya's mom died, or at least when they left the house to go get hot chocolate. Why are these batteries they're just dead? They're just dead and it stayed the same time for like years? Maya pours the wine down the sink, probably to keep him and her with a clear head. However, we haven't really seen Maya really drink this entire show, like drink alcohol. At the Fisk family dinner, she's usually standing menacingly, or just looking at him. Menacingly! At one point, it looks like her wine glass actually has water in it rather than alcohol, so she might not drink. Kingpin offers Lafette wine, which can range from $300, a nice measly $300, to $18,000 allegedly. Hey.
Murder something big. Murdered it.
And Kingpin says this.
What happened to the Lafette? Became highly recommended.
As we remember from Daredevil Season 1, he doesn't know how to buy wine. He only takes recommendations because he's unrefined. Wesley told him how to shop for Vanessa's wine. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Maybe I should be out with him.
Instead, they enjoy some Shasta Cola and Levain cookies, real beloved cookies from New York City that I think producer Evan really loves a lot. He speaks highly of them, says they're really good, but also very bougie. Then Fisk offers her an empire with him. He's flying out tomorrow and is staying at the Choctaw Casino. We see it later, and this is actually the design for the actual Choctaw Casinos. Then he leaves, giving her the obvious decision to not take it. Henry closed the skating rink the next day, probably because he was busy cleaning Vicky's blood from the floor. Something I've noticed that's been addressed in recent interviews is Henry usually speaks out loud when he's signing, and so does Scully and Biscuit. Sometimes they'll take a second to remember how to sign something. This, among other scenes, is great attention to detail. In an interview with Total Film, director Sidney Freeland mentions how varying people in Maya's life are more fluent in ASL than others. People who are less proficient will also speak at the same time. It's called SimCom, so they tried to make a spectrum of experiences in Maya's family to be more authentic. Also, these actors learned sign language from Eternal's ASL consultant Doug Ridloff, who is the husband of the actress who played Makari. Too bad for you, Barry Keoghan. Beautiful, beautiful Makari, my ass. If you're looking to ring in the new year by ringing in a new year, trying to leave, and Fisk threatens to kill him if he does. As we know from the finale of Hawkeye in this show, Fisk OG.ie/Rockstars100 to get started. Henry then has a heart-to-heart with Maya about trying to leave, and Fisk threatens to kill him if he does. As we know from the finale of Hawkeye in this show, Fisk will track you down and kill you if you threaten to leave him. Everyone's afraid of it. We've seen bits and pieces, but they're finally setting up the Choctaw powwow. Chola was preparing for it with other organizers in the last episode, and we saw a poster for it in the first episode. A powwow is a time and a place to learn and celebrate Native American cultures, specifically here for the Choctaw Nation. Then we see some real sights. It's at the Haskell County Fairgrounds, which is a real place in Sublette, Kansas. And Teton Trade Cloth by Lenape is a real shop, native-owned and woman-owned, creating Indian artwork, wool trade, cloth, trade beads, and other rare finds. Then Chola gets a flashback of her ancestors like we've seen throughout with Maya. Then, at the same time, Maya receives the same visions at Henry's. Most of these are new images for us as well. The canopy of trees and the sunlight beaming through them. Pregnant woman on a stretcher. The pregnant woman giving birth in the woods. The spiral we've seen now has etching, then cuts to a wide shot, so we see the top of the cave that collapsed in the first episode. Then I think Maya faints and Henry takes her to her grandmother's. I don't know if everyone knows Chola's powers or she's just known as the town grandma who can fix everything. I think it's alluded to her family knowing Chola has a firm connection with the ancestors, though, because after Maya's visions, Henry didn't take her to a hospital or Gretchen. He was like, only one person can fix this child's inner demons. All it took for these two to finally talk was Henry dropping her off and saying, get the hell out of here. Inside Chola's home, she offers pop and cookies like Maya didn't just have that exact meal last night with Fisk. In the background on Chola's fridge is a fox drawing, probably because Chola's name means fox. The more you know. We learned that Maya's mom barely made it, and her grandma in labor left the hospital to a midwife that gave birth to Maya's mom, Taloa, who was a healer, and the generations are echoing to Maya and coming when Maya or Chola need them the most. I couldn't find much on the midwife process in Choctaw tradition, but this scene is beautiful. It's mentioned in an interview with Seth Fairchild that there are some things in Choctaw Nation that can't be expressed in the series, and maybe this is one of them. Maya storms out and Chola heads into her studio. They mentioned that she used to have
got icicles, but ain't no fucking snow though.
You know, Chola's store's been closed down for a while now.
In the studio, we see a lot of different French clothing. I think she makes the regalia dresses. The number 12 on the mannequin might represent the 12 districts of the Choctaw Nation. Then Down to the River to Pray plays, which
it say snow though.
From Tennessee and Mississippi, and hearing this song again triggers something in me that I can't listen to the song anymore. I want to throw my head through the computer. The exact origins of this song, though, are unknown, with it often being attributed to African American spirituals from the 19th century.
Go to
with
Facebook
the
right
earliest
quick.
version of this song being written down in 1867. The version used here is performed by Alison Krauss and was featured in the Coen Brothers film, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? You remember that movie? It was very funny. As we see a sad Chola, Maya on her bike again, Bonnie is sad at Chola's house in her kitchen, Biscuit is still trying to fix Chola's car at a car lot. He refers to Chola as Pokney, that's Choctaw for grandma. Woody also quotes The Lion King. His name's Woody. He quotes The Lion King, and this is all just ridiculous. Then we get this very deep moment that sums up what we should expect in the finale episode.
You know what you're looking for?
I'll know when I find it.
Chola always says there's nothing too broke to fix. If you want it bad enough, don't throw it away.
Chola is currently designing an outfit that we will see Maya in later, and I will break it down then because it's spectacular, and we need to see it in better lighting. Maya rode all the way to the casino to kill Kingpin, presumably. The gospel music that's just playing over her about to assassinate someone is crazy to me. It says, "Show me the way," and it's down the barrel of a frickin' gun. He's put the bandage back on his eye, and I suspect it's healing 24/7, or just makes him more comfortable. I hate how Kingpin is trying to tell her we only had each other at one point, like he wasn't the reason for that. The psychological abuse and manipulation Fisk is imprinting on Maya right now, like, the entire series, it sucks, and I'm glad she's confronting him about it in this scene. Between Natasha, Yelena, Gamora, Nebula, and now Echo, like, these men manipulating these girls and lying to them from such young ages, that stuff doesn't go away. They just grow from those emotions. That could lead to a ton of mental health problems, behavioral problems, basically turning them into other Kingpins. It doesn't also stop at, like, girls. It's Shang-Chi, Moon Knight, Star-Lord, the list goes on. It's horrible because we really don't have a solution for it in the MCU. These heroes just grow from these traumas, and I wish they could all help each other or just talk to each other. Then when I think he's about to pull out his cufflinks, he shows off the hammer. The hammer! And you're right, one of these things are not like the other. The hammer from Echo and the hammer from Daredevil are two different things. The Echo one is prettier. Why did they change it? I have no idea. I can't even theorize why they would, but they did. Hector on Inside Marvel mentioned the change of hammer being a thematic change rather than an obvious one.
Thematically, a framing hammer is something that is used to normally, like, build a house, right? Wilson Fisk, 12-year-old, used a framing hammer to tear down that house.
Oh my god.
And in the present, a ball-peen hammer is more often used in a way to kind of forge metal for a weapon.
Shape metal.
So he's trying to shape Maya into a weapon for himself.
Why?
So that's why thematically, I'm just trying to, like,
Why am I in
marginalize
this episode?
Make it so that there's not a continuity error. It's not a continuity error. It's on purpose, okay?
He proposes to Maya the generous gift of beating him to death, like he did his father with the hammer, and honestly, would that even kill him? Would it even kill him? He was shot in the face and survived, so truly, would he die from a hammer to the head? Regardless, she's not like him, so she throws the hammer back down. We knew from the teaser trailer that Kingpin's story of killing his father would make its way into the Disney MCU via Echo, but him carrying the hammer is wild. What is he, Thor? Then Maya leaves questioning whether she should go with Kingpin. The next day at the lake by her house, she ponders and we see flashes of Kingpin sitting with her at karate, in the car after the motorcycle accident. He's laughing at the family dinner, but she also remembers the bad times, like fighting Clint on top of the roof with Yelena and Kate Bishop from Hawkeye, Batman's auto repair when Clint told her the truth, on the bridge with the tracksuit mafia shooting at Clint and Kate, quicker cuts of the motorcycle through the shop window, the security guards at the drug den, her shooting at Clint at the auto repair in Hawkeye, what director Sidney Freeland calls the birth of a villain. Kingpin tells her, "I love you," in Hawkeye after talking to Eleanor Bishop. She says it back, "Ugh." But I understand. Henry's a hostage at the skating rink. Her family is in literal danger. The time she had Biscuit tracking her on the train, destroying Grandma's car, Bonnie seeing her for the first time in years, quicker cuts to Scully, Chola, her dying father, her mother. All of these play major factors in her life. Her family and crime are the only life she's ever known. The misjudgment and manipulation, this girl has been every way but up. And now she's finally getting a chance to make a decision for herself, and we hope she chooses right. When you're in the dark as long as Maya has been, it's hard to see your way out, and sometimes just disappearing sounds like a good idea. The hardest thing a superhero can do is protect their family. And from all those quick cutaways, I assume she's only got one real family worth the effort. So we've got to hope she continues on a path of curiosity, and that curiosity puts her down a path of becoming a hero. She leaves Tamaha, and other than the Choctaw National Seal on the A of Tamaha, we see Chupisalachiki, which means until we meet again. Then we're His men say they lost track of her, and Kingpin's a kid who's just lost his toy and is super angry right now and about to break his own plane. During the closing credits, we hear the song Bread and Cheese from the group Hallucination, and featuring Black Bear, a group from Canada who perform traditional First Nation music. These two groups often collaborate to combine electronic dance music and hip-hop with indigenous music, and it is so good.
As a merman, I'm half man, half fish, and half amazing hair. That third half is thanks to Native. Clean, effective hair care that leaves your locks moisturized, full, and strong with just 10 simple ingredients. Ah, mortals. No doubt drawn by the siren sense of Native hair care.
Oh, cool. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Jessica Clemens, and this is a breakdown of Echo Episode 5 titled Maya. We made it to the finale. This is the final showdown. It's done after this. We last left off in Episode 4 with Fisk pissed that Maya didn't arrive on the plane, and his goons lost track of her. Maya left Oklahoma believing that it was the best option for herself and her family, and we're getting ready for the Choctaw Nation powwow. In this breakdown, we'll explore what Maya's powers are, if she killed the essence of Kingpin itself, and whether or not she's a mutant. No more mutants! But don't forget to check out nerdriot.shop, where right now you can find merch inspired by the Echo series, including including a shirt featuring the big man himself and a shirt with Echo spelled out in ASL with bloody knuckles. Grabbing a piece of merch from Nerd Riot is a great way to support the channel. We open our final episode to a Jingle Dress song by the Northern Cree, then after the Marvel Spotlight logo, the drums increase, then abruptly stop to a peaceful view of the lake by Maya's house. We hear the infamous woodpecker pecking on the tree, then Maya shoots it with a slingshot. That little serial killer. She runs the woodpecker to her mom, who I couldn't help but notice keeps her beading set and a chess or checkers box. My mom leaves her sewing stuff literally in a drawer, so every time I reach into it, I stab myself. I think that's most moms. Her mom also has a turtle tattoo on her arm. Turtles, especially the snapping turtle that I flagged in episode 2, are sacred animals to many Native American tribes. Their connection to the earth and being resilient, protective, are old creatures, but this one also just belongs to the actress, so it could mean a lot of things or anything to her. It's just a gorgeous tattoo, and you know I love my tattoos. Then we reveal the half-dead woodpecker behind the blue bandana. Different old creatures, but this one also just belongs to the actress, so it could mean a lot of things or anything to her. It's just a gorgeous tattoo, and you know I love my tattoos. Then we reveal the half-dead woodpecker behind the blue bandana. Between the blue bandana, the blue colors for stickball, and the blue spiral, the color blue must mean something really important, but I could not find it. Flagging it here, just in case someone wants to scream it at me. Then Maya's mom tells her of the woodpecker, also known as the biscuit, the bird that tapped out messages on trees, warning when enemies are approaching. I assume this was the same bird we've previously seen, but this one looks a little different from the one below Earth. The red part of its head is a little bit taller. Then Maya's mom crosses her fingers and we see her hands light up like Maya's, and she's healing the bird. This quickly cuts into a flashback from the car crash and us hearing the final beats of her heart. A woman who could heal the world just dies, and it's just sad. This flashback is also so significant because Maya's remembering a good memory and how easily that good memory can be overpowered by a traumatic event. Chola is checking to see if Scully has a sewing machine or maybe even one that she dropped off some years ago. It seems like she pawned it, and in episode 2 during the pre-planning to the powwow, the man mentions Chola not having a shop for a long time. After her daughter died, she did say it killed her inside, and that heartbreak probably threw Chola into a depression, unable to provide for herself or live off the bare necessities, so she just had to pawn it. Luckily, Scully kept it because he clearly still loves her. Then in the cutest interaction, he asked her to come back and visit every once in a while, and she promises. And it just makes me emotional. Then she says, until we meet again, and she's out. We know now Chola needs the sewing machine to make Maya's outfit for the powwow. Next, we see her at the post office, and lo and friggin' behold, Kingpin is there helping her. He's keeping eyes close on Maya's family and returning from the plane ready to start a war. It's sweet to know that Chola keeps up with ASL for Maya, and I bet that's what the entire family has been doing until she returns. Then we cut to Maya on her motorcycle. She's outside Roxxon Gas. Roxxon has made many appearances in the MCU. We see it in She-Hulk and the Corporation during the fight between Obadiah Stane and Tony Stark in the first Iron Man movie. It's just a massive oil and gas company in the comics and does a lot of illegal, shady shit most of the time. I love that Maya throws away the contact. It only is there to appease Fisk. He should have tried to learn all those years he's known her. He'd rather create an AI device than try. That shows that he's already a horrible dad. Or uncle. Whatever the hell he wants to call himself. Then we cut to Biscuit, still alive, thank God, with Billy Jack handling vendor parking at the powwow. That's when Zane shows up. They're absolutely planning an ambush on the Choctaw powwow. They're white men, and they keep up this show. Then we cut to Maya, who ignores Biscuit's text until she notices the woodpecker who's delivering bad news. And once she realizes the woodpecker flies away, its job is done. She speeds back to Oklahoma, running with a gun in hand to Chola's house when she sees her mother. I think a lot of the art in this house is actually designed by this guy. I can't find the direct connection, but the art styles are very similar, and he's credited in the credits. It could also be to commemorate him because he passed away not long ago in 2023. There's a painting behind Taloa of a woman in white, red, and black face paint that sort of resembles a person during the stickball game. Red symbolizes strength, black for the battle, white for peace and prosperity. Her mom uses her powers for healing to go back to the traumatic memory that Maya's been holding onto since the car accident. There, she tells her that she needs to let it go because she'll always be with her. So will her ancestors. The line won't stop at Echo, but she'll have to fight for her family like her ancestors did for her. God, I'm not gonna cry. Because I'm an idiot, I believe the powers translated so easily, and it's revealed that she's empowered by Loak's strategy, Tuklo's cunning, Chafa's ferocity, and her mom's love. We're still learning her powers alongside Maya. It's been mentioned by Chola and her mom that they come when they need help. So it's not like she'll be able to use it all the time, I imagine. Now, like, is she a mutant? In the comics, she also had the Phoenix Force, kinda. She was also just sort of a mimic. Though we're kind of straying away from that in the series, I don't think she's a mutant. I think it's more spiritual and cultural than having that hot X gene. But it's worth mentioning, if this is spiritual, she could wind up with Mephisto, Wanda, or Strange, so we might be seeing some metaphysical stuff in Born Again, but definitely in the Defenders, because Echo is now labeled under the Defenders category in Disney+, along with the Defenders saga officially going into the MCU timeline, which is good for them. I know you guys all wanted it, I wanted it, so I'm very happy about it.
This is Jules, VP of the Ketchup Company, about to use Grammarly to handle a PR issue. Ketchup's not relevant anymore, but I just got some on my fries. That's not good for sales.
Not only does her costume continue to have the sun rays, but this time they beam across the suit. And I'll be honest, when you see an Easter egg so often, you forget to mention it. The circle rays on Echo's coat and her dad's neck are from the comics. It's her original outfit. Done, Jessica, I completely forgot. The shoulders have traditional Choctaw designs, the full diamonds for the diamondback rattlesnake, the spirals on the shoulder pads, the traditional hand-eye symbol represents the religious beliefs and cosmologies of the different historic tribes, all for Maya. Then we're back to the powwow, and this booth, that's a real shop. This is Dancing Bear Indian Trader. The outfits during this scene are incredible and beautiful, and I know you guys see it. The folks involved, especially during the powwow, are a lot of native Choctaw people and the Choctaw cultural team that was working closely with Marvel to make sure this was all as authentic as possible. Remember how I mentioned the Choctaw Princess pageant flyer from the first episode? Well, that's the District 9 Junior Princess. Just a beautiful group of people. Then we begin the festivities. Not just the powwow, but the Black Knight Cartel ready to kill everyone there. Here they come again. The white men, the Naholos, just up this episode. Powwows have a well-respected structure to them. We begin the events with what's called the Grand Entry, which begins with the flag bearers. They usually have the traditional eagle staff. The eagle staff represents the importance of honoring and recognizing the relationship and spiritual connection to the land that the First Nations hold in their hearts. They also carry the United States flag, in this case the Choctaw Nation Warrior flag and the POW MIA flags. Then there would be the important guests like the royalty, tribal chiefs, or the elders that come next, and in that group is our girl Maya. After her would be the men dancers, then the women dancers, and then the children. You know, it's beautiful the way that it's silent again, but instead of the single heartbeat, we get many synchronized heartbeats with the drum, and it's because she's not alone anymore. This is her family. She must protect them. It's a unit. God, this show gets me crazy. I love my family. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. A new year is a great excuse for finally tackling stuff you put off last year. You get 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And then we get a glimpse of Zane preparing to ruin everything and pulling up a Yeti cooler to the top of his RV. Maya notices the woodpecker and follows the message. Once everyone enters the field or the area of the Grand Entry, we get an overhead shot of them forming a spiral and moving in a counterclockwise rotation. I mentioned this in the first breakdown, that the Choctaw dance shows reference to the creator by moving in a counterclockwise rotation. Henry pulls up fast on the phone with Biscuit, and Biscuit says this.
But there's some creepy guy here, and he has brought a whole bunch of Naholos in it. I don't know, man. They're up to no good. I know it.
As we mentioned in episode 2, Naholos means white people. And let me tell you, Biscuit's got some good quips about them this episode. Maya wanders into the barn to find Kingpin, who has both Bonnie and Chola captive. Also, was it just me, or did anyone else notice in the background the light drop gesture on Bonnie and Chola, like he's doing this for a stage show? I like this scene with Bonnie translating for Maya and Kingpin. Clearly, when she threw away her contact, it also lost her tracker. So they lost track of Maya, but they knew she'd come back to save her family. Dastardly plan, demonist plan, but that's Kingpin. Kingpin tries to manipulate her.
I'm trying to stay awake to see if it actually snowed, because it's saying that it's snowing in my area.
And a real Kingpin move. When Zane gets the go-ahead to kill everyone,
now it's just cloudy.
And we see a rocket for a rocket launcher or a rocket grenade, whatever the hell. Also, a Capri Sun, a Kool-Aid Burst, Fresca, Mellow Yellow, and a little bit more for when he's parched after killing a bunch of people. Back to Kingpin reacting like a child who doesn't get his way. He orders his goons to sucker punch Echo, and I'm sure Bonnie was too stunned hearing how she's about to die to translate this, but also she got her lick back from the 3rd episode. I'm just saying, I'm never gonna forget that lick. Then at this moment, Maya's ancestors begin to echo through her, ready to help him be channeled. Her mom says Echo, and she gets her name. Say what you will, but when the characters in the MCU get their name, I'm like, yeah! I just like it. Her ancestors stand behind her, which reminds me of the Phoenix song comic where Echo has bonded with the Phoenix Force and has chosen her because it's been part of a long line of her ancestors. Chucklo has a rabbit stick and gun and is still repping the warrior braids. Lowak is still wearing her red paint. Her full suit is pretty badass. I love the diamonds, the sun, and forearm guards. Kind of reminds me of Shang-Chi. I know her outfit represents a lot of traditional Choctaw clothing, but it also looks like a piece of all of her ancestors. Lowak's red forearms, Chucklo's belt, her mom's necklace is reminiscent of the buckle in the sun. Then Chopra from the first episode matches the bird symbol of the tattoo. Echo has the same bird beaded markings on the costume near her shoulder. She's already had a piece of them the entire time. Maya then shares her powers with her grandma and cousin, and they blow through the goons. So the ancestors can pass it down, but also Echo can distribute it within her family or just the bloodline. Then we get the monster truck scene that we saw from the trailer that turns out to actually be their grandma's truck that Biscuit remodeled. He's cruising running over the Naholos, and I'm sure he killed them all. While Bonnie, Echo, and Chola are kicking ass, Henry Henry shoots Zane before he sets off the explosion on the powwow. Family protecting family. Then, like Maya's mom does to Echo, Echo goes into the mind of Kingpin to relieve him of his torture trauma. This reminds me of the last episode when he's screaming at her with a hammer, "Free you! Free me!" She has, just in a more, socially conscious way, and he's clearly not used to that treatment. Inside Kingpin's abusive memory, he's in his little room with a New York Yankees sign. I think he has a bunny poster on the wall, and if that's not a call out to the rabbit of a snowstorm, I don't know what is. The walls are painted and chipped like the wall his dad forced him to stare at while he physically beat his mom. It wasn't in the bedroom, but in the living room, and the audio is voiced by different people than the actors we saw in Daredevil. Maya relieves Kingpin of the trauma connected to that memory. That memory is why he carries the cufflinks, the hammer, the rage, and the anger. Without that, I think we just have a big lug walking around. It would make sense as to why he's so mad after she's done it. He's lived with that anger his entire life, and now that it's gone, that what fuels that passion to create a better world or to fix everything? And also, I don't think it's necessarily fully gone. He wanted to live with it. He was just shocked that she got into his mind. During that montage of Kingpin's life, we see some new images of young Maya, Wilson, Uncle, and then we get a shot of Kingpin from the original Netflix Daredevil series. Kingpin breaks out and dips before the cops arrive, and then we cut to the lake at Maya's house in the flashback. Maya and her mom release the woodpecker, who is fully healed and flies away. Her ancestors must have been watching her from that day going forward. On top of the roof, we listen to the same song, When We Remain by Samantha Jo Crane, the same song that played after Henry agreed to help Maya in episode 3. A song written in the Choctaw language, a song that the writer said, I wanted to write a Choctaw version of something like the old protest song, We Shall Overcome, something we could sing through our hardships and into our victories and survival as a lasting tribe of people, which in summary is a great song to conclude the show to, as Echo has overcome a lot. Fisk, regret, and rage to find peace in herself and her family. She starts imagining old memories. Her mom and dad, Scully and Chola, the hand shadows with Bonnie. Maya takes her bike to Chola's where Biscuit, Bonnie, and Henry sit listening to his story. Maya arrives to visit. We don't know if she's staying there or not. I want to assume she does, but I like how this ends. Kind of like She-Hulk, both families just enjoying a barbecue. Then we see Fisk, still traumatized. He's on his private plane going back to New York. They say they must stabilize the situation before it spirals out of control. Then we get a news report from Patrick Kiernan of New York 1. He's appeared also in the first Avengers movie, Hawkeye, Spider-Man Far From Home, but also Daredevil, The Defenders, and The Punisher. The other host is Errol Lewis of New York 1 as well. So remember how I was like, Fisk is doing this all because of his dad? His mission in Daredevil was allegedly to clean up the city. He believed he was doing the right thing even at the expense of doing everything illegal and completely wrong. So these key sentences, the voters want somebody who's a fighter, legit problems in the city, and voters want somebody who understands their pain, a bare-knuckle brawler. This is completely set up for Kingpin to run for mayor, and we get Mayor Fisk's Charles Soule comic storyline. This is the storyline for Daredevil Born Again, and it'll be the political versus a legal showdown. Imagine that. Kingpin becomes mayor of New York and starts a war against vigilantes. The Defenders? Spider-Man? They'd be donezo. And that's it for my entire breakdown on Marvel's newest and first Marvel Spotlight show, Echo. I like the idea of Marvel Spotlights, especially if it's like this. It allows the audience to sit back because the stakes are not as high, and luckily it's more grounded. At the same time, the creatives get the sandbox to make whatever they want. Did I love the cultural representation? Of course I did, 1000%. You guys know me. The attention to detail, the work, and the time put in were absolutely outstanding. I learned so much from this series, and I love learning this way. I think my only quarrels, which are like the tiniest notes, were in the pacing. We didn't really get enough time to blow out the rest of the family, see what she did between New York and Oklahoma, and would have loved to really see Maya. I know her beautiful history and what molded her values, but I really haven't seen Echo independent yet. I think it has great bones. Actually, no, I think it's good. I think it's fine. It should have just cooked a little bit more. I wish it would have got 2 more episodes on top of its 5. Regardless, like Black Panther was to me, this series is for and represents a lot of other folks, and I want to highlight how important it is to see yourself in media, and who wouldn't want to see a badass Native American superhero roundhouse a full den of goons? Though I have notes, doesn't mean I don't like Echo. I will always love Maya Lopez, and I can't wait to see her show up in The Defenders. With that being said, I'm done. I'm out. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Lulu_Clemens. Follow New Rockstars and subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Thanks for watching, you guys. I'll see you later.
Man, I'm not finna stay on this bitch until it starts snowing, cause it might not start snowing until I get off this bitch. Real life though. Let me go look at the weather one more time. Yeah, right now it's cloudy. Temperature's still dropping. Yeah, that shit might happen if I'm asleep by then.
And that Rollins wasn't born yesterday.
No. 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 I was about to say. Oh, I was about to fucking say, boy. What does she even do? I'm so sorry, y'all.
Game day.
Hey, Tom, you got my jacket?
Stay with me. ¿Sabías que?
Try! Shout out to my mom, seeing me.
Making us.
But yeah, I'm about to get off this bitch. Because I feel like I've been on here long enough. Did a whole 5-hour stream. So
Nigga didn't even finish what if, went straight into Echo. $80 million a month. Bitch say $80 million a month.
Reese's and Hershey's Zero Sugar.
Not 8,000, 800.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Boston. Marvel Studios has confirmed that the Netflix Marvel series are canon. Their history officially part of the Sacred Timeline, which plays a big role in the Echo series and presumably in the upcoming Daredevil Born Again. This is a huge admission by the studio, which has historically been reluctant to embrace the Netflix Daredevil and Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Defenders, Punisher, all these series as existing within the MCU continuity, even if these shows all took steps to align with the events of the MCU in the years following the Battle of New York. And in the heads of many, if not most, of the people who watched and enjoyed those shows, they were part of the MCU. So for a lot of them, this confirmation was like, well, yeah, duh, we already knew that. And hopefully it brings a bit of vindication to a certain subset of angry people on Twitter. But for those of you who didn't watch or maybe don't remember all 13 seasons of those Netflix shows from 2015 to 2019, what all is included in this widened landscape? Like in terms of precise runtime, how much bigger is the MCU now than what some viewers previously thought it was? And what loose ends did these shows leave us that future Marvel Studios titles will now be expected to pick up? By the way, all 5 episodes of Marvel's Echo are being broken down on this channel with amazing detail by Jessica Clemens. And guys, I'm learning so much from these videos. I am completely blown away by the depth Jess is going to. Give these videos a watch and wish her who is Marvel's head of streaming, television, and animation. He's part of Kevin Feige's Inner Circle Brain Trust. He made this confirmation to Screen Rant.
Now, I have a question about Daredevil. Is everything that happened on the Netflix series a part of the Sacred Timeline, or is it not?
So I can say that we've been up until this point, we've been a little bit cagey about what's Sacred Timeline, what's not Sacred Timeline. Born of, frankly, a period at the studio where we were like, we have to stick the landing with Avengers. Sure. You know, it was another part of the company developing the Netflix stuff. We were aware of what they were doing. They were aware of what we were doing. But it was a lot. It was a lot to balance anyway. But now that, you know, some time has passed, now that we see how well integrated the stories are, I think that I personally, Brad Winterbaum, would be confident in saying it is part of the Sacred Time.
Okay, so spoiler warning for all of the Echo series coming up. The series did double down on the Netflix continuity with preseason promos using footage of Kingpin from the Netflix Daredevil series, and in Echo Episode 4, Wilson Fisk offered as a gift to Maya Lopez the hammer he used to kill his father when Wilson Fisk was a boy. And in Episode 5, we saw flashbacks in Wilson's memory of him standing in front of a painting and remembering his childhood trauma of staring at the paint peeling from the wall while his father abused his mother. To be clear, the hammer is not the same hammer. In the room where young Wilson stared at the peeling paint was not his bedroom with a Yankee pennant. In Daredevil, it was a room adjacent to the dining room. Now, I would say, hey, maybe the paint throughout the apartment was chipping, but it was that specific wall that seemed to haunt Wilson Fisk into feeling like he was a rabbit in a snowstorm throughout his life. And I'm sure these details are going to be debated endlessly in certain corners online, but the implication is that Wilson Fisk beating his father to death with a hammer is a canon event to the Sacred Timeline of the MCU, and the Hawkeye series focused on Fisk's cufflinks, and Wilson Fisk wears these cufflinks because they belong to his father, and his mother gave them to him after they both moved the corpse. I know. So taking Brad Winterbaum at his word that Marvel Studios now considers the Netflix shows to be canon, and that debate is behind us, what does this mean exactly? From 2015 to 2019, Netflix released 13 seasons, all of which interconnected with each other and presented themselves as taking place on the street level of the MCU. Daredevil Season 1, released in April 2015, Jessica Jones Season 1, released in November 2015, Daredevil Season 2, released in March 2016, Luke Cage Season 1, released in September 2016, Iron Fist Season 1, released in March 2017, The Defenders, which is an 8-episode crossover series, released in August 2017, The Punisher spin-off Season 1, released in November 2017, Jessica Jones Season 2, released in March 2018, Luke Cage Season 2, released in June 2018, Iron Fist Season 2, released in September 2018, and around this time, Netflix actually started to cancel these shows, so we got Daredevil Season 3, its final season, released in October 2018, The Punisher Season 2, released in January 2019, and Jessica Jones Season 3, released in June 2019. And I don't think people properly realize how much runtime this this amounts to, compared to the runtime people previously understood the MCU to be. I actually started breaking this down in my deep dive video about Marvel's removed storylines last year, and how much total runtime increased drastically from 2019 to 2021 and then to 2022. So with the help of John and Brandon and a handy spreadsheet created by Reddit user YXKUO, we went back through everything. So Marvel Phase 1's total runtime of films from 2008 through 2012 amounted to 12 hours and 24 minutes. You know, Iron Man, Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Cap, and the first Avengers stuff. Marvel Phase 2 total runtime of films from 2013 to 2015, and this isn't including the Marvel one-shots or the ABC shows or the Netflix shows, that amounted to 12 hours and 38 minutes. Marvel Phase 3's total runtime of films from 2016 through 2019, this is just the MCU movies during this time, 24 hours and 57 minutes. This is when they started doing 3 movies a year, and then Endgame was like super long. Marvel Phase 4, though, with streaming series added to the mix, 2021 through 2022, 56 hours and 46 minutes. And now, starting 2023 with Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, through this current week in January 2024, Marvel Phase 5 total runtime so far, 24 hours and 52 minutes. So, the grand total of runtime of what has previously been considered MCU canon, all the MCU films and Disney Plus streaming shows, special presentations, anything overseen by Kevin Feige's vision of Marvel Studios, amounted to a total of 131 hours and 37 minutes. That's about 5.5 days of content. If that sounds like a lot, it is. Hold on to your butts, because we totaled the full runtime of the Netflix shows. Remember, 13 seasons, folks, and oftentimes these are 13 episodes per season, 15 meaty minutes per episode, as opposed to like Disney Plus, where it's like, oh, we're going to do 6-episode seasons, and it's going to be like 35 minutes, and then 10 minutes of that, it's going to be the credits. So if you were to add just the shows where Daredevil, Charlie Cox appears, and so far only he and Vincent D'Onofrio, Wilson Fisk have been confirmed to return for future Marvel Studios titles, maybe John Bernthal as well, but Daredevil seasons 1 through 3 and The Defenders makes up 41 hours and 12 minutes of additional runtime, and if you were to add all the interconnected Netflix Marvel titles, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Punisher, Defenders, Iron Fist, Daredevil, all of it comes to 142 hours and 25 minutes, which is about 6 full days. So, through this annexation, if you want to call it that, Marvel Studios has effectively more than doubled its runtime of canonical storytelling. It added to its current 5.5 days of stories another 6 days. It's the Louisiana Purchase of cinematic expansions. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. The new year is a great excuse for finally tackling the stuff that you put off last year. And if one of the things you've been putting off until 2024 is taking proper care of your mental health, BetterHelp can help you get started. And hey, no judgment for waiting. Starting therapy can be hard, and the right therapist for you might not be in your area, and some people struggle with the face-to-face interaction of therapy. With BetterHelp, you can have your therapy sessions as a phone call, as a video chat, or even via messaging if you prefer that. Whatever is the most comfortable version of therapy for you. Just click the link in the description and answer a few questions about what you're looking for from therapy and what your preferences are. BetterHelp will then match you with the therapist from their network that's right for you. If you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can switch to a therapist for no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. If you think you might benefit from therapy, consider BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit BetterHelp.com/NewRockstars. Clicking that link helps support this channel and also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist to see if it helps you. Now you could say, well, hey, Marvel Studios has already been doing this by bringing in Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield and Spider-Man No Way Home, bringing in Patrick Stewart, Charles Xavier, and Anson Mount, Black Bolt, Doctor Strange into the Sadness, Kelsey Grammer, Beast, and the Marvels, Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, and the upcoming Deadpool 3. Sure, that's all true, but those appearances have so far been considered multiversal crossovers from different universes that are separate from the MCU continuity. Wilson Fisk Kingpin has so far been implied to have been part of the MCU sacred timeline since the beginning. That's what makes this latest confirmation so significant. So what happened in these additional 142.5 hours? What storylines were left unresolved that the MCU will now have to address? Well, there is so much to go through, and trust me, New Rockstars is going to get to all of these shows on the channel in the next couple of years. But for Daredevil, Season 3 showed Matt Murdock battling Wilson Fisk as Kingpin unleashed Ben Poindexter, an expert marksman with mental health struggles, to impersonate Daredevil and destroy Daredevil's reputation. Murdock exposed Fisk's involvement in the death of Poindexter's love, which sends Poindexter on a killing spree against everybody, and he actually ends the season receiving bionic augmentation to become Bullseye. It's crazy, and that's where it leaves off. But the more...
Good morning, sunshine.
A satisfying conclusion is when Murdock corners Wilson Fisk with evidence that could get Vanessa in prison. This after a bloody brawl let himself get taken in. So in addition to Daredevil Season 3 ending with Fisk incarcerated, Daredevil Born Again has recast Vanessa from Ayelet Zurer to Sandrine Holt. So that's going to have to be explained, or maybe it just never will be. Luke Cage ends with perhaps the biggest cliffhanger of these series. Mariah Dillard had left the ownership of Harlem's Paradise nightclub to Luke Cage, who appoints himself the Sheriff of Harlem, part of Mariah's plot to drag Luke into her world of corruption. Luke's friend, DW, even calls him Luke Trump. Yeah, that's right, a lot of these shows reference Trump, American electoral politics, which Echo also kind of did with that Make America Skate Again sign. Meanwhile, the MCU...
Yeah, I'm about to get off these beats. I'll fuck with y'all later. Blah, 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 blah.
Now, Mahershala Ali's going to be playing Blade in the MCU.